Hello and welcome to day number 3 of the EWC Qualifiers. This is the FACEIT League playoffs. My name is Zoe. I have the utmost pleasure of hosting alongside Jake and Johnny, who will guide you through all the action today. The last day of EMEA and NA for this week. We got stacked brackets for today.
These will arguably be the 4 best matches we've seen all weekend. It's just 4 amazing matches with 8 of the best teams participating in both regions, so couldn't be more excited.
The reason they're so live.
You sounded so
It's the first segment of the day, Zoe. I need to
And you need to set the tone.
Let him build up speed.
Set the tone for the day. You gotta hit the ground running. Hit me.
I'm feeling good. I think there are going to be some good matches. I am a little bit worried for teams like Peps, though. I think Gaming Gladiators Peps, it's going to be a tough match. Space Station Gaming has been so dominant in the European region. They've been kind of running the table on everybody. Even ENCE wasn't really able to make a dent in Dallas. And so I feel SSG, they're a really tough team. I think this might be one of the hardest matchups of the day, save for maybe Toronto Defiant later in the NA region.
Right on, and we will break it down and so much more in just a bit. But first, what are these teams playing for? This is the FACEIT League playoffs, and it is about the road to the Esports World Cup, where 21 games will be represented. A prize pool of $60 million is on the line. And we here in Overwatch, we get $1 million of all of that. There we go. The dates, the money. That's lots of money, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest prize pool of the year, as far as we know. I mean, it's absolutely massive. So this means a lot to the players. There's a lot on the line here. And so if you can secure a spot here, like some of the teams have the opportunity to do so today, it's an amazing opportunity that you just can't miss out on. If you want to have success in the scene, you got to secure one of those spots. And so it comes down to today for some of these teams.
That's right. It's life-changing money. And while we here the last few days have been focusing very much on EMEA as well as NA, the OCE region actually already finished our bracket. So let's take a look at who came out on top, because we have our first qualified team through the FACEIT League playoffs. And it is the Great Showman. I had to read this for a second. I was like, wait, hold on. Numbers. Wow. Okay, the Great Showman. Looks like they swept through.
I think it's safe
bracket.
to say they're the best team in the Oceanic region.
If numbers were any indicator here.
And also,
yes.
What's an Overwatch bracket without Timeless in it?
Also that. Yeah, you can't make that up.
I mean, this team has Top Dragon and an opener. This team can actually be potentially competitive even in the Esports World Cup from the Oceanic region. So there's a reason they ran the table in the region.
Yeah, I mean, these are talented players, so of course, leading into this year, actually, like even before the NA region kicked off, they were Top Dragon and opener. They were actively screaming and trying out for some of the top North American teams, right? So instead, they decided to go with this roster in the Oceanic region. Punk, of course, that is one heck of an accretion. So this is a stacked roster, just like you're saying, Jake. And now finding themselves qualified for the Esports World Cup. Also, Coach Unter, of course, in the wings.
Didn't make it with Luminosity, but he's going to have so much more fun with the Aussie boys. Let's be real.
If you got the collar hacks and Punk in the lineup, I mean, just Costa's missing. Where was Costa?
Costa needs to get on the team.
Did he even play in the FACEIT League? Did he?
Not Master League. Not Master League.
Not Master League. Did he not make it?
I don't make. I mean, to be fair, the Master League is pretty intense.
I wouldn't say that they maybe played the most seriously.
No, I couldn't put that on them.
You're home. You got his back. You got his back, Johnny. I see you. I also
trying to call him out.
Yeah, because I'm mean, because I like him. Here are the teams that are already qualified here, though. Of course, catching stray is not even part of the broadcast. You hate to see it. But I love to see these teams in this very graphic, because they showed us what's good in Dallas and before Dallas. In fact, we still have some open slots, though, to hand out. Well, not really hand out. They do have to play for it. And it's stiff competition.
It's a giveaway.
It's not a giveaway.
Anybody can win. You just have to win.
Not really, though. Yesterday, though, actually, if we're looking at the EMEA matches, a lot more competitive than what we've seen in day number 1. Let's take a look at who came out on top, who we had to say goodbye to, because we did show 2 elimination matches as well. But first things first, of course, we need to mention that ENCE, favorite to advance yesterday, did in fact advance through the upper bracket. Then Twisted Minds and Quick Esports, they were waking up. And as a result of that, we did have to say goodbye to Nuage as well as the Sovereigns, respectively.
Tough to be a team that went out 7th, 8th in this tournament, knowing that it's very likely that even a 5th place finish could have been good enough to take you to the Esports World Cup. And But I mean, that just it sort of intensifies the competition even earlier for these teams because there's so much on the line so early in the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the EMEA bracket, if you're in the lower bracket now, you've advanced through that. If you're Twisted Minds, for example, like, as long as ENCE and SSG, they secure top 3, like, there are going to be slots available, number 4 and 5. So you don't have to make a deep run in the lower bracket final or anything. You just pretty much have to win one more series, and you've advanced, right? Which is massive for some of these players who haven't had the opportunity to do so in the past, right? So, I mean, love that, love the Roadhog BM, but you could probably advance to the Esports World Cup, playing that kind of style, bringing out the Roadhog, throwing your teams off guard. You don't have to beat Space Station and ENCE necessarily to advance. So this is a massive opportunity for the EMEA region because Space Station and ENCE finished in the top 4 at Dallas.
Yeah, very different look, of course, in the NA region. But yeah, we're focusing on EMEA for now. Twisted Minds, Quick Esports, fighting for their lives down here in the lower bracket. Twisted Minds, of course, they do want to represent home, they want to play in front of that home crowd. That will be a massive boost for them. Let's see if they can make it work in their match today. But we want to shift gears and actually look at our first match of the day. Upper bracket is stacked. Those matches ought to be good. Space Station Gaming going up against GG Peps. Both of those teams have had a smooth run thus far in the upper bracket. Neither of them have actually even dropped a map. They've both also not been truly tested. So neither of them had to actually show their cards yet. SSG, we know what they're capable of, though, they were the one team, like, they were a little gimmicky in their approach earlier on. But now they figured out the meta. They can play everything. They showed versatility and flexibility. They can swap things around. They look really, really strong right now.
So, Jake, I don't know if you've seen this, but they're actually feeling Psycho and Backbone.
Interesting.
Which is really interesting. They did
double flex to me, though. I mean, that's sort of a look that we haven't seen from the team, but it's cooking.
No, they played it on Esperanza in the earlier series, and they did actually play the Pharah and the Genji. So then you're thinking, like, okay, well, they've been so committed to Sparker Cassidy in earlier rounds, of course, and then Psycho has been really flexible in the past, of course.
Is this what they've been working on since Dallas, you think?
Well, maybe. I mean, definitely integrating Backbone more. But like we're seeing here, for example, on Samoa Volcano, like they're playing Sparker Cassidy, which is usually a map where like you'd favor kind of like a Venture Genji Brawl composition. So the fact of bringing out Backbone and Psycho instead to play the double flex, playing the Pharah that can poke from afar, but then also the Backbone who can brawl with the Cardiac Overdrive. I think this is going to be really interesting to see what they've got cooked up, because it's something that we typically haven't seen from SSG, where usually they've been pretty central around Sparker as their hitscan player being like their go-to star.
Yeah, I think maybe once we see the map pick on Control, it'll make a little bit more sense. We can sort of cook on what their strategies might be. But going up against Peps, Gaming Gladiators Peps, I think this is honestly a really favored match for SSG, but at the same time, you can't write off Gaming Gladiators Peps. I think Exodial is a player we've been seeing a lot of, Naga as well. So on the hit scan,
I
especially...
just realized the map pick is actually in the back here.
Look at that.
Look
Oasis.
at that.
Okay.
I'm not ready. That's a nice detail. Can we show that? Like, I didn't... Why is it there if we never show it?
Exactly.
That's exactly it. As you just mentioned, I'm going to see by the mapping.
But it's interesting because for me, Oasis is a map where, honestly, all the Control maps, I think the hit scan is pretty good. So I'm going to be kind of curious to see what style SSG end up going with. I feel like Venture Genji is like the most viable of the double flex styles. And honestly, you've got your work cut out for you because you are going up against Naga and Exodial, two players extremely comfortable on flex and hit scan respectively. So it'll be a relatively tough test for SSG. However, I feel like really the ace up their sleeve is the backline. It's Landon and Funny Astro on the BAP Lucio or the Kiri Lucio. I mean, Funny Astro, I think seriously one of the best Lucios in the world, if not the best, genuine competitor across any region for me. And Landon just so consistent, so stable in the backline, keeping everybody up. Hadi has really leveled up his flexibility as well. No longer a rush one-trick player, how I think people characterized him for a long time. He's been playing everything. He's playing the Sigma, the Winston. So I think this is going to be an exciting match. We're going to see a lot of comps come out, a lot of versatility, because these are very serious teams competing at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and he managed to match those tanks on the highest of levels. I mean, if we're looking at the performance in Dallas against the Korean teams, for example, Falcon as well as Raccoon, like, they actually held their own, and then some. They came third. It was a massive achievement for Space Station Gaming. So they have to be considered the favorite in this one. GG Peps, they got their work cut out for them. Also didn't drop a map. Also didn't get pushed. A win here would actually mean that they will be advancing to EWC. So that'd be huge for them.
Yeah.
So much on the line.
Yeah, so much on the line. Of course, Space Station already qualified in that regard, so they're kind of like, hey, we're gonna miss everyone else's chances.
But you don't want to give anybody else the confidence, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to just keep the dominance of this region for SSG. I think they don't want to let off the gas at all.
Yeah. So for Peps now, huge opportunity. Didn't qualify for Dallas, but if you can qualify for the Esports World Cup, that more than makes up for it.
Indeed, it does. Let's take a look at the predictions here. I do have a sense that we're all going the same way with this. I would be surprised, shocked even, if we weren't. I did give them one map, though. I think maybe on Control, or maybe on Push. Maybe they can, you know, sneak one out. But overall, Space Station Gaming, they've looked lights out. I didn't see a crack in their armor thus far.
Yeah, I think this is just a great meta for Space Station. I think the Lucio is super dominant. No real reason to switch off unless you really wanted to play some on-a-break comps. But I think even if they do, they're solid players. They've got this. I think this is just actually a big mismatch. I think SSG is going to run the table on them.
Yeah, I got SSG too. I am looking out for Naga once again. This has been a team that has been a light playing a Pharah kind of Cassidy kind of composition. They did play more Tracer against Twisted Minds because we saw more Winston, more Wrecking Ball from Twisted Minds. It opened up Naga to play that hero. I'm curious to see how Naga will adapt in this series. If you're facing something that is more double flex heavy, are we going to see Naga once more cater to that Tracer, for example? How is that going to affect the compositions here? So I think Naga's flexibility and what heroes he ultimately picks is going to be key in this specific matchup. So yeah, I want to see how Peps respond to Backbone and Psycho being in the lineup.
Indeed. Also, shout out to production for actually putting only my predictions into our teleprompter right over there, because I apparently always forget them. You see that? Like, what a call out. Non-mention of yours. I'm the only one forgetting my stuff. That's cool. Thanks. Love that.
I mean, this was an easy one to remember for me.
Yeah, I was like, come on. It's been like literally 5 minutes ago since I made the prediction.
That's true.
Actual goldfish brain at work. Speaking of goldfish, for the action, we have...
Sick
You're the
transition.
fish boy, man. You're the fish boy. What can I say? No, but SSG or Peps will advance for this one. Yeah. And since we have Nectra and Jack on the mic, surely it's not going to be a stomp. Surely there won't be a C9. Surely.
Clueless?
It can't possibly.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a C9.
Oh,
Come
no.
on.
C9
Like, we've had so many.
One of those things. We're starting off the day real hot, it feels like. I mean, sorry, 3-1 on the desk. 3-0 for the other boys. I mean, come on, like, is it gonna be a 3-0? It feels likely over the last couple of days at least. EU's been a little bit more one-sided, but we are getting to the real nitty-gritty of competition here in the upper bracket. Space Station, how are you feeling about them coming into the series?
I think that it's going to be a 3-0, but I think it's going to be really close. GG Peps are certainly not a team that you can count out, as the desk also backed up. But I think Space Station, like, especially after their performance at the DreamHack Dallas Major, they're coming in as the favorite.
Oh, easily, yeah. And I love the fact that they're also showing in Backbone as well now. Just throw them into the mix.
Yeah.
And there's an ability to kind of not trick people into like, oh, we're already playing this comp, but like Backbone offers a lot of flexibility in the more the silly heroes as well, which is always quite fun. We'll see if Space Station want to kind of continue that trend as we go into this game. But Gaming Gladiators Peps, they've also been looking good. I mean, they had a little bit of a disappointing and bit of an unlucky time, almost made it to that Dallas Major, but now they want to lock in their place at EWC, and they are, well, one game away from doing so.
It's been amazing to see the just progress that Team Peps has made as a roster to be that close, right? And now to find themselves in the upper bracket of the Esports World Cup qualifiers, they have given themselves a really strong chance to make up for that miss and go to the Esports World Cup to play on land. And I'm so excited for them to see if they can continue that trend and keep on evolving.
Well, I mean, Space Station have already made it as well, right? So this is them just going, okay, you're going to have another chance. We're not going to give it this one to you easy, right? We're going to knock you down, and then we're just going to roll on forward. Because they've already locked it in, you're thinking maybe they don't take it too seriously, but it's always nice when you just dominate the upper bracket all the way to the finals, which is looking like what Space Station are going to do, and obviously the desk thinks so as well. For Peps, they will get their other chance if they do end up losing this series down in the lower bracket, but even that is looking rather scary. Map pool on your screens right now as well. Got Control, Hybrid, Flashpoint, Push, and Escort, of course. And we saw a lot of Nepal yesterday, a little bit of Oasis, but in EU it's like Nepal. We already played Nepal. This is the map, so I'd imagine we're going there first.
I think the desk already called it out, and I want to say that they said Oasis is the first map.
Oh yes, there we go. I was getting my makeup done.
I'm so sorry.
yeah,
you were getting hopeful. We were going to see Nepal.
Oasis, Eichenwalde
But
there as
no,
well.
we are going to Oasis.
Great. And Eichenwalde Rose, that means we're going to get some backcaps and C9s, because that has been EU over the last 2 days, if you've only just joined
the EU
us.
special.
Oasis, though, like you were mentioning, it's going to be the first map here.
It is, and so this is where I think bringing in Backbone and Psycho is so exciting. Backbone and Psycho, Johnny called out that they played together on Esperanza, the third map in their series versus the Sovereigns, to close it out. Backbone played the Genji and Psycho played the Pharah, with Hadi on Malga and rounding out that backline with Lucio and Kiriko. So I'd be interested to see if they decide to go for something similar. Psycho, of course, also has so much flexibility when it comes down to that DPS hero pool that it wouldn't surprise me to see this echo either, just to provide a little bit more aggression with this comp. But you're hoping for a Space Station, regardless of the fact that they locked in for the Esports World Cup already, that they can use this tournament not only to try to get the money, but as a proving ground to try out all these different types of compositions while Mauga is this strong.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to go easy on him, that is for sure. FD God, where did he go?
Back to spawn.
Straight away.
I think it's the answer to that question.
9% ult charge from the Lucio. Feels good, man.
That's rough. That's a rough fight loss to have to take, because Space Station already going to be so far ahead with how fast everybody fell, and now you also have the point cap and a position to be able to keep putting on this poke pressure. Psycho, especially just getting this duplicate online, is going to give Space Station such a leg up to give your team another Malga or even just an additional support. It's something like the Kiriko Suzu.
Yeah, anything you can get instant value with from the Echo is always quite nice, but it has been a lot of copying the Malga, because you pop the cardiac overdrive for the team. You have 2 of those now, because you have a Malga of your own as well. It's gonna be pretty rough. Looks like Treb wants to get out of there.
Whoa.
Astro taking a direct from Naga. And a barrage available, like you said. Psycho going pretty low as well. Naga unable to land that next direct hit, but here comes the beats. Psycho falling first to Naga of all things. High in the sky, not receiving that overhealth from Funny Astro. Nice boop from the Lucio God, though. Moving him out of that small room away from his supports. Meaning Naga ends up going down. However, Hardy in that fray was also killed, so this is Space Station now trying to stall the point, I'd imagine. Backbone jumping on first, hitting the deflect, dashing away. But GG Peps, without a worry of a front line now from Space Station, easily find the flip.
That was amazing to see not only Naga be able to get that first pick, but then the Funny Astro sound barrier up and running before either of the Kiriko Kitsunes is actually crazy. Funny Astro, that's one of the reasons why he is considered one of the best Lucio in the world. He's already 50% to another one. That is astounding, but Space Station got 4 ults to back it up.
Well, what's the decision here from Space Station? It looks like holding S is the name of the game right now. Rather defensive looking rush here from Johan. Not going straight into Space Station, more just lining it across the point so they can use it if Space Station push in. Blade now, Funny Astro. Oh, didn't receive the Suzu in time. Sound barrier from GG Peps as well. Not sure Space Station want any of this fight at all. Maybe a couple of staggers coming through as well.
What an economical fight for them to take, though, because they got 3 ultimates out of GG Pep's bank. Still have yet to see this Far Barrage or this Cage come out from Trid, which is going to be such a deadly combo. But Funny Astro, having used a sound barrier so early, might be able to get one up in time to deal with that. Otherwise, Space Station have a ton of other ultimates to work with. They could have double Cage. We could have like a triple Venn diagram of cages.
They're going early. There's the barrage, double Cage in full effect now with 2 Malgas, 3 Malgas, sorry. And here comes the Blade from Backbone. I mean, look, the barrage is pretty scary, but when everybody is grouped up like that, the Blade just does so much damage. Oh, look at that. A free Cage as well from Psycho. Nice fight from Space Station. And a recapping. 73% now for GG Peps as they re-enter with no ults.
Yeah, not quite enough for them to be in that last fight territory either, so great job by Space Station to give themselves another chance to come back in case they do lose the point. But they've got the barrier advantage right now with Funny Astro having it up so early, and that's critical to know that Space Station could close out this round here with just all of that overhealth.
Yeah, Funny Astro sound barrier kind of paying dividends right now, Rose. The kind of tempo and how much healing and damage he's been able to do. Just getting a lot more value versus FD God right now. A lot coming off of that first fight, to be honest with you. Hardy, whoa! Hardy just melted. Where'd he go? Space Station losing their tank that early. That's not a good... Like, they weren't even able to poke GG Peps out. Not a good start. Naga falls, they end up trading, but no chance for them to stay in the fight. It's just going to be an overtime situation for them. It's all they can really be happy with.
The fact that Howdy fell so early, you don't want to invest a sound barrier there. Sometimes we see teams do that, but it's usually because they feel like the sound barrier is going to be enough to carve out a significant enough advantage over the other team. But GG Peps, this is not a slouch team. This is not a team that you can usually use that against and still win out a 4v5. So instead, now the onus flips back to GG Peps. They have 4 ultimates to use
So
here.
many ults. Oh, Johan is already down though. Sound barrier from Funny Astro does come through. Exodio pulls the blade, has to cut through some of this overhealth before they can actually reach the tender flesh inside. Hardy ends up going down once more. Astro getting chased, but Psycho is going to back up the rest of the team with a duplicated Mauga. But the rest of his team right now are just isolated in the front line. They're using a lot of that Kitsune Rush, that additional damage and firepower, but they're unable to actually secure the kills. Naga ends up going down to Backbone, who's contesting with GG Peps on the points. They do, of course, have control, but it'll be a quick flip here from Peps and an instant cage as soon as Hardy comes back. This was all Space Station's game. All of it. From the moment they rolled out the gates, it felt like that first fight, but it is Peps with the comeback.
Peps had such a strong comeback to get this one, 100 to 99. Jaws, this is very, very close to kick off this series, and this is something that we were hoping to see out of a team such as GG Peps, who have made so many adjustments to their play and just continue to level up. And then Space Station, considered the best in the region. I'm getting so excited to think that this could be a super close series.
Oh, it's looking like it. I like how Backbone was calling out Tread there a little bit for only now saying GLHF in the chat after they win the round.
Come on, man.
Got to do it at the start, man. Can't GLHF after the first round. But you might jinx yourself there as well, Tread. You've got to be careful with that.
So true, though.
Classic Overwatch jinx.
Well.
All right, let's have a look at this. Exodio now off the Genji, going over to the Cass instead. Easier to deal with Psycho.
Kind of makes sense.
Oh, and Astro, apparently.
But you also have this high ground.
Well, see you later. Look at that. The focus on Hardy is just insane. There we go. Good first initial kill there by Exodio. Very first quick team fight too. That's exactly opposite what happened last round. Look at Astro. Astro goes down first this round. FD got the last. And now Astro's lagging behind in terms of sound barrier.
So maybe that's where we see 99% for GG Peps and 100% for Space Station, right? If we're totally flipping the script. But so a big difference maker between this GG Peps and Space Station comp is when Naga and Psycho are playing. The Pharah from Naga, so much damage down onto this team. And you also have your Sharpshooter and Exodio on this Cassidy. You're playing with these longer sight lines just a little bit better than what Psycho and Backbone can do. They have to play at such a closer range in order to find that impact that Naga and Exodio have already found with Peps.
Yeah, and Exodio's already got High Noon too. Not sure Space Station are expecting that. Astro, oh, the boop! The little boop there sends him flying forwards and setting him up with a nice little kill. A little two-piece too, actually. It was Astro's trying to get back to spawn. Nice early High Noon, and that'll be GG Peps extending their lead with 40% in the bank now.
They also have this Kitsune Rush to play a little bit more aggressively too, but with the Pharah and the Cassidy, I almost continue to expect them to try to poke this out, get a pick, because Space Station haven't had any say in this map since they've gotten one pick off first before they move in.
Well, because they lost Exodio, Peps did have to play a little bit further back there, granting Space Station some space. Both rushes used near the points. Oh, barrage in the small room. You saw Hardy and Landon kind of dip inside that mini room, like away from the incoming fire from the rush, and Naga was just waiting for them, just with the barrage.
Right? Yeah, the barrage, and then you also had the Kitsune Rush that was heading into that room as well. So you were getting hit on all sides if you were Space Station, stuck in that small room. The good news for Space Station is they still have ults to work with. They can go in with this duplicate and this Genji, but they've got to get to the point first. They're running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, 90% on the ball for Peps. No flip for Space Station in sight. A lot of ults available. You got to pop them at some point. High Noon, a beat, copy. There's two Maugas, maybe another cage coming in. Exodio pops Psycho's dupe, and they end up killing Hardy too. Backbone with the blade, the only savior now for Space Station left. He manages to find one, slashes away at Tread, but Tread more than healthy enough to stay in this fight for a little bit longer and kill Psycho. Eventually, they slay him. And with Exodio jumping onto the Tracer, trying to find one last ditch attempt to get back to the point, unable to do so as he ends up switching back to Cass. That'll be Space Station after popping all ults pretty much, getting the point.
Space Station are having so much trouble dealing with this Nagafara because who's hitting it right now? If you send Psycho after it, you have such little room for error to land the tri-shots alongside a sticky bomb and then a focus beam to take it out. And you can't really just stick one thing on that Pharah. But you also have Exodial's Cassidy that's going to be marking down that Echo time and time again. So Space Station, they've got no ults in this next fight. Jack, I see this Pharah barrage, and I think that this should come up Peps' way.
Big damage coming out from Pharah. Landon, though, not too far away from that rush. Johan Zuzus himself pushes forward, push rush on the point. Same with Landon at this moment in time, and now Naga trying to set up with this barrage, using that increased speed up, attack speed, to fire a lot of rockets into the back line of Space Station, but from a long range, from downtown, Shred gets eliminated by Hardy. A flare from GG Pips is going to instantly go back to Space Station, and here comes the barrage. Hardy down, no sound barrier from Funny Astro, who did have it available, and a beautifully timed Magnate onto Landon, so he can't use that swift step to get away. That Space Station sound barrier needed to be activated. Astro is going to come back from the spawn in just a moment, but they're going to need to be able to touch a duplication onto the Cass, but it's too little, too late, and Space Station blast off again as GG Peps find the win.
Zoe has the biggest brain on the desk right now. She predicted a 3-1 and said maybe it's going to be Control, that it's going to be GG Peps taking, and that is what happened.
3-1.
Truly the brightest.
3-1 pred, and now it's time for the prophecy to come true and Space Station to take the next 3 maps. But that was a very, very good start from a GG Peps there.
Oh,
it looked very, and of course going into the series, that Space Station is kind of roll over them, and in that first fight especially, like, wow, FD Gold got slammed, and then they were very much in control, but slowly but surely, Naga on the Pharah, and then Exodio the second round, which is taking over the game, and what a fantastic start from GG Peps. Of course, a win here, like we mentioned before, will net them a place at EWC later on in July.
It was so hard for Space Station to actually play aggressive when you've got this Naga Pharah that you can't touch. Once again, who is going to be going after the Pharah to mark it down? And Psycho is still under the threat of the Exodial Cassidy, and also even just this Genji.
Right.
Having the closer access in the skybox to the Echo makes it so much harder for Psycho to be able to deal with something like the Pharah. It can't just be on him alone.
2 fights in a row, back to back.
That's
on
wild.
the Cass. Instantly kills Astro, and as soon as that first fight opens up, and yeah, just went demon mode in the front line. Exodio already has been a standout start for Team Peps and the EU region as a whole, mind you. Curious how it would have gone down on LAN with potential GG Peps at Dallas Major. Of course, they'll be vying for that spot in Sweden as well, I'd imagine. But an EWC placement is on the line currently. Space Station Gaming, you know, they're chilling. They've got one already, but it doesn't mean they want to lose here. Eichenwald is our next map, Rose. Where do you think we're going with this one?
Eichenwald is so interesting because we see a lot of different teams take different approaches. I mean, I even just think to Twisted Minds and how Kellen was playing Wrecking Ball on the defense. So I don't even want to make any predictions when it comes to what these teams could run.
Yeah, I'm curious too how they end up tackling this first point, because you can again just have Naga on the Pharah, Exodio on the Casti even. Like the Casti from Exodio has just been his best hero by far in the metas that we've had, both in OWCS and here EWC. So where are we going to go with that? And then Naga can also just play the Pharah, very classically, just playing around the clock tower. A lot of room to maneuver here for GG Peps, and maybe a bit of a sigh of relief too. That second round was very dominant, so you'd imagine the confidence right now through the roof.
So that's where I wonder if Space Station are going to make any substitutions. There is so much concept behind being able to have Psycho and Backbone in the roster for both of them to be able to play these flex DPS, but when you look at Exodial's Cassidy, do you want to match that to bring Sparker in to make sure that you've got a Cassidy of your own, and then be able to leave Naga to play, or for Psycho to play the Pharah instead? But it sounds like we don't have any subs, Jack.
So no Sparker, just double flex here again for Space Station as we head into Eichenwalde. as with this next map. Yeah, I am curious, because there's got to be a way you can shut down Exodio, and I'd say Exodio is right under Sparker in terms of level of power in the EU region on that Cassidy pick. So yeah, I'm curious how Space Station kind of grapple with that in Iconvaldo, and maybe they do end up subbing Sparker in. I don't know, giving him a rest. It seems great, but the guy's just been on fire. Even in Dallas too, like he was really showing up big time, and he was a little bit, I wouldn't say it wasn't lackluster in like Overwatch League kind of times, but you are against, you're always playing against like proper, like the best hit scan players to kind of ever grace the game. But Sparker was a bit up and down. He did have some amazing performances on London, but like Space Station Gaming and this new year, it just felt like he's leveled his game up even more so. So we'll have to wait and see if he does end up coming in for this game.
Yeah, Space Station have done such a phenomenal job of supporting Sparker in their compositions. Yeah. There's always some amount of backup, whether it is just healing, protection from Hottie, and just whatever else. They put so much emphasis on making sure that Sparker has the agency and the room to actually pop off. So I love being able to see that team coordination come through so that really we can get those amazing performances from Sparker. But not this map, Jack. It's going to be more of the flex DPS, and I want to see Space Station continue to iterate on this. There's so much potential.
Yeah, here we go. Hybrid map now, Iconvaldo. Map number 2 in this upper bracket game between Space Station and GG Peps. Let's get it done. No substitutions, no Sparker. Same old from the last map. Are we going to see anything silly? Don't think so. No, not sure we're going to see any hog, at least just yet. But you never know. You never know in EU, to be fair. No, there you go. Just what we expected, Rose. Cassidy for Exodio and Naga on the Pharah.
Oh man, so how are Space Station gonna get past these chokes? They already had so much trouble on University, which feels like it plays kind of similarly with how many avenues of ingress you actually have to get to this first point. If Naga can keep getting first pick after first pick, Exodio also having the potential to do that, I think it's just gonna be so tough for Space Station to actually find the opportunity to get past that. So I'm so interested to hear their comms as they get ready for this attack push, so let's listen in.
Yep. Let's go, boys. Go hard.
Fighting! Yeah. Anyway. Blue.
Kaz.
How did you need to
ready? 3, 2, 1. Pick one man. Kaz.
Kaz wipe team.
Smoke guys. Stop smoke left. Okay, Kaz. I'm gonna take the left push.
Shoot the Kaz together, ready?
3, 2, 1.
Pause. I just keep playing. Right, thank you. Fucking hell.
Oh. Jumping into a brief pause. First of the day, it's all good though, don't worry. I'm sure we'll get back into in just a moment. I think Hardy or someone there calling for the pause. Ben Best just said world record in the team chat, or the match chat even. World record pause timing, coming in. Submit it to SGGQ.
I actually think the world record was hit yesterday when Infected couldn't get into the match for Energy Shock.
Yeah.
I think that was the world record of pause.
The hotspot gamer. I just saw Backbone said these are in the match chat as well, so hopefully we'll be in.
Okay,
we're going in now. There you go.
Let's go. Fighting.
Ready. Everybody's ready. We're all good. No records, no pauses. Here we go. First attack here for Space Station.
Not doing too bad about taking too much damage, but gotta pay attention to Funny Astro and Landon. We're taking the brunt of it right now. If one of them goes down, there's just not nearly going to be enough healing on the board for Space Station to make it to this point.
So already, you've got to be thinking if your Space Station is going to be the key target. Looks like they're focusing down Tread, or at least trying to. Tread just hanging out on this mini health pack, providing a little sustenance to him. But everybody in that small room, just those sticky bombs and just the AoE nature of a lot of characters on a Space Station side. Pretty devastating. Will be Space Station capping? No touches, no. GG Peps don't want any of that. Hardy's going to get taxied back from spawn, or just teleport to the new one. And there we go, they'll get the payload going. Pretty clean attack considering Hardy went down first.
Yeah, it really was. I feel like we see this pattern time and time again from Space Station. Hottie soaks up the damage, falls inevitably to all of that damage, but then you're able to put the trust into Psycho and Backbone to make sure that the rest of the team is going to get cleaned up. Really great focus fire as well to know that they were able to get down these targets, but like once again, Exodio playing so far back has such consistent damage that Landon's going to go down first before this rush can come out.
Ooh.
Oh, well, how?
Okay.
Actually?
Might have been flying over the roof there, took a little bit too much damage, maybe a kunai to the head or something. Definitely took some damage from Backbone and Hardy there, as I saw Backbone in the assist feed.
Maybe a bit of a deflect coming through or something, but Space Station now 4 ultimates. They've gotten past the difficult part, which is going to be that underpass. So a little bit more natural territory for them to play with.
High noon, everybody scatters. Exodio doesn't end up even pulling the trigger there, just ends up backing off. High ground control now for Space Station is on the menu. They see everybody's grouped up as well. Perfect opportunity for Hardy to rush in there and help Backbone secure some kills, even just throw a dupe in there if he wants to. Rush on the high ground, matched with a beat, and here comes the barrage. Naga once again baiting people in, but suffers from his own hubris there, ends up killing himself, but maybe the damage is already done as Hardy ends up going down to that barrage. Blaze has been pulled by Backbone, a later rush too, as FD God is chased by Funny Astro and Backbone, and a duplicated cage, just the cherry on top of everything. As I think Johan there was stuck falling and, and didn't end up going down because the chain was like holding him up. Rest in peace, Johan.
Did you see?
3 minutes to go as they cross the bridge.
Oh my god. Psycho just putting NT into the chat. Yeah, you see the Suzu onto Yoham to just try to stay alive and falls into the well anyway. Unlucky, honestly. Exodio's so low as they come back in with this cage.
Yeah, the cage is going to provide a lot of protection though for the Cassidy. Speaking of cages though, there is another one, a later one this time around. Again, Space Station. Kind of beating Peps to the punch here a lot of the time. Later ultimates almost always the better ones. And like we said before, Space Station not here to mess around. A 4-minute time back going into third.
Space Station have looked so good on this attack, but in part because I feel like the attack lends itself really well to make sure that these Mauga comps can keep up the aggression, keep up setting the pace of these fights. As Space Station able to do just that. Look how far forward Hottie is playing. He's creating so much space for those DPS to operate in, and you're able to follow that up with the sound barrier too. Even this duplicate from Psycho could be really big. Naga, in fact, has switched over to the Echo as well.
High noon, Exodio didn't even have a chance to get back up again.
He got smushed.
Actually smushed. Turned into the pancakes I had this morning. Space Station Gaming with 3.5 minutes to go. Now just need to block these doors off. Anybody touching 0.3 meters, and the rush is going to have to see them through it. A duplication on the Mauga. I mean, double source of healing here from there's 4. Just get it off my screen right now. As the cage coming in. Okay, 2 Maugas down, 2 more to go. Sound barrier ain't happening, FD God. I'm afraid. It's just Johan. There he goes. And a 3-minute and 10-second time bank on what was the 7th circle of hell there as 4 Maugas appeared on my screen.
We didn't see any silly heroes, but we certainly saw some silly Overwatch. It never ceases to amaze me when we've got 4 Maugas on our screen and then 4 cages and everybody throwing out the cardiac overdrives and nobody dying. So stupid.
That is the correct word to use. 3 minutes and 10 seconds of a time back though for Space Station. Nice stuff to start off with. And GG Peps.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah, considering how, not dominant, but very close that last map was from GG Peps. Well, I guess the university round was a little bit more one-sided in their favor. It's a very different look.
Yeah.
Kind of continues to add to the narrative that I've been pushing for since 2018. That Control is a fraudulent game mode.
Hey, so we got it right. That's all that matters.
That is true. Zoe looking very smart right now, and I can picture her face, smug in the green room,
grinning
looking at
ear to
Johnny
ear.
and Jake. Oh, yes. All right, Space Station, again, Rose, like you said before, with the double flexes, no running Cassidy here, but the target priority is always going to be Exodio for the amount of damage that he can do, but also the sheer star power on the squad. And they've been doing a good job of shutting him down.
They have. A great example of that was on that third point where Exodial went for the high noon and Space Station just run at him and ran him over. Space Station can keep doing that. I think that it's going to be a much easier time for them. GG Peps just don't support or protect him in the same way that Space Station has for their own Cassidys.
Oh, Trent there trying to push Space Station off the high ground. It's going to be a quick fight. A lot of ult charge too for the DPS of Space Station. Tried with 6% ult charge.
That is what happens when you die first, as we have seen from a couple of these rounds so far.
The burst damage, I think, is worth keeping in mind here as well, Rose, with Psycho.
Great
the
point.
beam damage, especially when Shrek gets below half, if Psycho's just kind of looking out for that, it's very hard for Johan with the DPS passive to keep him up.
Absolutely melts. I mean, take a look at that. Kiriko is just pumping healing into Tread right now, and it's just so difficult to actually get him above half.
Oh, that's exactly what you need. Oh, Astro, don't mess with him. Oh, the Suzu saves his life. Oh, peeks on the other side. Exodial waiting for him. Nice little nade too. He's going to get booped away. Backbone surely dead. FD God helping Exodial there. Once again, clean on up.
A little bit more time stalled off the map though, like, you know, not going to be nearly as much as what Space Station had heading into the second point, but still a pretty sizable time bank. Almost 5 minutes for Peps to work through to get through this Streets phase. Deadeye already for Exodial, so Psycho can't be so comfortable to try to play up in the skybox for fear that he might actually get his head taken off. But you do also have this sound barrier up already for FD God. Player Kitsune rushes first makes a lot of sense. If this Exodial can't work.
Yeah, nice CC again. Coming through, stopping that high noon, creating space. Backbone popping the blade, forcing FD God away. As sound barrier not helping Exodial stay alive in that fight. Space Station still with a lot of ultimates. They can hold these doors pretty easily with this cage and the dupe.
That's what they want to do too, because it limits the amount of access that this Naga Pharah is going to have. Because like Space Station just gets to play in these corridors, these walls, so much natural cover.
First out of the fight, it will be that rush from Gaming Gladiators. Peps. Naga, how quickly you fire with the Pharah is insane. This cage coming through from Hardy. He does end up going down, but look at that. They are able to collapse on GG Peps anyway. They do not care for Hardy's life at that point. It's like, hey, you lock them all in place and we'll just do the damage. And all of them standing behind that shield too, not entering that circle. So they're just free firing him without the repercussions of taking damage.
And now we're back to that strong defensive position that Space Station would like to have. I thought it was a great effort though by Johan to put the Kitsune rush to push everybody from Space Station back, but then you ended up playing into their hands. Now it's time for Tread though to hit this cage.
Yep, Hardy's just hiding around this small little corner, but there is the duplication. Double Mauga for Space Station. Both of them eliminated with the help of that barrage.
Lock everybody into the cage, and I think this time around you don't want to be in that one with Naga. But now that you've got this Cassidy high noon, I love how far back Exodial is thinking about playing so that you can use this long sight line to try to get this high noon to find any type of value.
Psycho trying to make his way out of the doors.
Psycho just gets caught out anyway.
Yeah, completely caught out. The high noon on the point. Any chance to CC here? Oh, Backbone. I assume he was trying to jump out and hit the reflect there, but did not end up working out. That should be the point too.
Easy as 1, 2, 3, and that's going to give even more time for Peps to work with. 4 minutes? That was a very quick point B take, and even heading into the third, they've got a lot that they can roll through to just keep up that momentum. Johan has another Kitsune rush. That's going to create so much space for Peps, especially when Space Station doesn't have one of their own. And FD got us a sound barrier too to layer on top of
Naga
that.
Playing Splinter Cell in the back line there. Does hit a body shot onto Psycho, but now has to worry about this blade. Backbone doesn't have to care for this rush. He had the deflect if he really needed to use it, but a lot of that overhealth was absorbed by that blade. So GG Pep still in a good position to push forward, finding Astro caught up in the back line, as it looks like Space Station just trying to delay time here, knowing the fight is lost. Killing Tread's going to be a big win, though, for Space Station, as now GG Peps have to play a little bit more cautiously.
They do. They cannot push so far forward without the Mauga, especially if they're tracking ultimates and they know that Hadi has a cage. They don't want to get stuck in that while they don't have the Mauga of their own. Even just the cardiac overdrive might help for them to be able to survive through that cage. You have the barrage as well. Great way for you to make this Pharah very unkillable if that Mauga is there to back you.
I knew from Exodial. Sped around the corner, there's the barrage, everybody cowering in place. Getting away from Exodial, but it was Naga that you had to worry about. A perfect combo of ultimates there, forcing Space into a position they didn't want to be. A duplication onto the Mauga from Psycho, double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple cages on the field. All right, eventually one Mauga, two Maugas are dead. More will be coming back in just a moment, though. It looks like Space Station Gaming jumping over to the Mei for some additional sustain, additional CC as well. GG Peps just scurrying towards their spawn, as that was close to a back cap or a C9, as Naga ends up getting the payload just 1.8 meters away from that checkpoint.
But see, this is where the flex is so nice, because Backbone gets to come out on the Mei for more stall.
Oh, the rush comes through from Yoham. Surely this is it for GG Peps, as Space Station don't really have much to answer with, and on top of that, a sound barrier. That should be it for GG Peps. And there it is, 1 minute and 37 seconds left in the time bank. Ajax, I
think FD got
a little rough. All good though, we won.
You know what?
I stopped inting.
It's fine.
There you go. You call yourself out, that's all good.
Yeah, listen, look, it's fine because FD God has hit so many amazing sound barriers earlier on in this map. You forget about it. You get it, let it to roll off your shoulders, and you're gonna be fine.
All good. Shrug it off. We got the point anyway. Don't matter. We're chilling. Saw a lot of AJs yesterday, actually. A lot of Ajaxes.
Oh my God, so many.
It was a really good.
All self-called out in chat too.
Well, you know, you got to do it. You got to beat them to the punch. You know, the classic. Just laugh at yourself to laugh the pain away.
True.
Space Station. They only have 1 minute and 30 seconds to defend against. I mean, you're feeling real good with your time back of 3 minutes. But still, a completion here for Peps is very, very good. Any kind of second point push would be nice. But we'll see if Space Station kind of shore up their defenses now.
I mean, we've seen some teams take the lesser time bank and turn it into something almost unmatchable. Even yesterday, was it? We had a team with 1 minute, and then they ended up pushing all the way through like 0.2. So it's going to be a really tough one. If Space Station can't win out this first fight, you might be a little nervous about just how far GG Peps can go. I'm looking at Naga and Exodial to try to get an opening pick here for Peps to open up this first point and try to get that fight win.
Ooh, this cinematic camera, man. It's looking good. Landon already dead, though, to a headshot of Exodial. God, he just takes over the game when he's given any amount of space. Unfortunately, FT got a Naga end up going down, though, so she's looking a little bit more even than GG Peps really wanted. Should be someone coming in to touch. It will be Psycho. Ooh, instantly killed by Exodial. Yeah, all right, just a little bit of stall there. Nothing much else. Here's Peps switching over to Echo 2 from the Pharah, capping the point now, moving through this gate with 1 minute remaining in their time bank.
Naga's Pharah has had a little bit harder time operating, but I think knowing that Space Station has pushed so far back, feels fine to actually switch back over to the Pharah. I don't think GG Peps want to get stuffed in this choke, and Naga might be able to help to just grab that extra little bit of pincer.
All right, well, Space Station being extremely aggressive now. They spotted their target once again, but I'm telling you, the cardiac overdrive is something to be feared. Oh, good shot from Backbone there. Having taken out Naga and Exodial. Just burning off a lot of time in the time bank too. Just being annoying, basically. It's exactly what Space Station need to do. It's only just now through the archway. Astro is going to survive that smaller engagement from FD God, but now they're in OT.
OT, and now it's going to be some of the first ultimates coming up. Exodeal also switching over to the Genji, so not going to be on the Cassidy any longer after popping that high noon before. But look at the Kitsune rushes, look at these cages. It's going to be an all-out brawl here for both of these teams, just letting everything rip.
Cage is available. There's one cage. Blade coming in. There's the dupe. There's the second cage and waiting for the third as well. The slashes from the Blade are landing on the back line there, but honestly, I can't quite see what's going on. A lot of explosions, a lot of low health bars now as Shred's going to get focused down with that focusing beam. Now a barrage on top from Naga. It's a whole heap of damage, but Psycho quickly 180s those sticky bombs landing on the stationary targets. And with OT ticking down, it is all Psycho. Just the survivability of that dupe, hitting the cardiac overdrive, and then eliminating 3 there at the very end. Gaming Gladiators Peps halted just under that archway of that second point approach. Now Space Station with a clear wink on with 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
That was so good from Psycho. Like, you just saw all of that focus fire into Tread, and it backed up your point that you made earlier about how good of a counter Echo can really be to something like the Mauga. Ends up becoming just a little bit squishier when you get it below half health. The focusing beam completely fried him, and then Space Station had a much easier time cleaning up the rest of that fight with Psycho.
Yeah, it does feel like the Echo does a little bit more than the Pharah in some of these instances. The Barrage extremely powerful when it's comboed with the Cage, which is what we see a lot and what we saw there. But the Echo with the dupe, you get another chance of life, even though you don't get like the full HP from the tank. You still are able to hit Cardiac Overdrive, help the rest of your team. If you time that correctly too, you have Cardiac Overdrive for a long time. If your Mauga uses it first, then you use it. And then also you get a cage pretty quickly because you're doing a lot of damage. So yeah, it's definitely pros and cons, but it feels like the Echo's doing a little bit more work than the Pharah right now.
In close quarters fights, absolutely. Because when you're playing in these buildings, Pharah has a much harder time being able to get that damage down onto your team when you just have that natural defensive cover. So if you're going to be playing in that room, Psycho can just play with the rest of the team and not fear too much that you're just going to get killed. Hadi can body block all of that damage for you. But this is where it starts to get really tough, because where Pharah can thrive is certainly on the defense when you are able to spam this damage down into main and just around this building.
Really nice boot there. Suzu forced to be used on Exodeal as himself and FD were booped into the wall by Funny Astro. Leaves Naga high and dry. Those sticky bombs, focusing beam, the burst damage from Psycho. What is FD doing over there? Oh, he's dead now, but not exactly where the Lucio needs to be. I mean, GG Peps now having to back all the way up and Space Station rolling over first.
Gives him so much time to work with now to push to this final golden box of victory. It's not that far through this second point if they can keep it up. But take a look at the wraparound that GG Peps are going for.
Yeah, big wrap. This is a really nice play from GG Peps, holding this payload here and just, again, burning the time back away. Only 2 minutes to go for Space Station. Seems like a lot, but considering how many fights they have to take.
Ooh, Exodeal flanking with the high noon.
Oh, well, unfortunately, he's dead. Unfortunately, he's dead just like her. Suzu used, and the focusing beam in 2 seconds is going to melt that Mauga. Unfortunately, though, for Psycho, it will be Hardy taking the kill. A duel of the fates there on the highest of high points on that clock tower as Psycho and Naga just stare each other in the face with their focusing beams, and Space Station Gaming with 3 ults and potentially a 4th there in the Blade for this next fight, and could potentially be the final push too.
And it's going to be nice to know that Space Station can match the ultimates coming out from Peps. But they have way more of an advantage when it comes to the firepower, because the Blade is just more impact than something like that high noon can really be in raw damage and kills.
Bobby Peps just jumping on them. A high noon from the high ground. A duplication coming in, but Exodeal not only kills the dupe, but instantly kills Funny Astro. Psycho down to just a plain of bullets. And with 50 seconds to go, Space Station need to reset. They only expend 1 ultimate there, so they're feeling pretty happy about that. But still, this one fight is what they need to win. But Peps can extend this with 2 support ultimates of their own. And even a push into spawn by the looks of it.
And the duplicate. Yeah, Naga just can go dupe another Mauga, so you can get a cage and then roll into treads. But they think better of it. They decide to back up, so Exodeal has a bit more space to work with.
They're going to quickly retreat onto that high ground too, so they can jump on them if they need to. And it stops Exodeal getting insta-killed as well. It's what we've seen time and time again. No need to use Suzu there by landed either. Only a small mag nade hitting the 3 of them. Astro going pretty low. scurrying to that little bush, but someone does need to touch, and it will be Trent. Jumps down. 1.28 meters to go, and here comes the dupe. Naga duping into Mauga, who's really shocked. Sound barrier saves Hardy's life for the time being, but a sound barrier coming through from Peps to save their lives too. Hardy trapped in the corner as everybody from GG Peps focusing him out, and here comes the duplicated cage, and that is all she wrote. Space Station with a greater time bank, but Peps with greater firepower in that last fight. End up taking the map and taking match point in the series.
They just had the better ultimates at the end there. How are you supposed to deal with a duplicate, another Mauga, another cage just to seal the deal? Like, just one sound barrier isn't going to be enough to deal with both of those things. So I love the patience that GG Peps had to wait to use that final cage, or to at least rotate through those ultimates and layer them so that you knew you'd be able to deal with the overhealth after it had expired.
So, some of the fights we've watched in this map so far have been the silliest fights of all time.
So
4
funny.
cages, I think 3 cages in that last fight. There was a 4-cage fight.
Yeah.
Like, my goodness, it's just absurd. Because everybody is so grouped up, and when the duplications come in as well, it's pretty easy for them to get a cage, because everybody is grouped up in one cage, and then another one happens, so everybody has to stay in that one, and then another one happens, so everybody has to stay in that. It's just it's the Royal Rumble. Need GB on the mic screaming about it. It's like WWE, you know what I mean? Like, it is insane.
Yeah.
But there you go, GG Peps on match point against Space Station. No one from the desk gave them 2 maps. It was only Zoe giving them 1. It's a very good chance for Peps here to net themselves a spot at EWC right off the back of this next map.
It's all coming up well for GG Peps, but you gotta be a little bit scared, I think, if you're a Space Station fan. Jaws, they played this Mauga composition at the DreamHack Dallas Major, but it didn't look so good. Partially because they played it against the Korean teams. So, like, let's give with a bit of a grain of salt, because the Korean teams with Mauga were unstoppable.
Yeah.
Pretty good reason why they ended up coming in first and second, respectively. But still, I think you have to have a good Mauga comp. You have to be confident with it in order to find success in this meta. And Space Station still not really showing the full power of a Mauga comp that they could have.
Yeah, and they're not putting any subs in either, so we're not going to see Sparker, and it will be double flex again from Backbone. So we're seeing Backbone and Psycho Perma stay in, so it will probably be just, again, the Echo and the Genji. And I think the Echo does make a lot of sense here, especially as you are going up against Peps, who does like the Pharah. Although going into Esperanza, I'm curious if we're even going to see that now. I think Naga's probably just going to stick on the Echo, because how much impact he's having getting those duplicated Mauga cages. We'll have to wait and see. Exodial is going to definitely stick with the cast. That is a no-brainer at this point either. I mean, I played a little bit around with other picks in the first map, but the Casty, by far, strongest hero. But Space Station Gaming, despite them locking in a place at EWC, don't exactly want to go down to the lower bracket. Unfamiliar territory is an understatement for them.
I mean, to be fair, though, this is still good practice. So even though we aren't seeing this Mauga composition super convincing, you know, that last fight on Eichenwald looks a little different if we do see Naga with the Echo duplicate as well. Having expended it in the fight before that, unfortunately, you just have the ultimate disadvantage. So it's not like it's... I guess it's like I'm used to seeing Space Station dominance, I suppose, is where I'm like, oh, this is not as successful.
I mean,
I want to see dominance.
Yeah, like we just saw on the little lower third there as well, that Space Station are 8-0 against the top teams in EU. Like, they're not used to defeat at all, by any stretch of the imagination. You know, going down maps, fine, but like going down whole series like this, it really shows. I'm not sure if they're in a lull here, but it feels like Peps have just leveled up, just taking this meta in their stride, and seem to have the perfect pieces for it as well. Exodial gets to play Cass, and Naga can play Pharah, or he can play the Echo. Like, it doesn't really matter. And Tread also, too, is very much on an upward trajectory right now in terms of his career and just how well he's been doing. So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, the loser here, like you saw in the other lower third, too, will play against Quick Esports down in the lower bracket.
So either way, I think these teams are going to be totally fine. If you get the win here, you're feeling really great about continuing your run in the upper bracket. And I think if you go down to the lowers, I think you still feel pretty confident about your chances versus Quick Esports. Not to say that Quick Esports are a bad team. but I think you still have to roll in with the confidence that you came in from the upper bracket side. But heading into Esperanza, no substitutions. I feel like it's just going to be more of the Mauga because you can't really force the Winston dive, even though we know that Hadi has a good one. If you're running the Winston into the Mauga, we've seen that the pace of that is just so mismatched between the teams.
Yeah, makes the most sense to me. Just the Maugas again. Picked by Space Station here too. Reverse sweep starts now. Survivor and Jugtown. Up in the next couple of maps if Space Station can take this one home. Tell you what we have seen too. A lot of full caps or close to full caps on Esperanza over the last couple of days. Some of the games haven't been that close to be fair though in EU, so it's still cool to see.
I don't think this one will be a full cap.
No, there's no way. There's some sort of ridiculous miracle from either side, I think, if or a ridiculous fumble from the other team. Sigma, Cass, Echo, Bat, Lucio. Ooh, an honest comp. Good call, Psycho says. Good call.
That'd be fun.
Are they going to do it?
I don't think we're going to see that, but it would be fun.
No, it will be fun. A little bit of that, a little bit of this.
Oh, Reinhardt, please, please.
Give him the honorable duel at least one time.
Not quite to be.
At least with a place on the line, right, EWC. Probably not worth messing around right now when Peps is so close. Can't let this happen again. So, same comps here. Naga Farah, no Echo. Will be, again, Backbone Psycho. Genji Echo.
Similar compositions as we've seen these two teams run for the majority of this series, but we know that Naga has the potential to switch to something like the Echo. He feels like this Echo is becoming too dominant, but it's going to be so important to win this first fight. Naga already off to a good start.
Yeah, we'll take that kill any day of the week. One less person you have to worry about. Naga very good on the Farah. Always has been. Very good projectile player. A lot of the time now in Overwatch 2 we say it a lot, but got to play everything as a DPS player. You definitely have your preferred kind of role in the projectile or the hit scan. And Naga very proficient on the projectile, that is for sure. And no one's looking at him currently because it's pretty hard to. Something that you pointed out a little bit earlier on. The Echo's a very good counter more often than not. But a hit scan even better at taking down the Farah. Exodio, speaking of hit scan, does end up going down, but still. Gaming Gladiators Peps moving the bot.
And starting to build up to those ultimates too. Naga's done so much spam damage that this barrage is going to be on upline pretty quickly. Same with the Kitsune rush from Yoham. Landon just dying a little bit too early in those fights to try to match that type of progress. But I say that, and then I think Psycho can make up for that in spades with this duplicate being online. First cage in this match, potentially.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
That wouldn't surprise me at all one bit, to be honest with you. Well, here comes the rush. Space Station deciding they want better of this fight. They end up running away. High ground control is going to be quite nice for Exodial. Does receive a small bit of hit damage, and it will be Backbone and the rest of the gang now charging forward with this sound barrier. Gonna need to find something. High Noon pops. GG Peps all pretty low, deflecting the face of Exodial right now. Oh, flicks back, hits Backbone square in the jaw with that High Noon. And he knows that Psycho is behind them too. And Naga not receiving any healing there from Yoham or FD. Got pretty hard to heal as Lucio, to be fair, but ends up going down. So a small trade, but a sound barrier from FD God now could just see through this fight. There is the beat. Oh, it doesn't hit Shred. Oh, FD God didn't quite slip in the cage there, so that did not connect.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Space Station, though, are able to take back control of this bot away from Peps, and the bot also didn't move very far. So Space Station get a chance to push this under the bridge. They get this high ground control as Peps are going to be coming back as well, which gives them this opportunity for their own spam damage down into that building. You can see Backbone as well as Psycho trying to lock that down with the tri-shots and shurikens. But back up a little bit. You don't want to get caught by this barrage.
Well, the cage and then the barrage. Oh, nothing left but a bit of brickwork, blood and viscera on the pavement there. That barrage doing its job with the cage.
So powerful. Like, no overhealth is going to save you there. Not even a cardiac overdrive is going to save you. So I think that it was always just a fight that Space Station have to take the L on, but they didn't expend anything else there, so come back in with something like the Blade.
Very aggressive rush, though. I like that play a lot from GG Peps. I mean, knowing that you could potentially get checkpoint here if you win that fight, and when they do, they end up just crouching around the corner, using the rush, and surprising Astro as it gets deleted, and that'll be checkpoint for GG Peps.
And this is where the snowball can start to happen because they have the close spawns. They also have the high ground control again. Who are you hitting with this high noon?
Oh, close to hitting Backbone there. But there's Psycho needs some heals desperately. Naga from the high ground, little dive bomb from the Pharah. Anime Blade in disguise, but unfortunately Backbone losing. Naga is still concerned where Naga might be hiding, but eventually descends down from the heavens. And with 5 minutes to go, a rush needs to be invested here by Space Station to take back control of this bot, but Peps with a perfect disengage don't lose a single person.
Not at all. And they are going to back up pretty far, though. So giving up all of this space over to Space Station means that, you know, Peps can set up on this high ground and come back in with their own rush to push that back.
They split a lot of the team, too. Psycho's not really in this fight unless he finds a flank angle right now. Still has the duplication, so could Hail Mary, I suppose. But here's the bot. FD God just taxiing in. Gets a couple more meters for free.
Now with the barrage too, Peps, they have 3 ultimates here to work with. High noon first.
Ooh, still sees the deflection on the high ground there, or not the high ground, but the Genji jumping in the skies. A trade, Astro for Naga. There's the cages. There's the second cage. And Treads, fortunately for us, cannot put down a third cage. Space Station finally winning a fight, getting a team kill.
But now they need to win 2 to get this first checkpoint on launch and potentially even match the progress that Peps have made already. And we're halfway through this time bank. So kind of running out of time for Space Station to be able to get these team fight wins and cleanly. They've got this Blade rush combo that's going to be really nice to have, especially knowing that FD God has a sound barrier. So you're hoping that Space Station is going to be able to win out this fight with that ultimate combo.
Blade for Backbone looking pretty juicy though, I must say. High ground control in favor of Peps right now, and there's the rush on the low ground, but landed, sniped away by Naga's rockets. FD God still with the sound barrier in hand too, probably doesn't even need to use it. Doesn't look likely. As Exodial on the high ground, completely undisturbed by Space Station. Can't quite dislodge him, and now they're going to try and steal the bot away. Good kill onto Hardy too. I mean, a slow bleed out here is exactly the opposite of what Space Station want. They're trying to just all int on to the point now to stop GG Peps getting any free progress.
Now what, though, right? Like, your hope was for Space Station to pull the trigger first, get that ultimate combo out, and now it's going to be GG Peps that have that ultimate advantage, and Exodial's so far forward for this high noon.
The amount of aggression that GG Peps is showing is working out fantastically. I mean, they're getting so much free progress on the bot right now. I mean, look at that. 85 plus meters, almost nearing that final stretch, and they got a rush and a sound barrier and a cage. They got pretty much everything they need to put around this final corner. Blade and Beat is going to come out, but not well. Backbone's trapped in here. I mean, he's still slicing away at people and eventually kills Treads. Naga goes on a cheeky little flank, does find one with the barrage, but again, it's just stalling out of time here and just making Space Station burn ultimates they don't want to use.
They had to use a lot too, like the sound barrier plus the Genji Blade. Just as even a response mechanism to this barrage, cage, and rush. GG Peps did use a little bit more in that fight, but having the barrier advantage right now is so crucial. Not only to be able to deal with this duplicate and potentially just the cage that might come out from here, but also the time bank is already a quarter. We've got 2.5 minutes left on this clock. The Space Station have to win 2 clean fights. Sound barrier might be able to stall out one of them for long enough.
Well, this duplication might be what they need, but landing dead again, same exact spot too. They've lost the main source they're healing, and all they're healing now, I suppose. Duplication for Psycho, free cage. They trap FD God and kill him, but at what cost? I mean, Psycho and Hardy, okay, they actually end up coming out with big kills here. This cage from Hardy actually cementing themselves on this checkpoint, and by some miracle, Space Station, even after losing both their supports, end up coming up with a fight win.
Oh my goodness. Psycho, Hadi absolutely clutched that up. And to be able to get this first checkpoint is massive. Because now it's not too much farther for them to go to try to grab this checkpoint. And the rush can help create some space here for Space Station to just keep operating so far forward. Tread's so low though. You've got to follow up this with a pick.
High noon, everybody peeking. Ooh,
Don't test
lot
him.
of damage, but a lot of space. And the bot has been stolen. Grand Theft bot. It's been taken away, and Space Station know it too. They're going to try and go low ground here. I was going to say maybe they wrap high, but across to the Mega on the left-hand side maybe, but it looks like they're just going to go the shorter distance here. Okay, there's the bot. They've snagged it away. But now we are back to the mid-fight with only a minute to go.
And Naga has such good open sight lines onto the team.
Both rushes have been used, Rose. Hardy's super low, charges in, doesn't want to go too far though, receives the beat, but that overhealth's already gone. Later beat from FD gone now, and there's the barrage. Landing in trouble once again as Tread focuses him out with the help of that damage from the Pharah. I think that might just be it. 40 seconds to go. Double DPS Ultima is still available for Space Station, but GG Peps win this fight, have the cage, and with 30 seconds and a 40-meter lead, they are looking good to secure their space at EWC.
Oh boy, I fail to see a world where Space Station is going to be able to make a clutch this big against a team that has proven to be so strong as GG Peps. They don't have a lot to work with outside of this cage, so maybe Space Station can carve out at least a team fight win here. But it's all out in the open to have to contest this bot when you know that Naga has free sightlines over you alongside Exodial.
Well, here's overtime. GG Peps are backed all the way up to this high ground, and Space Station need to just continually touch this bot now. That job lies in Hardy. There is the cage on the point, a duplication and a blade. They're gonna need to blow everything, but the high noon on the other side of the cage. Exodio kills Backbone. Another cage might come through in just a second, though, as Psycho's 20% away from it, but the duplication does end up getting destroyed. FD God falls down to the focusing beam, and Space Station Gaming now losing health. I mean, Funny Astro landed their 1 HP. Exodio comes up big with a kill onto Psycho, and Hardy on the point, luckily full HP, is going to be able to push this bot now, but he's still standing in front of Exodio and a rushing Yoham. It is a 2v1 on the point. I mean, the overtime is all but complete, and GG Peps have won a slot at EWC.
Holy shit. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Best in the West.
Oh, let's go!
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go.
Woo! Woohoo!
Hey guys, Gaming Gladiators, we're here in your comms right now, the desk right now. This is an insane upset for you guys. It's Jake here. That's an incredible upset for you guys. What does this mean to you guys?
Zago, that's Primus, guys. Zago, that's Primus.
Yeah, we're here with you right now.
List anymore.
Here, we're all here. We're listening in.
Hello. Oh my god.
You guys, like, did you see this coming? Did you feel like you were gonna win and in dominant fashion?
Yeah, I actually thought today. Yeah, I thought today. I come to the screen, I say, I have a feeling today we're gonna win. And we actually
Called it, he called everything.
And I lost all my ranked games before. That means you're gonna win officials. So.
I did too, I think so.
I mean, that was dominant though. That was 3-0. Like, did you expect a tougher series, or like you were just dominating throughout?
No, I'm not gonna lie, it was just the biggest coach gap in the world. Christopher's a clown. So we are pretty good on the meta, so yeah, we kinda expected to have a good match there. So
Were you surprised to see the lack of hit scan on the other side? Do you think that would have given them maybe a bit more of an edge?
I think so,
yeah. Zodiac just gaps Sparker, to be honest, so it's not really gonna be a difference.
I think we would have won anyway. Yeah,
letting Exo unchecked is wild to me. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't switch to anything.
What about the Hardy theory on the Mauga? What's going on there, Ted?
The Hardy theory.
What's the Hardy theory?
The Hardy theory is when you get to attack first in the overtime round, you win. Even though you have less time or anything, you just win.
Of course, yeah. And we did on Icon, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Hardy theory.
Hardy's a smart man, bro.
I mean, offense first is always better. There's a reason why we pick it. You know how to defend after your offense.
And also, Tread on Eichenwalder, just like, oh, I stopped inting and we won. Was that the key?
Yeah, that was the key.
Actually, that's close to that, to be honest.
That was the key.
Sometimes it's that simple. Guys, with this victory, you now officially qualified for EWC. How does that feel looking ahead? You are now having an opportunity at the prize pool of $1 million.
I'm looking forward to seeing Christopher on the plane.
Okay.
Personal.
we got to apologize. We didn't believe in you guys. We thought Space Station would be the stronger team. I mean, they were the best team in Europe.
Hey, I gave you a map, guys.
What the hell?
Well, I mean, they were the best team in Europe, right? We saw it in Dallas, but now you guys have completely blown those rankings out of the water and changed everything. I mean, that's an incredible. This is a big moment for Overwatch history. No one has really challenged either of the top 2 teams, and now we've got a third serious contender. We got Virtus Pro on the other side of the bracket, so I think the EU region has just become so much more interesting and competitive now.
They're just clowns, I guess.
It's just clans.
All right.
Sometimes it be like that. You know what? Best in the West, we heard it in your comms. It was a very impressive performance. We hope to see more of that. We're going to let you celebrate now. What a victory, what a day, what a match. Thank you guys so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was GG Peps, their winning moments as we barge in. I love that we do that. They don't know it. They were happy. A little
sound like they were happy.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good. It's a huge win. I mean, this is a statement win for the team.
This is, yeah. I mean, we didn't see that coming, but we do have to address what we saw or what we didn't see. Not seeing a hit scan on the other side, that was an interesting choice, and there's definitely a lot to unpack there. But also, before we do all of that, let's focus on the winning side. Let's focus on how they got it done. I think one of the instrumental pieces, Johnny, you mentioned him in the pre-show, Naga. You said that he's going to be a key figure in making something happen for GG Peps, and he surely did on that Farah map 1.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a look at a couple of barrages that I think were really instrumental and set the pace for the rest of the series. So you can see Naga here using the barrage to shut down Hadi, and he's using it in close corners, and he's using the environment. He's using the map to take cover while he's using these barrages. So right here, for example, Hadi pushes over this corner, and Naga gets the barrage going, and there's nothing really to stop him from using that barrage effectively. And I mean, this is one ultimate. You're getting a lot of value. You shut down the enemy Mauga. And I feel like SSG, they felt this pressure throughout this entire series. They had a little bit more success, SSG, on Eichenwalde because it was harder for Naga to get this kind of value. But I think going off to a good start with really great barrages like this and forcing Hadi to maybe back off and hesitate a little bit from rounding these corners, especially when SSG, they're playing a Echo Genji composition. They can't really fight the long range poke game as much. They want to get up there and brawl. I think Naga shut down Hadi really effectively with barrages like that throughout the entire series pretty much. But specifically those 2 barrages on Oasis, I think, demonstrated how Naga utilized the Farah to shut down Mauga pretty effectively.
Absolutely. And as we're looking at the general highlights here, Jake, let's discuss the composition we're seeing there from Space Station Gaming. I mean, obviously double flex DPS. That's something we've seen at the major in Dallas, right? That worked really, really well for the Korean teams. Did not seem to hit the same stride for SSG.
You know, what's interesting is I can see the theory behind the Echo pick, right? That, okay, we could copy the Mauga 1-to-1 with a Farah. Echo is a really strong duelist, should be able to bully the Farah really consistently. But I just feel the way the Mauga comp plays, it's not that realistic. It's not that your Farah is ever alone on the flank and not available to be 1v1 by an Echo. Maybe on Ike that could be true, but on most maps, the Farah is sticking close to the team, playing in the Lucio aura, and by the time you go look at the Farah, you know, you're Cassidy and Mauga are shooting back at you. And so in the end, the Echo duplicate is just much less consistent than the power that Barrage gives to just instantly end team fights, instantly damage through even the incredible health pools that a hero like Mauga brings to the table. And so I think the Echo pick is ultimately a strategic mistake here, especially partnered with the Genji, who really wants to play fast, really wants to play aggressive. Echo kind of needs time to work her magic. She needs time to cycle those cooldowns, and even the focusing beam, you're just not going to consistently have targets below half since they can lifesteal back to full so quickly. That 50% heal threshold is really actually difficult to achieve consistently.
And Exodial is getting the player of the match. I mean, the DPS lineup for this team, they've done so much work for this victory.
Yeah, I mean, Exodial brought out the Genji in this one, like a lot of Hitscan players have had to do, bringing out the Genji as well. But, you know, Exodial's been lights out. Was our Stage 2 MVP in OWCS, so I think that pretty much gives an accurate summary of, like, what Exodial has done so far this year. Another great performance. And, I mean, it's so difficult for SSG when you're playing against this Farah and Cassidy composition because, like, how many times is it like, oh, we have to deal with the high noon coming up. We have to back away. We have to hide from this high noon. And then next thing you know, oh, there's a barrage coming through with a cardiac overdrive. Oh, here's a cage fight. Like, it's so annoying to deal with this when it comes to, like, fight momentum and trying to get some kind of positive, aggressive momentum when you're playing the Genji Echo composition. So, Exodial, another damage player that was instrumental in this series. But, you know, at this point as well, I feel for the support and tank players who are like, please don't give player of the match to the Hitscan players. Please recognize the support players. But they have a lot of impact. I think you could have made a couple different cases, though.
I mean, I think Gaming Gladiator said it well in the comms. Like, it's kind of crazy to leave a player like Exodial unchecked. I mean, he's been looking like a real star in the region, like a player that you got to be having your eyes on for one of the best in the world right now. I mean, just looking at the eye test on those clips, that's a really impressive clips to me. Like, he's pulling off these critical, you have very little time to make a kill, and he finds a double dink headshot. You know, that's what separates the hit scan at this level, is that they just find those plays where it shouldn't really happen. You know, you're not set up for success, and you just make magic happen. At least with like a Venture Genji, you could just full on int on the Cassidy, don't let him play. But with the Echo, you gave him opportunities, and I mean, he takes them.
Also, it's great to hear as we joined their comms there and had a little bit of a back and forth. You know, the faith and the trust that team has in their hit scan player, that goes a long way. Like, they know that this young gun can take on. I mean, they figure he can gap a former RAL player, like, no problem. And they have absolute faith in that. And that is the confidence you need to have in your DPS line, right? And he certainly put in the work today. So, player of the match for Exodial, a dub for GG Pips. What a great match to start off our day. What an upset. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are currently at. Space Station Gaming falling 3-0 to GG Peps. Don't think anyone would have predicted it. Every bracket in the world and then some on fire. Now our next match, Virtus Pro going up against ENCE, is going to be a good one, and all of that will be broken down from us after this break. So don't go anywhere. everyone, welcome back. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. This is day number 3, and I swivel too far.
Wow, the chairs these days.
Yeah, chairs these days, man. Yeah, day number 3. We are one match into our day, and it's been a good one. We kick things off with an upset here in the EMEA region for the EWC qualifiers. I'm very excited for the second match. I hope for a very close series between those two teams.
I'm manifesting.
Speak it into existence.
Not
Virtus
real.
Pro going up against ENCE. ENCE technically considered the favorite heading into this, but I think a lot can be said about Virtus Pro and how they've looked thus far. I mean, first thing, of course, is that if Virtus Pro is going to get the dub here, they will guarantee themselves their flight ticket to Saudi Arabia. ENCE, of course, has already qualified thanks to their performance in Dallas at the recent major there. So for them, it's just for money and to stress test the new additions to the roster. But for VP, this victory would go a very long way. So let's chat. Talk about the roster here. VP first, what have we seen thus far?
You know, I think Shockwave's certainly the player that your eyes are drawn to when you look at this roster, and it's for good reason. His hit scan is elite, and he also has the flexibility to bring out the Genji to echo whatever is needed if they want to run those strategies. Expect to see plenty of hit scan from him, but if they feel there's a better option, Shockwave can handle it. Sauna as well. Didn't get to see him play as much on the Florida Mayhem when he was on that team for the championship season, but still a very strong player in his own right. Has looked better and better on the Tracer as of late, although I'm not sure that's going to be super relevant in this matchup. It gives them good options should ENCE throw curveballs their way, and I think that's going to be something Virtus Pro is going to have to deal with. ENCE is a pretty flexible team, especially with Chase in the lineup. They can bring a lot of different looks, and so the challenge for Virtus Pro is going to be adapting through the series and continuing to have answers as ENCE continues to develop through the series, because this is a pretty formidable opponent. I mean, yes, we just saw a crazy upset, but still, I think Virtus Pro, as much as I think they're a very strong team, this would be a huge upset for them as well. A team that just hasn't been together and isn't as experienced as this ENCE roster.
Absolutely. Yeah, if we're chatting about ENCE here, I mean, let's go back. Let's go back to the very end of our Dallas Major, where, as we saw, those double flex DPS compositions really excel. We were questioning the status quo of hitscan players or Cassidy in general in the meta. Johnny, one person on ENCE, it certainly made a good case for why Cassidy is here to stay.
Yeah, I think if you're ENCE and you're reflecting on the past 2 weeks, I think they're really happy the way the meta has gone in the fact that Pharah and Cassidy is really viable, especially if you had to face a team like Virtus Pro, who has already beaten them in the qualifiers leading up to this match. But instead, Cassidy is quite here to stay in this meta, right? And we're seeing a lot of Pharah with that. You also have Kevster on your team who can play the Genji or play the Pharah depending on what you need, right? So I think ENCE are really happy with how this meta has developed since Dallas, and I think that gives them a better chance against a team like Virtus Pro. I still feel like Virtus Pro, they could bring out a double flex kind of composition. I think they could bring out a very brawl-heavy style, playing Genji, playing Venture, put pressure on Kai. But with Pharah and Cassidy being stronger the way it's gone, I do feel like ENCE, they have a better shot at winning this series than you perhaps would have expected a couple of weeks ago, especially considering Virtus Pro and their form going into this tournament.
Absolutely. If we're looking at our predictions, though, as I said, this could very well be a close one, so I feel like you could have leaned either way. However, I go with the old and trusted, and there's just so much star power on this roster. Quite frankly, I think if we're stacking those two rosters up pound for pound, they have the upper hand in literally every single role. You can't bet against Kai and Kevster or Massa even, or like anyone really. And then Cloudy yesterday rocked up, had a good time. So I'm a fan. I don't expect to see Cloudy in again, but it was fun while it lasted. So I give this one to ENCE. I hope for one map at least for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think there's a chance of a competitive series here. I'm hopeful that Virtus Pro can be another team to enter into that top level in Europe, but I've got to favor ENCE. I think they're the stronger team. I think they got the experience gap, and I think Skyripa is actually a great addition to this team. I think this really shores up some of their weaknesses, adds more flexibility back to the roster. You're not worried about, do we need to sub Crimzo in, and is Ghost too focused on the Batiste? No, you got Skyripa to kind of cover all your bases. I think this is a wise pickup, and it puts them in a great spot in the meta.
I actually regret picking ENCE because I don't feel like we're giving enough credit to Virtus Pro and the form they've had in the face leading up to this qualifier.
Will they let you flip? Will they let him flip?
I don't know if it's possible to flip because that's a nightmare for production, so I apologize. But Virtus Pro, they've been really good in FACEIT qualifiers leading up to this playoffs. And I would have said Virtus Pro is the third best team in EMEA going into this tournament. That was before Peps beat SSG, of course. Now I'd say there's like a top 4. But I really do think that Virtus Pro, the way that they've been playing, the meta is really up their alley, and they got 2 flexible players. They got their aggressive style going for them. They're really really pushing the pace. They're taking it to the other teams. So I think Virtus.pro, I would not be surprised in the slightest if they actually come out here and beat ENCE in convincing fashion.
Let's see what the community thinks.
Well, there is
surprising.
name value on ENCE, and so
You are such a hater for the line.
I am officially a hater of name value. But okay, ENCE, they were in Dallas, but again, Virtus.pro, recent form has been phenomenal, and I think they've really hit their stride in this meta. So I'm sticking up for the 21% in the chat.
And yet you did, in fact, not pick Virtus.pro. I mean, that's all it is. They didn't let you flip, but now you're going to look like a genius regardless of who's winning, because you can say, like, I want.
That's why I'm here after all these years.
You were just playing the system.
Classic Johnny
playing
move.
The system. Jack and Nick, who you got for this one?
I'm not sure. I really like Virtus.pro, and I like what Johnny picked up on. Their pacing over the last games that we've seen them is like kind of insane. Like, they're always just pushing the limit of the other team as much as possible. 6th, 7th, 8th gear, just like running at them, spawn holding them, and they've really found their own style and way of playing the meta. So yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's going to be a close one regardless. I still think ENCE are a top tier team, but you cannot bash Virtus.pro in this meta at all. I think they found their own unique way of playing it.
I think what's so tough, though, is that you can expect Chase to have such an aggressive engage every single time that he's going to play the Mauga. And on the flip side, Rajaro, in their series on day number 1 versus Nuage, they were playing the Sigma. So, like, Sigma versus Mauga, how does that actually fare? And does Rajaro actually feel the flexibility and the capability to want to go Mauga?
Yeah, questions yes to be kind of answered. And like with the games that we've seen in the EU recently anyway, they've been fairly one-sided. So you're like, is this their true test? Is this their like final form? Because last time they actually met each other, like Virtus.pro took the series 2-0. So history repeating itself maybe? Maybe Virtus.pro kind of have something on ENCE right now, or maybe ENCE are in a little bit of a lull period, and maybe Virtus.pro just kind of rocketing on up. Of course, Rose, same kind of stakes here as our previous game, with ENCE already making it to EWC. This is Virtus.pro chance to make it there. They win this game, just like Peps did in our previous series, and they lock their place in. If they don't end up winning, well, that's fine. They can go down a lower bracket, they can fight their way through there, and they have another chance.
Yeah, huge stakes to play for here for Virtus.pro. They would love to be able to play on that LAN at the Esports World Cup, but it starts here against a behemoth of an opponent such as ENCE. Could happen, just like it did for Team Peps, where you do get a smaller upset, I would think, between these two teams, but still an upset nonetheless. In Oasis, maybe this is where we get a chance to see if Rajaro even wants to end up playing something other than the Sigma. And we did see the Roadhog on City Center. I will say, we did see the Roadhog on City Center. Maybe we get to see a silly pick.
I mean, maybe. Am I hoping for it? Yes. Are we likely going to see it? Probably not, but I'm all here for it. I tell you what pick we didn't see last series. It was the Venture.
That's true. That's true. I think the Venture would have fared really well against something like Exodial's Cassidy. Jake was touching on that on the desk and would have been a great way to be able to shut that down. We also know that Kai has a propensity to lean into the Cassidy and any of these hit scan heroes. So if Virtus.pro want to bring out Venture as one of those flexible picks, Kai would be a great target to go after. But as these gates unlock, Jaws, we are getting a semi-answer to this question where Chase wants to go the Mauga for this ENCE comp, and Virtus.pro are running the Rajaro Sigma.
Rajaro Sig and Shockwave on the Ashe. They had a lot of success of it in their previous series. Their own style to the meta is very nice. I'm all here for it, especially the Ashe. I love watching Ashe play. Not only because of Bob, but it just feels so satisfying watching Ashe get his headshots. A little bit more so than Cassie, I would say, just because of the ADS. Shockwave having the high ground is the perfect place for him. Already 40% away towards that Bob as well. Kebs is trying to find an off angle here as Shockwave taking a little bit too much damage. Spotting Master, who was trying to aid in a kill there, or aid Kebster in a little summon, ends up getting cleaned up, but a reflected coach gun kill. An even rarer form of a deflect kill from Kebster.
Oh, but it does just stall out the inevitable where Virtus Pro are going to be able to get this first cap. And this is where you can start to see some of those differences between the Sigma and the Mauga that really do lean towards the Sigma comp from Virtus Pro. It plays slower. You can't just necessarily walk into the Sigma, and you buy a lot of time here for Shockwave to get that dynamite damage and Sauna to go in and get that cleanup. Ents now switching chase over to the Winston, hoping this will fare a little bit better to get a jump onto that Ashe.
Chase can't hang around too long in the front line. Still always going to be afraid of that rock. And that coach gun, apparently, is right next to the Ashe there. Didn't expect Shockwave to be so close. Rajara's already got this Flux Rose. Like you said, with this change over to the Winston, they need to go, but are they expecting this? Oh, they managed to hit one. Rajara was confused there. It looked like who he actually hit, but it was Master in the end. A little Suzu will help him survive all that damage and a sound barrier from Master too. They still have losing Kai, but with a kill onto Kanair, Rajara is going to have to hold down the fort on the point, pretty much alone without any heals. A little pulse bomb landing onto the Winston, but Chase staying alive in his own bubble. Virtus Pro is still control over that point. I mean, Ents' backline there carrying that fight. Anything more than perfect would have resulted, you'd imagine, in Virtus Pro just kind of wiping the floor with Ents after that ult from the Sigma.
Oh, wow. You're even going to see, actually, this amplification matrix get used here by Virtus Pro. Not before Ents are able to finally get this point capture back and start to get some progress. But with Gala down, Virtus Pro don't have an opportunity to go in yet with this Ramatra that Rajaro just switched over to as they wait for that Lucio to come back. Virtus Pro are going to get set up and walk into this blade.
Let's dive with the blade. Yeah, it doesn't need to do much more than that, does Kevster, after killing Canal. And the lamp. Alrighty. Going extremely quick. Yeah, Rajaro switching over to the Ram is quite interesting. A lot less protection for Shockwave as well. I mean, the Vortex does a good job of kind of hindering people, but not as good as Sigma and like stunning with the rock. And like holding down a section with a shield, you know?
Yeah, and still, like, Rajaro not wanting to play the Mauga just yet into something like this Winston. You could just run over the rest of the team, but Ents now, they're starting to match that percentage of Virtus Pro. It's going to be maybe Kai with his overclock that can help them extend that.
Taking a lot of damage there, Rose. From Shockwave on the low ground from high. Oh, there's the overclock. He manages to tag Rajaro a couple of times in the back. I won't say it. Virtus Pro now just reeling with that. Gala took a shot initially there too. It was Kevster that's kind of cleaning people up. It's the job of the Genji after that overclock's been popped, really. Just follow up on those kills after they get hit with even just a body shot from the railgun.
Oh, push it.
Very good quick push into spawn that Rose exactly. Gala dead already. And look at Ents' pace, the sheer aggression here. Virtus Pro just kind of reeling from it, and they're going to have to touch too. 10% to go.
Oh, but they know they have the sound barrier too, so it's going to be even better for them.
Gonna force that recall. Sound barrier from Master. He's killed trying to chase down the Tracer. Kind of lost Sauna there, but Sauna does manage to get that to that mega health pack. Another coach cut reflect kill there from Kevster. So rare one back to back. Bob's on the point, locking it down for Virtus Pro. But unfortunately, it's only Bob and Rajaro left. They can hold hands to the end of time, but Bob thinks, you know what? I'll go next round, actually. And I think that's what Virtus Pro are going to have to do as well. Only got Sauna left on the point. That should be Ents claiming first.
That was super rapid 0 to 100 there for Ents after they finally figured out the comp that they want to run. Mauga, not so successful into something like the Sigma, but as soon as you got the Winston on board, one of Chase's best heroes, you have the Tesla cannon that's just going to work past the shield. You don't have anything to deflect that damage either, but as we head over to University, you do have a little less high ground to play around with, so maybe just a little bit better for the Mauga. Don't need to get access to anything.
And that's what Chase is hovering right now. Rajaro back on the Sigma. Okay. Okay. I've really enjoyed watching Shockwave play the Ashe yesterday, and against an opponent like Kai, it's going to be harder here.
It's been fun.
It's not much. It's not as many like long range capabilities. Like this point is very enclosed. Dynamite does a lot of work though, and when the DPS passive did get initially launched, Rose, I was always thinking like Ashe seems very strong with the DPS passive because you could light everybody up and everybody then receives that reduction in healing. Of course, Ents are going to have to go somewhat quick around these corners and just force Virtus Pro into a position where they don't want to be. It's exactly what they've done. They've kind of flipped the script on them now, flipped the map as the point is unlocked.
Oh, there's still Sauna though in the back, so these supports on Ents have to be careful.
Shockwave is surely dead, yeah. You see the coach gun usage there, and then Ents were like, oh, use coach already, and then just ran him down. Kevster already finding a double kill. Point hasn't been capped just yet. Virtus.pro ideally get the quick cap here, because Ents are definitely winning the fight. Yeah, they're not going to allow Ents to get some free percentage points. Or keep them at a minimum at the very least. Oh, I don't know.
Ents have the right idea though. They know that Shockwave is going to be a big problem after being such a star in their first match of this bracket. Ents know, like, okay, well, we can't let Shockwave just have free reign over the team. Kind of learning from the match that we had previously. He's getting run over right now.
He really is. Again, look how far Ents are playing up to the spawn. Using that window, in fact. Chase with the charge away under the low ground, but chased by the pulse bomb of Sauna. Good pickup by the Tracer. And now Ents has to just get back to that point and hope they can keep Kevster alive, who does have the blade, but against the Sigma, it's so hard to even dance around this point. You're not guaranteed any kills whatsoever because of that shield. Oh, Sauna, okay. I see you, Sauna.
Yeah, there's no health pack there for Kevster to grab, so he just was permanently at like 20 HP. It's much easier for Sana just pick up that kill and then just send Ents back to the drawing board. But they still have that blade. They also have that rush and that sound barrier to pair with it, so this blade should be pretty lethal here from Kevster.
Well, there is the blade. Flux is going to get matched with that sound barrier, but on the other side of the wall was Sky and Chase. Master hit the beat there, Rose, in that small corridor. So I don't think Sky and Chase were even afflicted with that over health. A big positional mistake there from Master, but almost couldn't be helped, really. You can't really blame Master for that whatsoever. It was just unfortunate that Sky and Chase were on the other side, and that over health did not help them at all during that flux.
Yeah, that flux just split the entire team, so you definitely can't blame Masa for that one. This Bob coming through is going to split Ents even further.
Yeah, destroys all the tableware and the silverware there. Running over the tables after Masa boops it into the corner. Gonna have to wait this one out, but Virtus.pro in a good spot. 70%, a kill onto Kevster too. A little dynamite action. Okay. Can they get Master as well? Surely they can. Master kills Scarlet. Okay, what? All right, okay. Maybe this is one flipped on his head completely. Shockwave in enemy territory right now, and Chase has spotted them out. Ended up chasing down with Jaro too with the help of Master. Master getting that kill on Gala was a little bit surprising. He managed to flip that fight around on its head, and there is the point.
Another easy capture here for Ents to come back after they were able to get that surprise first pick. Playing so far forward again because they know they have the cage and the cardiac overdrive to just pair with it. I mean, this amplification matrix could help. It makes the cage a little bit less scary, or at the very least buys Virtus.pro some space. But I'd be so worried about this cage if I were Virtus.pro.
Gala looking like he wants to go for something now. Does get rocked. And with this rush, he's in good standing. However, can't really match up against this window, so can't really force the issue. It's Kevster playing a little bit defense there, just reflecting through it so they can't shoot Chase, but that cage Rose that you said they have to be scared about, they just shrug it off. Use the window with Kineo all the way in the back line and make sure Chase can't get on top of them. Flux incoming for Ajaro. Master has the sound barrier, but it's actually Sauna that goes down first. No CDs down for Sky, and you can see the call from Virtus.pro. Run down the Kiriko and then save the world. Ents, they still got to deal with this flux somehow, and with Master using the beat, it does catch Chase and they get the kill, but this might just be all over. Sauna and Rajaro end up taking down Chase and Kev, and now it's only Master and Kai on the point. They're going to be able to touch even Kineo switching over to the Moira to try and get back in time. No, just a little bit of spawn tech there, just using that fade, and then chasing over to the Baptiste. Very, very bit of small
But
tech.
Chase is on the Doomfist, so definitely wants to get back to point fast enough.
Yep, there's the 99 flip. Kev still with the blade 20. Who gets an ultimate up here first for Ents? Probably Kev. But they have to deal with this Bob, almost perfect for locking things down, but Sauna's already down to some random shurikens in the back. Kineo's going to be the target, blade's been popped, Lamb pulled on the high ground, Kineo in trouble, Kev's just spotted him on the high ground, but no dash to follow up. Kineo has just slipped away from him, and the Bob on the point is going to lock it down. Shockwave finding 3, including the Bob. And Kev's blade, the savior really for Ents there, just waylaid by Kineo, just slips out of his grasp.
Ash is going to be such a difficult target to hit, as well as the Baptiste. Both of them have forms of mobility that'll just get you right out of arm's reach of something like that Genji. completely denying those resets. You've got Coach Gun for Ashe, you have the Moon Boots from Baptiste, and then you just walk away after that. Amazing stuff there from Virtus.pro to tie up this map. I take back what I said about the Sigma. A good choice here, especially on University, to know that that shield is going to help protect you from a lot of that damage, and some great use of those ultimates reactively from Virtus.pro to deny that value from ENCE, like the cage we were talking about before. But as we head over to City Center, is the Sigma going to be enough? There's this high ground control that both of these teams are going to want to take, and it's going to be ENCE that beats them first to the punch to try to get this high ground set up for Kai.
Yeah, it looks like Virtus.pro there, Rose, kind of almost called ENCE going height. They kind of knew that was going to happen, so they decide better of it. They decide to actually just take the other side of the map. And once again, finding a little flip on them. Chase ignoring Rajaro as he tries to get to that backline, and just see Canal using that lamp. The lamp icon with a little popped up on his health bar. Sky dead, not great. Then Rajaro, these fights are so split. Not like 2v2s happening across the map. Chase isolated Master with a kill though onto Sauna. Very messy stuff so far. Ideally, ENCE want to jump in as 5 rows, but kind of unable to do so. So much split attention by the looks of it.
You talk about the split fights, and it just limits so much of the healing output that Masa can have, especially after Sky went down so early. All of those 1v1s, 2v1s are just going to be won out by Virtus.pro. Having a bit more staying power with something like that Baptiste that can hit from range.
There's a good engagement from Chase, deciding against the Mauga now. Yeah. Onto the Winston. Sauna is still just tearing up ENCE currently. Like a piece of paper in a shredder. Gala too just putting up some big numbers. Virtus.pro just handily dealing with ENCE and what they're throwing at him.
This Sigma comp has just been working out so well for them. Rajaro has just so much sustainability that Shockwave gets a chance to hit those dynamites. Look at that. I mean, Kevster just can't get healed up really through all of that damage unless he just gets hit by a couple headshots from this Ashe.
Yeah, it's just like buying time. That's the ideal. Well, Bob came out. He's going to try and avenge Shockwave after they receive a railgun to the face. Kai is stuck in spawn. Literally stuck in spawn. The Bob is stood there and he can't move. And Sauna, all the meanwhile, is just checking the backline permanently. Master's already dead. Sauna's got a pulse bomb, survives the engagement from ENCE, or the little poke from ENCE there. It's now Virtus.pro, close to 99, already at 80%. They got ults to spare. A window to stop ENCE using that rush to jump on the backline, and Rajaro can put himself on the point for still some additional time. Even Gala still with the beats, and he's going to utilize it. A Primal Rage does end up killing Canale, but still Rajaro finding Masa without a hope and a prayer. There's the Primal Rage eventually being utilized by Chase to get back to the point to help the rest of his team. But is it too little too late, Rose? As Rajaro is still holding down the fort, and Sauna is just going absolute demon mode on the Tracer.
Oh my goodness, this is just a lights out performance here from Virtus.pro. They call it a C9, I mean, it's not even close.
Virtus.pro dominating ENCE there on that final stage. A 99-0. This Sigma comp just so well drilled.
So good. It leans into so many of just the best heroes that you have on that DPS roster. One of, I think, the things that Shockwave got so well known for, even during his time in the Overwatch League, was just all of those projectile heroes. The Hanzo, we ended up seeing a lot of Sojourn from him as well, that just with those charged railgun shots always seemed to find their mark one way or another. Just didn't quite live up to the potential that this player had with the history of his Overwatch League run. Now, though, on this team, Rajaro seems like the perfect person to help make sure that Shockwave has that space.
No, the desk was calling it a pretty close game. I think that's what it's going to come down to. I mean, hey, maybe we just go all the way to a map number 5. Very different for EU over the last couple of days, and I wouldn't be too against it. Here's some highlights for you from this last map, but it was really just Shockwave and then Sauna kind of trading, like, okay, now your time's carry, now your time's carry. And Shockwave, especially over the last 2 stages, or sorry, the first 2 stages, on the Ashe looked so clean, and then Sauna on the Tracer. I don't know the stats from that last series, but Sauna, that last stage even, Sauna had to have died maybe once, most twice. Like he was dominant that whole time.
Could that have been a deadlift? Like, I know it's difficult for us to get the stats on this one again, but like, I surely believe that.
That last round definitely, like the amount of times he was in the kill feed for final blows at least, like, yeah, ridiculous stuff from Sauna. And I liked the point Jake made on the desk too, about Sauna being on the roster for the championship winning Mayhem.
He was, and I think something that a lot of people don't remember, though, just because of the firepower that Florida Mayhem had, Sauna has always been an incredible Tracer player. Almost a one-trick, actually, during his time in the EMEA contender scene, but probably more well-known for the May that he ended up playing on Team Finland for the World Cup. But you can't count him out. That Tracer certainly has things to say.
All right, we're going to Iconvalda again next. So, I'm not too surprised to see Iconvalda. EU does seem to be like, okay, we're going to play Oasis, and then we are going to play Iconvalda, or like at least perma Iconvalda.
Yep.
We've seen it a lot in Nepal yesterday, and now today it's just been Oasis. So yeah, I mean, it's just these maps in the EU pool, apparently, nothing else. No substitutions coming in for either side either.
Okay, so we might just continue to see a little bit of the same. Thinking about the Virtus Pro match versus Nuage, they ended up playing the Sigma comp again. They played Baptiste. They actually played some Alari. I remember you getting excited about the Gala Alari, so maybe we get a chance to see a little bit more of that. That'd be fun.
I'd be very down. I'm not sure though, because they're so it's with Chase especially, like they can play the Winston, they can play really fast, so we'll have to wait and see. Of course, like I mentioned, I can vote up next Esperanza, Suravasa and Shambali if we want to go there, and I hope we do in this series. But Virtus Pro off to a very strong start on Oasis, especially that last round of 99-0. Is it going to be as evenly matched? Not sure. Ents picking this map too, Rose, so clearly feeling very confident on this one. Or it's just what everybody's been screaming for the last, like, I don't know how many weeks. So that and Esperanza. So.
It might be. It might be the Scrimbucks talking.
Every team, like, we'll just play this. We play all the time in Scrims anyway.
So honorable that they just want to pick the maps that everybody has practiced the most.
All right, let's go in then. Iconvalda in this upper bracket semi-final. Winner here does go and book their ticket to EWC. Of course, Ents have already got a ticket. It's up to Virtus Pro. Now, if they manage to take the series, they will go. If not, down to the lower bracket where they get another chance.
I mean, it's looking really good for Virtus Pro to just lock in a spot at the Esports World Cup after this series. If they can continue to play like that on the first map, then that would be awesome. But as we start to see Ents come out on the defense here, they're going to be leaning more into this comp that we saw on Oasis, the Mauga. We also have the Genji from Kevster, the Sojourn from Kai. And I think like this makes sense for the team. My only worry about the Sojourn is just how far away it's going to want to play from the rest of the team. While the Genji and the Mauga want to play together, you've got this Sojourn that's going to play so far back, but it is one of Kai's best heroes.
Not sure Rajaro is going to play the Hog, but you never know.
Totally could. We did see Rajaro play the Roadhog on City Center, like on day one.
But in this,
please.
There's just no way. On offense, Iconvalda, ain't no way, Chief.
Please.
Almost grabbed him at the top of the shot there. Oh, Gala. Okay, they are actually playing the Alari. The Gala Alari on Iconvalda. Okay, well, to be fair, they've seen Chase already on the Mauga, so... Okay, I'm interested to see how this ends up working out against Ents of all people. You can just sit up on this high ground forever, too. You just put that little pylon down, you're good. Just pepper the back line. Do a lot of damage with the Alari if you time your shots well. Speaking of which, well, Chase is already dead. Two-pronged attack there. Gala with no outburst, can't get away, but it doesn't matter. Got the backup of the rest of his team. Okay, Virtus Pro. I like what I'm seeing.
Me too. Larry just worked out so well, and already Chase is like, I don't want to play any more Mauga. I'm going to go back to the Winston. Truly a comfort hero here for Chase, but it just feels like it's the only answer that Ents feel like they have versus this Rajaro Sigma. Hopefully you're able to jump on it, but it feels so difficult when you know that Shockwave and Sana are still running rings around your backline.
You really need this high ground too. It's going to be very important for Sana to lock this one down. Oh, hello. There's a Winston up there. Yeah, okay, backing up now. He sees 3 players from Ents take high ground. Now, where does Gala play? So they're playing all the way at the back. They're just waiting for an engagement from it. It's pretty smart. Just have Rajaro basically solo push the point as far as he possibly can. I mean, Captain's Son is available too. It's going to hit a lot of people in that low ground. I believe Sky, though, did end up using that Suzu to cleanse that ability away, so completely negating it and healing everybody up as well. A little outburst from Gala there from high ground to drop down to low, pushing everybody away. A very short tap on the outburst will send you forward more, like propel you forward more. A longer hold, like a longer tap on the ability will send you up. So you can use that to mobilize. I guess mobilize would be the word, but move how you choose or how you please.
So many ults though for Virtus Pro here. Like this card's still rolling, by the way. Somebody's pushing it under the bridge.
Flux, Sam Barry.
They don't see him.
Yeah, they got to do something about it. The blade's coming through from Kevster. Shockwave and Kinel dead. They do know the payload has been taken, but it's been taken a fair distance. Sauna is chilling. Gala takes down Sky as Sky rotates with the rest of his team to try and deal with Sauna. Sauna manages to dash under the underground too, dodging out of the way as those Shurikens, not even taking the mini health back. Okay, a little cheeky. But they push the payload so far, Rose, that Virtus Pro have a lot of free movement now. A lot of free space.
They do. Like, they can just go through main, they can go under the castle. They know that the reinforcements are not so far behind, and it's just a great position to have to take.
Well, here comes the Bob too. Locking things down on the point. Chase had nowhere to run. Look at that pylon positioning as well. Good luck with that. I think Solo calling for a pause, however, on the side of Virtus Pro. So we'll see what that's about. So we just jump back to us for a time being. Look, we had a pause in the last series. We got a pause in this one. Okay, we one pause per game.
It's just building up the suspense to see which teams are going to make it to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the worst way to hold suspense of all time. A game pause. Yeah, but hopefully we will get it sorted.
That's all we got.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully we will get it sorted.
It's better than a blackout,
in just a moment.
so you know.
Yeah. Oh my god. Can we speak about that? That was insane. I could not hear Rose whatsoever, and then I listened back to the clip, and Rose is like, "Jaws, we are still live, by the way." And I'm like looking around at people like, "What's going on? What's going on?" I get on my phone. I'm trying to record something like. What's happening here? All right, I've just seen everybody's ready to go. I saw Master and Chase say they're good. So let's get back into the game. Captive Sun in 10%. Someone's got to touch, though. Someone's got to touch. Dash from Kevster. And the Genji there, getting healed up. But Master dead, Captive Sun active, and instantly pressing the ult. I mean, you might as well. And uh-oh, goodbye. Kai doesn't even suffer the explosive power of the sun there, just goes down to Sauna. Aggressive pylon usage there, throwing it towards the team, but looks like Gala is going to change hero here at the very end. Going to Lucio instead. It's been working out Virtus Pro thus far. 4 minutes, 20 seconds as those open the door.
C9.
C9, lol. Not sure that was a C9. They wiped.
No, it's not, but it's like it's the damage. Like, it's just, you're tilting them at this point.
This ends now.
My favorite fisherman is down. Sauna. My word, Sauna, calm down. This isn't official. Virtus Pro really wanted to make it a EWC, but Sauna, one of them. They got the pulse bomb, they got the flux coming around this final corner now, and the Ents have only got the rush.
Oh,
Rajaro,
no.
TP, Sky. You got a TP button, by the way. This is the final push here.
TP.
Someone needs to touch. I mean, of course they'll be able to get there.
Just gonna flux
yeah, exactly. The flux is going to come out in just a moment. The Suzu's already been used, so now Rajaro could be a go button here. However, they still got to be careful of this rush from the Kiriko. Blade from Kevster has been pulled, but instantly gets deleted high in the sky with the help of Rajaro there. And that is a C9 right there on your screen. That is a certified Charlie Niner. Crimzo even putting that one in the chat. Yeah, that happened. Again. It was UB the other day.
It's Eichenwald.
On third. And it's Virtus Pro's time. There you go. 3 minutes, 21 seconds to go. Put a clip compilation out. There you go. Easy one for socials.
Oh, like Sato almost got a back cap as well. Like, that could have been disastrous.
Maybe it was the
that's unlucky.
The mental damage like you were talking about with Ujaro spamming.
Just keep saying C9
exactly.
And eventually it's gonna come to fruition. It's like saying something in the, you know, it's like saying Bloody Mary in the mirror or whatever. I know, you turn around and then there it is.
Summoning a demon in like a bathroom when you were like in school versus, the manifesting a C9 Overwatch. They are tangibly linked, but they're there. I see it. I see it.
Right?
Jeez. All right. Okay. Well, hopefully ENCE can recover from that one. It's a tough one to recover from, but hey, we're going back to what we saw Virtus Pro play the other day on the defense. They got the Torb comp. The Torb, the Alari.
They sure do.
They got the Summoner, the Yu-Gi-Oh meta, we'll call this one. They got all the summons.
This is the 5 arms of Exodia right
exactly.
here.
They got 2 of them in Sauna's Junkrat and then Gala on the Alari. You need Sim for more summons. That could be one of the other arms, I suppose. What would be the tank? Who has the most summons on the tanks? I mean, Ram can summon a shield, I suppose.
Maybe Zarya. I guess the bubbles aren't really summons, but
it's tough for the tanks. We need to summon a tank. Oh, don't take that idea. Do not take that idea. All right, anyway, Kevster, Master taking a lot of damage on the entrance. And so well protected in the backline as well at Virtus Pro. Really tough to kind of dislodge him. Not only just the turret, but the amount of stuff you kind of have to wade through. Although Kai handily deals with Sauna, finds a nice little flank. That healing beam from Gala, making sure Rajaro and the rest of the gang are all good. It's tough too, because ENCE have to, in a way, you have to swing and kill the turret quickly. The turret's hasn't got that much health, but you take that out and the Alari can't do a lot of healing. Like the beam doesn't do that much and you can expend it so fast. So you do have to focus that down at least somewhat fast.
well, it's so tough though for ENCE to even get in here. I want to keep paying attention to like how Rajaro and Chase are matching up against each other, because Rajaro has just been so reactive when Chase is using those cooldowns. You see the overrun come in, you get an accretion to the face, and then Virtus Pro is able to follow up that damage, while the shield from Rajaro is blocking off any sort of healing that Chase can receive on something as tanky as the Mauga. So you talk about the DPS passive Jaws kind of working its magic here onto Chase, and it's very difficult to actually keep him alive to continue pushing forward with these engagements.
All right, Chase is going to go in. Almost instantly deleted. Captive Sun's coming out. No Suzu available. Oh, this is going to be deadly. I mean, Chase does take a brunt to that damage, and there's the Flux. Oh, he didn't need it in the end. Marsa, he's a Regeki on him, and that will be ENCE just getting cleaned up again. This comp is ludicrous, but I'm here for it.
So silly. I mean, you've got Shockwave on covering down one angle, you've got the Torp turret on another, and then you also have Kanale that can just lock down a third choke. So ENCE, they're sub 2 minutes and they still haven't had a chance to unlock this first point. 33% of the pie, but it's all at the back of this Blade as Sound Barrier.
Blade barrier, the Mortal Core comes out. Now Kevster has to worry about that too. A lot of damage onto that Tor, but taking a lot in return. He's killed Kanale, and there you go. Okay, the summons are down. Yugi has been defeated as Virtus Pro lose the points and inevitably switch off the Kyber comp. Yeah, I don't know. We'll work in title for the summons comp. But there you go. It will be.
That was just Chase throwing all of the cards into the water.
Yeah, there you go. Wait, guys, switching over to Lifeweaver now. Okay, no Lucio. A little bit of Weaver action from Virtus Pro.
Okay, so you've got the life grip at the very least to kind of like help pull Rajaro back if you feel like Rajaro's maybe overextended. Similarly with Shockwave.
Oh, see ya. Exactly that, Rose.
Yeah,
a perfect use to get Shockwave out of the cage. Rajaro's in trouble, but that lamp has been able to not only get around the corner, but no one from ENCE was able to focus it down. Rajaro eventually falls, but it gave enough time there for Shockwave to get some considerable amount of damage in with the dynamite and with the high ground as well.
Rajaro just fell out of LOS of all of that healing though, so there was no shot of being able to keep him alive, but yeah, like the life grip was perfect. I love being able to see that stuff pay off for something as fancy as a Lifeweaver pick. Still with this high ground control as well, the pedal platform.
Oh, that's so
makes Shockwave
dirty.
just unreachable.
And as they come up the stairs, they're not even looking at Shockwave at all. Look, they can't see him. They don't know where he's going. Oh, and the bomb's going to come out too. I don't think you want to be right here, Sky. How are you? Shockwave does end up falling down to low ground here, but because this fight is again kind of breaking down, it's going to leave Sauna again a lot of time to just find picks. Everybody's split up at this point. They have to deal with a bomb. Virtus Pro running rings around ENCE.
I'm a little surprised that on the second point, Chase hasn't opted to try to run the Winston. It would give you immediate access to that high ground, and we see a lot of teams actually use the Winston as a counter to something like the Sigma. Maybe it's because Chase tried it on Oasis and it didn't really feel like it was enough, but right now you are running out of time to make this point work for you, or you're gonna go down to match point to Virtus Pro.
Tree available. It's all coming up Gala this series. With 1 minute and 30 seconds. Kai and Chase are on the flank here. They spot the pedal, they see Gala float away gracefully, and here comes the window. Straight to the back line goes Chase, but already Virtus Pro have exited stage left. They managed to drop down to low ground and hide behind this tree. Kev's at 13 HP, wanted to go in there with Chase, but is unable to receive any backup whatsoever. Sauna just chasing down the Lucio, easy pick into the wall right away, and with only 1 minute to go, I think it's looking like a match point for Virtus Pro, Rose.
It really is. I don't even know if Chase is going to be able to get that cage up in time, and there you go. Doesn't feel like the ultimate's going to come up in time, and now you just have to have the Winston to try to get in and cut off healing, sightlines, anything with something like that Winston bubble. Buy some space here for Kevster to actually operate with this blade, because this is the last saving grace here for ENCE to try to get this second point. If this blade doesn't work, they're not getting this checkpoint, and Virtus Pro are going to go up to match point in this series.
Oh, he pulled the blade, but instantly rocked off. All good though. Had the reset dash there, luckily. And now here comes the damage. If it could be a clean wipe here from Virtus Pro, it's exactly what they're after, or at least staggering on the payload as well. Because now they're going to be able to get another fight quite easily. OT is the best ENCE can hope for to finish this point at the very least.
That's going to be a really tough battle to climb, because you're still giving 3 minutes and 20 seconds over to Virtus Pro. Gala trying to come back here on the Lucio. Somebody is pushing this card here for ENCE, but they can't step up now because it is OT.
Chase might be able to get the Primal Rage here. Pulse Bomb from Kai going a little bit wide. Bob's already on the point, and they need on that Pulse Bomb. Oh, dearie me. Virtus Pro, they're going to take this map. The Gala show is what I'm calling it. We're going to the Gala. Virtus Pro in an absolute shutout of ENCE here. 3 minutes and 20 seconds as they took their the payload all the way to third and stopping ENCE on that bridge. This is Virtus Pro showing up in a big way in this upper bracket. One map away now, Rose, from locking a place at EWC.
I think they're going to do it. There is just so few answers right now that ENCE are throwing at this Sigma comp. You look at something like the Winston or the Doomfist to help try to break apart that stable front line, and they just don't feel comfortable running it. Or even if they do, it feels like it came out way too late on Eichenwald for it to be impactful.
You know, the whole desk predicting ENCE in this series, and the chat was along with them, right? A lot of people thinking ENCE just kind of walk away with this one. Okay, you know, second best team in the region, have been for a little while, but even looking before the playoffs, in the run-up to it, Ataraxia, now Virtus Pro, had an exceptional run, and they were up there. They were just under Space Station in terms of score lines. Like, you were looking at a team that is not reformed per se, but just leveled up just over and over. And with this comp, with Rajaro playing the Sigma, it is looking so good. And Gala too. I mean, look, playing the Alari is fantastic, but clearly a comp that they've played a lot with on the defense. The Alari, the Torb, it's very tough for the Mauga comp to really get in their faces because of how good Rajaro is at Sigma and waylaying this push and buying enough time and space for the Alari and the Torb to get work done. Because the longer that comp stays alive, the more damage they're outputting. You don't want to survive. It's almost like the Zen comps in a way, where you don't want the fight to go long because the Zen comp's going to win it out. You want the fight to go quick.
You do, and so I think that's really where Rajaro has just been such a stable presence for this team, and it's really exciting to know that Rajaro, if I'm not mistaken, is kind of in his first full cycle as a professional Overwatch player. I know he was playing in a couple of the game battle stuff in 2022, 2023, but in this year, it makes me excited to see the future of some of these newer Overwatch players and what they can really get done.
Esperanza's up next. Okay, so we thinking still the Sigma here for Rajaro in the gang?
I think so. I really think so. And I hope that ENCE is going to be able to come in with something like that Winston dive from Chase. He's so good on this hero. And I hope that they're finally able to figure out how to put those pieces together to deal with the Sigma.
Well, we're not seeing Cloudy. I'm just getting word now. There's no substitutions, so...
no Reinhardt,
yeah.
bummer.
No, I don't fortunately, I think for ENCE, they have a vast tank pool of players they can play from. If they do need the Reinhardt, and I'm thankful when we do see a little bit of Cloudy, they can sub him in. But yeah, for now, I think Chase, and like you mentioned, maybe the Winston coming through here for them, because the Sigma versus their Mauga comp not really working out well for them, although they did have some nice little plays on the Winston when they did play on City Center on that first map in one of the earlier rounds. Virtus Pro, up 2 maps. ENCE looking for a reverse sweep. I mean, maybe we're going to go all the way here, Rose, but more 3 Overwatch for EU. I mean, hey, it's looking like it. I mean, very short day for EU, it feels like.
Oh my gosh, it's so disappointing too, because we looked at these 2 semifinals and we're just like, oh, surely these will be the closer matches that we have in our bracket, knowing that this is probably the top 4 teams that we have in EMEA, and they might both be 3-0.
Could be. Could be. Peps have already locked their spot in at EWC. Virtus Pro on the verge of doing the same. Only 1 map now to go for them. And they'll be all the way there. And joining ENCE, funnily enough, and joining Space Station and Peps. Have to wait and see what they want to run out the doors with. Because, yeah, I can imagine ENCE going to go with the Mauga, going to the Sigma. Oh, sorry, not the Sigma, the Winston. What's Gala going to bring to the table?
I really hope we see the
That is the
Winston. I just hope we see the Winston, because I think that Winston, one of the better counters to something like the Sigma, but it's also tough because there aren't a lot of teams right now that are opting to actually run the Sigma or have one that is powerful enough, I think, to be able to deal with some of these hyper-aggressive Mauga teams that we are seeing. But it's something that's really been working out for Virtus Pro, the poke style with Shockwave's Ashe, and just being able to get a little bit more backline access with something like Sauna's Tracer has felt really, really strong for Virtus Pro, and just something that a lot of these teams haven't necessarily been able to practice against multiple opponents. But ENCE, they are going to start on the Winston, and I appreciate the commitment right out of the gate here. They don't even want to try this Mauga comp. They're locking into the dive right away.
Exactly what you wanted to see. We'll see if they can get it done. They need something to start here. Gotta be careful of Kai's Railgun, as always. Pretty easy to charge off that shield, even if you do get lesser charge for hitting a shield. Bit easier to charge off something like a Mauga, but we know Virtus Pro are gonna run the Sigma, and so does Kai. Now the slow struggle for this first pick.
All right, Shockwave, Kai, who's gonna get it first? Maybe it's gonna be one of these Tracers, because Kevster is playing the Tracer in this dive.
Yeah, I mean, Sauna has been kind of crazy with it, especially on the first map on Oasis. A lot of final blows, a lot of big damage coming out from the Tracer. All right, Kai taking off angle yet again, trying to find a headshot on the backline. Spots exactly where Shockwave is, but can't quite get an angle on it. Slowly but surely, and now the dive comes in, and he's instantly deleted. I mean, he had to deal with the lamp as well, to be fair, but Chase is going to follow that up with a nice couple of kills, maybe even a third one. Kevster jumps on in, helps Chase, who's at a lowly 70 HP. Oh, doesn't quite steal the mega health pack away, as Sauna is there for the cleanup. And there's the box being moved by Racharo too, so all this time, Virtus Pro getting time in the bank, or meterage in the bank, I should say.
Oh, that feels so bad, though, that Kai had to jump up there and then instantly got taken out, because you saw just how long he had to wait with that 100% charged railgun shot to find a target. And then you also just are taking out such a big source of damage here from ENCE that they didn't have enough legs to stand on for the rest of that fight. Pulse Bomb, though, coming out here from Sauna.
Goes wide, missed the Winston by a hair there. Now Sauna, okay, he's actually just stealing the bot straight up, hoping his team can win the 4v5. Well, I guess 5v5, Bob's there. Kevs is chilling, dead in the spawn. So not quite chilling, I suppose. All right, well, Kai's at least taking matters into his own hands on the Sojourn. But still a decent amount of space hit created by Virtus Pro, and a little bit of meterage extra. A quick regroup here from Virtus Pro as they've got 3 ults online.
good ultimates too. You've got the overclock from Kai. As long as you're able to break Rojaro's shield, then you have a lot of key targets that you could hit with that ultimate. But similarly, just knowing that you have the sound barrier as well, just gives you a little bit more confidence behind making a play like that, and maybe allowing Kai to actually play aggressive with this overclock.
Well, he's in a good position to do so, to be fair, on this high ground. Hard for Virtus.pro to get up there. Of course, no dive tank. So they can actually find a headshot. Still, you can rotate around here like Virtus.pro are doing. There's the Flux. Who's it going to hit? Does hit the Winston. Sound barrier comes out, hits 5. And now Kai using that railgun. They've got to be careful of that window, and even a sound barrier. A later one from Virtus.pro, and he is just caught unawares there. Straight out into the open. Was hoping someone would swing so he could get a headshot, but it wasn't to be. Canel kind of using the lab a little bit selfishly, but why not? The rest of your team are cleaning up, and you've got a lot of room to work with. And end up losing control of that bot yet again. It's just the supports now. Getting staggered almost here by Gala and the rest of Virtus.pro. And the bot is still moving. Their macro game heroes is so good.
It's so good. I mean, they're just playing together as a unit as well. All the while, they were able to push this payload almost all the way over to this point. And yeah, those staggers are huge. Ents can't come in and contest now as a full team of 5 because of those staggers, and they've just got to give up this checkpoint immediately. Jaws, this is big. We have 4 minutes already off of the time bank here, and Virtus.pro starting to amount a bit of a lead.
I really like the way they're playing. As soon as Sauna sees the fight swinging in their way and sees the bot alone, grabs the bot's hand, moves it to the checkpoint. Shockwave under a little bit of stress and pressure there. Eventually, Sauna has been checked by Kevster, who is pushing that bot. And there we go, Ents with a win. Still losing the checkpoint is big, especially at this point in the game. Only 5 minutes left.
It's already just like so much less time to work with here, and Ents don't have a whole lot of ultimates to try to get the job done and match this meterage. At least you're able to shut off those forward spawns now, being able to move past this midway point. But Chase with the Primal Rage is just going to be enough firepower, knowing that Shockwave's going to have this Bob soon.
Well, unfortunately, Gala is the first to fall for Virtus.pro. This Primal Rage from Chase. Now good he is at the Winston, isolating both supports. Here's the turnaround we were looking for from Ents. Bob coming through, and Bob instantly deleted. This might be a checkpoint here as well for Ents. They can play up, of course. They have Pulse Bomb, they have Sound Barrier, if Virtus.pro want to become quite aggressive on them.
Oh, I mean, like, Shockwave is already so low.
He's just gonna die.
He's dead.
All right.
Yep.
That's not good. That's checkpoint for sure. Or at least you'd imagine. They can triple blink.
Yeah,
they might not. So. They might triple blink Sauna onto the point. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Instantly responding with a sound barrier there. They need this checkpoint and bad. Gala down to Kai, and now they can push. All right. Forward spawn unlocked for Ents. They've got the checkpoints, and now they can try and grab that lead.
They will, too. I think especially with just the player advantage that they have right now in Chase, moving all the way up to spawn, that gives Masa the time to get this lead for Ents and just keep themselves in this series. Shockwave's dead again. So much emphasis being put on taking Shockwave out of these fights early.
Oh, that Flux goes wide. Still finds Chase, though. Using that aerial view of the Sigma's ults. Wow, that is an aggressive rush coming through from Sky without a tank. It's going to respond, Canel's going to respond with a window. So I guess you trade 1-for-1 ults there, although I take the rush over the window any day of the week.
Yeah, but I think that just the answer to that is fine. When I don't think that Canel's always going to have a great usage for the amp matrix.
Rosario didn't get beat. Virtus.pro dealing with Kai, or trying to at least. Shockwave's already dead. Very different tempo setting right now for Ents. They have taken pole position. They have moved past the referee car as Sauna ends up falling. Here you go, the bot extending their lead now. Over 20 meters in the lead.
And 3 minutes left to go. So this is going to start to get really tricky for Virtus.pro to try to grab this lead back, but you don't have a whole lot of time. Gala's actually going to switch over to the Brig. A little bit more stability in the backline now to try to bash this Winston away.
Ents not going down without a fight. Pop Primal. All right, yeah. A little bit more defensive countermeasures for the Tracer and for that dive with that Brig. Chase actually goes down to it. All right, okay. Good stick from Sauna. It doesn't matter in the end. They can't use any more ults because they haven't got any, but they don't want to use any. And there it is. There is the wipe. 2.5 minutes. Ends with an unbelievable comeback. We'll call it 112 meters to 64 of Virtus.pro's.
So with only 2 minutes left in the bank as well, Virtus.pro need to win 2 fights in order to take the lead back and win out the series. With a map win here, they get to move on to the Esports World Cup, so they're feeling the pressure right now. We're almost tasting the victory as it's right in front of them. No ultimates on the board yet here for ENCE.
Oh, Carla isolated in the front line. Bob at least making it even. Bot is in possession of Kai right now, but the rest of ENCE, again, just kind of getting split up. But they're handling their 1v1s. They're handling the 2v2s. Kai is on a mission to kill Sauna, but unfortunately, he seems to be a little bit lost. Yeah, without a map, without a compass, without nothing. And he has been brought down. Minute and 30. Here we go. Virtus.pro now are going to push this bot, but how far can they realistically get it?
Okay, so Ant Matrix to answer the Kitsune rush from Sky, but it's going to be the sound barrier advantage here for Masa. So a lot of sustainability to answer something like this Gravitic Flux from Rajaro. So the big difference maker to me is just going to be Kai and Shockwave. What picks can they get here when you know that these... Well, there it is. See?
The perfect pick.
I guess it's just Kaneo.
Kaneo dead. Sauna 2. Minute to go. Okay, ENCE. They can stack ult rows.
Yeah, they can. So they still have the right answers to the ultimates that are on Virtus.pro's side, but with this overclock, you just have so much one-shot potential with these overclocks, as long as, again, you get that Sigma shield down. But it's coming down to the wire. ENCE, they might be able to extend this series, just we may have a 5-mapper just yet.
Rally, counteracting that rush, or at least trying to, but Shockwave is already dead. Look at the damage coming out from Sky right now. Flux does land, but the sound barrier is there from Masa to save him. And that Primal Rage is gonna be dirty. I mean, I'm not sure you could do much of that window canal. Just sails on through it, shattering his hopes of staying alive and keeping the team up. And with 10 seconds to go, ENCE don't even have to touch the bot at this point, and they're just gonna keep on rolling.
Can anybody actually get there?
Well, I don't think anymore. Sauna dead to the overclock, and there it is. ENCE still with a life in this series. Take Esperanza, and they are on their road to a reverse sweep.
It was the Winston dive. I wish Chase had more confidence, or at least the team had more confidence to just stick on this Winston dive earlier. They committed to it at Esperanza, maybe took a little while to actually find their footing and get their ball in the game, but they did it. And the dive worked versus the Sigma.
They're on that dive grind set right now, and it's looking good, honestly, as we go to the next map in just a moment. I mean, yeah, sticking with the Winston seems like the name of the game. Also, Kai showing up in a big way too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There was so much better sight lines for Kai to be able to take with the Sojourn as well. And I think also just having the opportunity with the natural mobility that Sojourn has to grab those high grounds gave him even better line of sight onto the rest of the team on Virtus.
Yeah, ENCE had such a... No, Virtus.pro, sorry, had such a good lead early on too. They got checkpoints so early. I say early. It was like 5 minutes into the game. That feels like early for Esperanza, getting that checkpoint. And they only managed to get like 60+ meters, but ENCE coming back in a big way. 100+ meters. They're looking good. On the road to a reverse sweep. We'll jump over to the desk. They can wrap that one up and send us into map number 4.
Thank you so much, Nectra and Jack. I am here joined by Jake and Johnny. My name is Zoe, and we're going to break down all the action we just got to see. Maybe the reverse sweep is happening for ENCE. They seem to start picking up steam a little bit. However, early on in the series, it looked like VP got this one in the bag. Sigma come for them, looking extremely strong, and technically ENCE did have the right answer with the Winston com. Why did it initially not work out? Was it just the wrong DPS heroes being played?
Yeah, I think it was initially some awkward swaps for ENCE. They tried to go to the double flex DPS, running Tracer Genji, which strategically I don't hate, but with Kai and Kepster in the lineup, I just feel that's not the best usage of your resources. I think Kai is just so much more effective on hit scan. Keep him on the Sojourn, still a great hero in the dive, but just much more in his wheelhouse. And then I think the lack of the Tracer at times was hurting them. Kepster can do so much on the Tracer, can really take it to Sana and challenge in the 1v1, make a little bit more space for his team, if not getting his own kills. But with the Genji, I think Sana was a little bit too free to find those pickoffs. At the same time, though, I mean, that's a map where dive is especially effective. There's a lot of flank routes, kind of hard to control the game as Sigma, especially when you fall behind. continuing on in the series, I think there's an option to continue playing Winston Dive, but some of those like comps that slow the game down and play much more grouped up on Flashpoint could be really effective. Not to mention Escort, another pretty decent map type for Sigma Poke. And honestly, the way the series is going, it's looking tough for ENCE, right? There's a few good options that Virtus Pro have, whether it's the Mauga or the Sigma, to try and close out the series. And I think they're looking certainly on the front foot. Yes, they took a loss there, but it wasn't a one-sided game at all here on Esperanza.
Yeah, I think Rajaro got a lot of value from the Sigma shield, and we saw that especially on Oasis. You're able to play Sigma into a Mauga, for example. You can play that Sigma shield, get a lot of poke down, and essentially shutting down Kai. Like, it's so hard for Kai to get a lot of value on this hit scan hero. And then when we headed over to Eichenwalde, like, if you're on the attack and you're playing a hit scan hero, it's super hard to cross into the castle and not be put under a lot of pressure initially. So Kai forced to swap over to the Tracer. So I feel like Esperanza, more of a map where Kai can play the Sojourn, you can navigate around the flanks, you can play the high ground, and it's easier to work around the Sigma shield. And so I think that is why the dive also looked better from ENCE on Esperanza. It's just easier to set up around this Sigma shield, whereas on University, for example, how many times did we see Virtus Pro and University on Oasis? They're playing the Sigma shield in a pretty straightforward poke battle, and then you push around an angle, you push around a corner, put pressure on the enemy team, and Shockwave's just behind the Sigma shield, like already damaging ENCE before they're able to walk out, contest the point, right? So I think the first two maps, I think it worked in favor of the Sigma composition for Virtus Pro, but Esperanza, it was a good map for ENCE's dive. Moving forward, it'll be interesting to see how it goes, which team is going to come out on top here. I'd say Esperanza was a good map for ENCE. I think we'll need to see a lot more from them if they're going to complete this reverse sweep.
Well, let's find out if they can get it done. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Jack and Necro.
All right, thank you very much, Desk. Yes, we're back. Suravasa. And, well, Rose, Virtus Pro being able to play Sigma almost the entire time. Is that still going to be the same case? There's another one. That's a new one. That is a new pigeon. New pigeon just dropped.
They found another one just for you.
Possible? I'm telling you, they're unlimited amount of pigeons. Every patch they had another one, I swear. Jeez.
Oh my gosh, it's so fun. I'm telling you though, we gotta get the beautiful pigeons. Just reskin them. I'm saying. Make them really
Birds of Paradise.
Beautiful.
Just add them in. All right. Virtus Pro still wanting to rock with this. Chase on the Doomfist though, Rose. Not even on the Winston. Still a dive hero, but...
Yeah. I mean, it's one way that you can potentially just disrupt a little bit more of the Virtus Pro team. You know, they're talking about how this soldier from Kai can just get around the shield. We'll get back to that point.
Yeah. Chase meeting a little Frosty Death there. He slams in and then tries to do the classic slam and then punch out and then met a wall with the main. Yeah, Sauna running his very classic pick in the main. And Virtus Pro handily dealing with the Doomfist. Okay, so Chase is not going to do that again.
Probably not, but like the theory is there. Try to punch somebody out of this shield so that Kai can pick them up, but Virtus Pro keeps striking first.
Yeah, Kev's dead. Shockwave sitting on this high ground, just such an eagle-eye view. Speaking of birds. And it's hard to disrupt or like dislodge him. I mean, you can get up there if you're Chase, right? Sky can get up there, Master obviously can boop him, but actually entering this place has been really rough so far.
It's just, this may add such a layer of difficulty because it's yet another obstacle you have to deal with.
All right, Chase trying to farm a Mega Punch as well. It's been quite difficult. Normally you want to use the punch to get out. You need to charge the Mega Punch, hopefully hit someone in the back line. Coach gun used, and Kev's did it again. This is first point, for sure, for Virtus Pro. Don't mean to call it too early, but Kai's dead. And there you go. Just like that.
That's it. I mean, you could even potentially see Virtus Pro try to chase down some of these picks, but I think it would be stronger for them to just stay together as a team. We've got the flashpoint unlocked now for the next one, and we are going to be going over to an even smaller flashpoint. How fun. This May is about to go so hard.
Yeah, it's going to go pretty crazy. Chase on the Winston now, jumping over from Doom. Oh, minus 1 HP. All good. Yeah, it's going to be an even rougher time. And as well, like the Ashe and the BAP, you see where the BAP is currently. You can hold up on this high ground, which is really annoying to assail.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Oh, that's so tough. Because, like, who do you send up there, right? Like, you can't really send Kevster. You can send Chase now, though, as Chase goes over to the Winston.
There's the rush, insta-block, Bob comes out, and they're all in the background, and Chase doesn't have Primal Rage. Pulse Bomb's good. Suzu came through, as well as that Lamb. I mean, look, the Suzu helping Ents just survive a lot of that incoming damage, and the Pulse Bomb deleting Lamb. Good stuff from Ents. A quick team wipe, and that's exactly what they need in these comps. A quick and clean team fight. And Virtus Pro are going to lose the point.
And Chase also had perfect execution there with that Winston. You saw the bubble come down, Rajaro gets split off from the rest of the team, and no healing to come through from Kanale or Gala. So that was where the quick team fight win came from. Now, hopefully they can snowball. Kai can find an off angle here
Chase.
with this Sojourn overclock.
Oh, that is just bullying at this point. That's rough. Sky also taking a couple of headies there from Shockwave. This is rough for Virtus Pro. See if Kai can be the difference maker. Sound barrier coming through. However, it's going to be tough for Kai to chew through, even with that OC. Ooh, actually, they almost killed Kanale. Kevster cleans that one up. Okay. Slowly but surely, they're whistling away at Virtus Pro's front line. Chase comes back. All right. Virtus Pro did end up finding the flip, but his ends splitting all the way up, taking multiple angles, and then having Kevster finding these final blows. Very quick flip around.
Yeah, and this is really giving Ents way more power to deal with this Sigma comp, especially because they have the opportunity to go in and go in very fast. You also have the Kiriko from Sky that's able to play more up close with something like the Winston and just continue to provide that healing while Chase is going to be inside that isolated bubble. Virtus Pro, though, they are going to come back into this one with an amplification matrix, and Shockwave on this Cassidy's going to have the high noon soon, too.
All right, so T coming in. There's the window. Now Ents have to play a little bit scared. Good body shot onto Sky. Doesn't net them a kill, but here comes the Primal Rage. Uh-oh, where is the high noon? Where is it gone? Chase knows. Chase has ran away. Oh, it's up on the high ground. That's a little rough, but it's all good. Ents have the sound barrier too. Slowly but surely, they're using all of their ultimates to secure this point, and it's working out for them. A Suzu to counteract that pulse bomb from Sauna as it was attached to Chase. And that'll be Ents claiming the point and tying up Surabasa.
Looking way more convincing as well to take these team fights with this Winston. Again, those bubbles from the Winston coming in so clutch to isolate out Rajaro. And as soon as Rajaro falls, the rest of Virtus Pro go alongside with him like dominoes. It's just been way better here for Ents. As we head over to Palace as well, maybe a bit more open territory to play with, but still, Kai can find these angles with the Sojourn on any of these high grounds.
Yeah, they can start off the fight pretty quickly here with this rush if they really want to. They're already positioned on high ground, knowing Virtus Pro are going to try and do the same thing. Shockwave, of course, not on the Ashe. It's on the Cassidy now to try and stop a lot of that dive coming in. Focusing him mainly. Gala taking too much damage. A headshot, disruptor shot straight on top. Rajaro is going to try and get some damage onto this Winston. A Flux does hit that Suzu a little bit too early there from Sky to save the Winston and the impact damage as he crashes back down. And maybe the Cassidy is what the Doctor ordered. But Kai still trying his hardest here to dislodge Rajaro. These overclocks pretty much ripped as soon as he gets them. But unfortunately, an overwhelming amount of force there from Virtus Pro. Crush him.
The Sigma Shield, just the perfect answer to make sure that that overclock can't actually hit anybody. Maybe that's why we see Kai just hit those overclocks so early. You're going to be charging them up pretty fast because Kai's still doing a considerable amount of damage. But where are you actually going to get the picks if you don't have the opportunity to get past this Sigma Shield? Virtus Pro, though, they've got the ultimate advantage by a landslide when you take a look at the 4 ults that they have.
Masa amping it up. Oh, Sauna. That pulse, I think that pulse was cancelled, actually. Sauna used that pulse, and I didn't hear the explosion go off, and yeah, he's dead in the kill feed to a headshot, the kunai. High noon on the point for Shockwave, still holding it down. But this sound barrier has to hit Rajaro. Unfortunately, I don't think it did.
It didn't.
A bubble coming in mighty clutch, or maybe an LOS issue there from Gala. And there's the flip, Ents with 35% and building. As Virtus Pro scurrying back to their spawn, or at least trying to. Staggers, they're not too bad, but they could be better.
Oh, that's such a bad fight for Virtus.pro to have lost as well. Because as soon as you lost Sauna, you didn't get the Pulse Bomb. You saw the potential there from Virtus.pro to try to get back into the fight. The Sound Barrier commitment, you even had the High Noon. Just anything to try to swing the tides back to Virtus.pro. But instead, they expend 4 ultimates there, Jack, to lose the Flashpoint. And that is devastating, knowing that ENCE is 1 fight away from taking the lead in this Flashpoint now.
Well, they're going to take it to him. Another Pulse Bomb. It's Waylay this time around. It's just eaten up for breakfast. Hence, they're pushing Virtus.pro all the way back. So there's one person touching short, but the fight is almost already won. Sauna's going to get chased down. Triple blink. Can't hit the recall, but no, not in time. Not sure this fight's winnable anyway. I mean, maybe. Kanale and Gala are back. Maybe if Sauna survived there, it's winnable. But, I mean, the rush from Sky might be just... hang on. Sky? Okay, I think they had Suzu too, but... Gala could mega clutch with the lamp. I don't think so. All right, not anymore. Bit of a heartbeat at that one, and Virtus.pro will end up losing it, and it is ENCE now on map point or match point. You know what I mean? They got 2 points, they got 1.
Yes.
Next point, they win
yes,
the match.
Yes, they've got the lead. They've got the lead. No worries. If they get this next Flashpoint, they tie up the series, and that's the important part. We get our map 5 at Virtus.pro. They might start to sweat a little bit, having to deal with a potential lower bracket run. As ENCE make it over to Gardens first, they do have this Kitsune rush to invest into this next fight, and with Kanale, without that amplification matrix, you don't have a great answer to it right now instead of this grab flux.
Well, there's the flux. Suzu used on Chase again. A little bit too early once more. Just slam back down, receives so much damage. Shockwave finishes off with a single headshot. Kevs is still taking people with him. Can he get one more pick? No, Gale there with a save.
All right, so first Flashpoint capture is going to go over to Virtus.pro, and with only using the Gravitic Flux there, such an economical fight for them to take. Now they can use the Amp Matrix freely just to be able to buy some space, and they also have the High Noon and the Pulse Bomb to maybe potentially pick something up, but it still falls down to whether or not they can keep Rajaro alive, and that's where Gala might be able to come in clutch with this Sound Barrier.
Yeah, Master's got a Sound Barrier too. Oh, Kevs is already dead though. It's a very early pick from Sauna. High Noon being popped by Shockwave. Gala laying down the beats. All right, they're going to try and make this one final fight, although with only 50% and a very quick disengage from ENCE. Might not be the case.
I don't think so. I think you still get one more recontest here if you're ENCE off the back of pretty powerful sustain ults too. You got the Sound Barrier advantage with Masa, and then you also have the Primal Rage coming online here for Chase. So you definitely have a good stall coming.
Oh, they beat, but Chase didn't get beat. Chase had the wrong idea. Masa beat it in, but Chase was already leaping away, then didn't get the Sound Barrier because he was on the high ground. Kai ended up taking down Sauna, but Kevs is already dead. That's Virtus.pro's point. That would look like a miscom there completely. Masa beat it forward, and Chase was already leaping as low, didn't get beat. That is disaster for ENCE. They lose one of the big ultimates in that Sound Barrier. 2 apiece now. Virtus.pro 1 more point away from locking their place at EWC.
At least ENCE then, I guess they have the Primal Rage to help try to grab this next Flashpoint. But that was a huge miscommunication that came through there, and just one that ENCE doesn't want to have to take. They don't want to go down to the lower bracket just yet, but at least they've got the Primal Rage as a way to get into this next fight.
They're already in. ENCE are just pushing all the way. Virtus.pro, though, with an expert rotation. However, that lamp's already been used, and Chase has got that Primal Rage, going to boot everybody into the line of sight of Kai and Sky. There you go. Nice, quick and clean team fight. Good rotation from Virtus.pro, but ENCE can just go a little bit quicker. There's the team kill, and there's the point.
Okay, no worries though, right? You get one miscommunicated team fight, and you get to go back and just make sure that you are untilted and you're able to stay focused in this map. Okay, Winston, very good here. Just keep locking down a player like Rajaro. Even just try to isolate a player like Shockwave, and that's going to be a big win condition here for ENCE to have to take. They've got to back up, though, because Virtus.pro, they're going in with speed.
That's a really good start, killing Kai. Oh, and the High Noon, too. This is all but over, even after using that rush. I mean, it'll be a miracle if they can come back from this one. And that miracle was not found.
Yeah, not quite. And now with Virtus Pro, they have the sound barrier, they have the gravitic flux. Just so many answers to deal with any of these more powerful ultimates. You even saw like a solo grab flux onto Chase. Now, it's going to be important for ENCE to play together so that they don't get isolated off by a lot of these ultimates that want to try to take 1v1 fights.
Double DPS ult for ENCE, but they're still walking into this flux without a sound barrier. I'm assuming Rajaro also assumes that Masa has it, and it looks like ENCE don't want to go anything too crazy right now. They know they're 5% away. Sound barrier from Virtus Pro hits 3, Flux comes down, but actually doesn't net a kill. And doesn't it look like it did any damage either? Like, yeah, sound barrier from ENCE as they just run it down now. They're gonna have to deal with the lamp first, but there's the flip from ENCE. A disruptor shot on a railgun from Kai will end Canale and Shockwave, and there it is. Another quick, concisive team kill as they are looking at last fight now.
Canale switches off the Baptiste to go to the Kiriko, hoping that Suzu is going to be enough. And in fact, almost a full team comp change from Virtus Pro as Rajaro goes over to the Mauga and Shockwave the Venture. Haven't seen a whole lot of Venture jaws in our series so far, but they have to win this next fight, and Venture's one way to get in there.
That's rough for Sauna. Had to recall super early there. All right, they are contesting. Virtus Pro haven't got the point just yet. ENCE come in for the contest. Here's Chase jumping into the background, and we're now with the Primal Rage. How do they deal with it? I mean, at least Chase is going to lock this one, and Canale and Sauna already dead. This might just be it, Rose. ENCE are going to wipe them. We're going to a map number 5 as Virtus Pro end up going down. ENCE securing that final point.
The Winston dive working out once again here for ENCE. Finally able to just, I think, show the confidence and show that superiority that we've expected to see out of a team that ended up getting 4th at the DreamHack Dallas Major, taking out all of the North American teams with them. I don't know. I think this, as long as ENCE can keep this up, might just be a series win and reverse sweep.
Because they're playing a lot quicker, although that's kind of like on the game mode as well, because you have to play very quickly, but they're very much stepping up the tempo. We're going on to Escort Rose now as our next map. We're going to Shambali Monastery, and this is a good map, to be fair, for the Sigma comp for Virtus Pro.
It is. It definitely is, and it wouldn't surprise me at all to see them just rock out with a Sigma comp. And it's going to be more difficult for the Winston to operate on a map like that. You just don't have the same type of ground to be able to play around, and Shockwave might not be nearly as accessible as somebody to try to lock down with those Winston bubbles. But you can see just the examples of why this Winston has been so powerful, even if sometimes there are a couple blips in communication of where they're actually going to focus fire.
Yeah, all good. Just that's the thing of the past now. Don't even think about it. Only think about that map 5 and that reverse sweep coming in potentially for ENCE. It's a good map to finish it on too, because it really will show the 2 different styles of comps. We'll see what Chase wants to play. Probably the Winston. It's worked out thus far.
I think it has to be.
Why not? Just stick with it.
We saw, though, Rajaro at the very end of that Suravasa map actually consider playing the Mauga. It was obviously way too little too late, and we just had a really clean, concise team fight wing come through from ENCE, but maybe Rajaro's not so hesitant to actually play the Mauga, and it's a pretty good answer to something like the Winston.
Yeah, we're just going to load into the game in just a moment with Shambali Monastery being the map. Now, Shockwave probably going to be on the Ashe. There's a small switch up there as well, going over to the Cassidy. Bit of a kind of a counterplay there to the Winston and to the Tracer. Anything with, well, just anything with mobility, to be honest, not even just the Winston or Tracer. Yeah. So I wouldn't be too surprised to also see that again. Ashe has a lot of straightaways, though, on this map. So the Bob can be very useful, just in general. But the amount of space you can kind of give your Ashe, if you're that comp, is quite prominent. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. But with Cassidy, if they feel like ENCE are playing a little bit too quickly, maybe they just end up switching to that and just hoping they can just land the Magnades. There was one brief moment, actually, it was one of the last fights of that round, that map, where you saw Chase on the Winston. As soon as he sees the Magnate come out, he's gone. Like, he is leaping out of there, straight over the high ground, away to the rest of his team, because you cannot let that land. As soon as it does, the entire team can just swarm you, and you are dead. Like, instantly. So that's how dangerous that Magnate can be with the amount of focus fire. And we are getting no subs as well, Rose, so same 10 entering the server.
I mean, that Magnate, it just like, it softens you up so much. And then with that DPS passive as well, you're just gonna get squished. Yeah. So I think this is just a smart way to be able to play around the Cassidy, but it still makes a lot of sense to run it because while the Magnate is really good to do just a bit of burst damage there to something like the Winston, you're looking at something like a Tracer on the other side, and that's not a bad target to try to hit with that Magnate either.
It forces
kind of
so many cooldowns from people. Like, Magnate is such a wacky and wonderful play. I still remember the one clip, I think Boston Uprising versus London Spitfire, I think, on Esperanza, on the Mega Health Pack in mid. It was me and Scott casting. There was a Cassidy walking up the stairs. The Tracer was near the Mega. They threw the Magnade, it locked onto the Tracer, and it was the longest lock-on I've ever seen. And it just followed them basically to the next life or two. Like, it was ridiculous.
So
it is
funny.
a very silly ability, but it's very, very dangerous in the right hands. Here we go, though, Rose. Shambali Monastery, reverse sweep in progress, with ENCE winning back-to-back maps, taking us all the way to map number 5.
But this map was picked by Virtus Pro, and no surprise why. It's such a good map for the Sigma, which is just one of the best compositions we've seen come out from this roster. They've really figured it out with something like Shockwave's Ashe to just give a lot of potency to just how much slower this Sigma can play and buy some time for any of this poke, just a pick to come through from that backline. But ENCE, do they run the dive? Jaws, I think it's way more difficult to run the dive on a map like this.
It is definitely much harder, especially on this first point too, with the amount of space. It's a long stretch. But I think that's just what you're going to have to do. There are ways to kind of get up onto that high ground, but the only issue there is you're using a lot of cooldowns to get up. It takes a little bit of setup, and the payload is just not moving. Maybe Kevstick can even open this up with a Widow shot. I'll have to wait and see, but what we know for now is Virtus Pro are going to run the Sigma. They're going to run Shockwave on the Ashe. They're going to be up on this high ground. We know the game plan. Let's get a quick ENCE listening to see how they're going to deal with this first attack.
Every time I have Sojul, they just use like fucking 2 ults every time. So just Kaya every time.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought they're holding close.
Fucking do it. They're holding close? Okay.
I think Ashe.
Let's wrap around if they're holding.
No.
Sig. Okay, just push the card and...
Ash close right, bottom. I can shoot the Ashe bottom right. No.
Yeah, you can.
Jump,
I'm shooting Ashe. Back. I can go. Wait, 3. Okay?
I flanked up.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm in. I got rock. I'm trying to go in. I'm still in. I'm still in. Look for Trace. All one. Okay.
Oh shit.
He just randomly rocked me. He was not even aiming at me. This fucking idiot. Nice.
Really fucking hit. Okay, go off, fine.
I don't think you just quit.
It's fine, they have no ult.
Just close.
I'm here.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, just push up.
Just watch.
Ah, the Overwatch moment. He wasn't looking at me, still hit me with a skill though somehow. That was Chase versus Rajaro's rock there. Good trades though. You saw Master in the comms, like, good trades, guys. Like, we need to find something here. Otherwise, Virtus Pro are just going to lock this point down. And they found a couple of trades. Now they're getting this payload up the hill.
Good positioning here too for the Winston to try to just isolate out Rajaro. Excellent. Play around this corner, and ENCE can just kind of even jump into the backline if they want to invest any of Chase's mobility.
So you don't want to test this. No, gets out of that. Kai not willing to sling a rail just yet. He takes the little health pack there just to stop burning alive. Gala too getting out of dodge quite quickly. Pulse bomb Suzu'd almost instantly as Sky's playing on an off angle with the Kiriko. It's a dangerous position for ENCE to be in now as there's a window coming up. There's a lot of additional heals, damage, pretty much everything there thrown in. But unfortunately, Rajaro ends up falling. Canal now having to 180 there as there's a Tracer in his backline tickling him. However, ENCE, having to use that beat, are going to continue fighting this fight. But with the Bob on the points, I mean, Shockwave looking a little bit worse where on the high ground, sadly. Even the Bob can't do their dirty work for him.
Yeah, you just hide yourself behind that payload on the other side of that Bob. You're able to get this first checkpoint, and this is a pretty fast pace that ENCE is able to set. They did not get stopped for very far, and even when they were able to take those trades, they just kept up with the momentum. This is a lot of time, very healthy amount of time for them to try to get through the second point. And with the Primal Rage as well, Chase can buy them a lot of space here. Look how far in he's going.
Okay, he's got Primal Rage as well, so not really fearing all of anything right now. Virtus.pro have to set up, takes them a little bit of time, and now they're rounding the corner. Flux for Rajaro available. Spotsmaster trying to climb up that high ground on the Lucio, and Rajaro have to back off now. Flux lands, hits 2, no beat from Marsa, but there's no follow-up damage from Rajaro's Flux, meaning everybody from ENCE can kind of shake it off. A Primal Rage has been popped by Chase, so doesn't have that extra lifeline now to stay in the fight if he really wants to, but Virtus.pro have no ultimates here. Maybe a Pulse Bomb, but they're still dealing with an OC, a Rush, and a Pulse Bomb from Kevster.
This should be ENCE taking this fight.
Kai going a little bit too far forward there, actually gets taken out by Rajaro, gives him a swift left hook, takes him out. Is traded by Kevster, and it is an overwhelming amount of ultimates, Rose. Like you said, really hard to win these fights, but they're still miraculously finding trades, but with the payload in his position, surely Virtus.pro don't win this fight. But of course, Sauna and Gala are alive, so honestly, anything is possible.
Yeah, truly anything is possible. ENCE should have reinforcements coming back, but the respawns for Virtus.pro are just that much closer. So they're not actually able to
One Pulse Bomb versus 3 ults. The Pulse Bomb team wins. A Russian OC and a Pulse from ENCE used that fight, Rose.
That's wild. And now they've got this rally as well from Gala, so they can really play comfortable around this card.
Kev's head to a shield bash. There's 2 minutes to go now. ENCE struggling to get up this hill. Virtus.pro dishing out dessert to them. I mean, this is really rough, and the payload slowly moving its way back, and the cycling of ults from Virtus.pro. Look how many they have, basically 5.
Withdrawing the barrier.
Yeah, they still didn't have to use the rally in that fight, so regardless, they have so much point presence available with that, the Gravitic Flux, even the Bob. Virtus.pro, like, they're coming up big right now. ENCE are gonna have to work really hard to try to get out as many of these ultimates as possible. And as Kai said, the overclock is out in the pocket right now. They gotta force him out.
Rally, here's the Flux, has to hit, misses 3. Everybody just scattering there to the 4 wins. Scala and Shockwave eventually eliminated. Apparently, Rose, if you have more ults, you just lose fights.
That's crazy. It was another Pulse Bomb diff. Let's just call it that, because Kevster had one and was able to land it later. I don't know. It's just wild to think about the fact that ENCE were able to actually win out that fight, especially with the rally. Booping away Gala, not enough overhealth or shielding to go on to the rest of the team. Now Virtus.pro with their backs against the wall in this third point, have Rajaro on the Ramatra.
Okay, completely flipping things up here. Hold that Nemesis form. Look at that health just evaporate.
He's so low.
Window coming through to aid in a lot of that damage there and the healing and stuff. So Virtus.pro chilling for now. Using a big ult, and ENCE can go in with a rush. Even a TP into the backline after Winston jumps in, hit the rush, right? Hit that Suzu in a couple of seconds. There it is. They're perfectly called. Wow, it's like I play this game sometimes. Galo ends up going down first now. Kane in a whole heap of hurts. Use that lamp to save himself and Chase. He might just get dueled there by Kanale, but his health bar is so low. It's all on Kevster now, just cleaning on up. 2 minutes to go as ENCE approach that final corner.
And there's no ultimates right now for Virtus.pro. Maybe they're able to get up something like the Pulse Bomb. Kanale thinks better, switching over to the Moira, goes back over to the Baptiste. So at least the Immortality Field might be a way to just keep Virtus.pro alive versus something like the Pulse Bomb. But they've got to contest with this Kai overclock in this open corridor.
Double DPS ult for ENCE. This backline is going to look rather sorry for themselves if they get caught out by this. Rajaro already popping Nemesis form. Just crosses his arms, absorbs the pulse. That lamp was there to save him too, just in case, but here comes the overclock. Rajaro unable to stand up to the sheer pressure from Kai. I mean, the supports couldn't even peek, so Rajaro is just left alone, isolated on the payload, and with an annihilation to boot. There's still ults in the bank for Virtus.pro, but they can't quite get him, and that's a cancelled Pulse Bomb on top of that. Chase with a triple kill with a Primal Rage, and ENCE complete the map.
Score.
Nowhere to hide from an overclock from Kai. You heard Kai call it out when they were considering what ultimates to use and how they were going to come out of the attacking spawn, Kai's just like, well, they always use like 2 ultimates every time I have overclock. Not a bad way to kind of get some economy out of Virtus Pro, but even better if you can actually convert that overclock into kills.
It's just scary for Ajaro there on the point too. You need that support, but it's rough.
Yeah.
Rough support life when the DPS pops ult and you have to hide and your tank's left out like that. So much was invested previous to that fight too.
Kind of like
the lamp.
Stuffing them in the back, like Chase with the Primal Rage too. Just kind of booping everybody away. So yeah, Rajaro had no healing.
Let's see if we see the Ram again from Virtus Pro. I mean, Sigma to start off here wouldn't be too surprising, and maybe even Sauna on the May. Just walling off a target. A lot of mobility, of course, on Ensis comp, so not many people can be
wall
walled
of Kai's
successfully.
sights.
Yeah, the slide's already annoying to use it against the wall. Definitely the weaker of the mobility skills there. Let's get Virtus Pro listening as they set up their attack.
Backing out last. Yep.
They're gonna be on same. They're gonna be on same. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not picking. I can just push point for a bit. I think monkey close right, maybe? Yeah, monkey close right. Yeah.
I can swing top left one time.
No bubble.
I can swing.
Yeah, I'm still going point. I can go top. I can go top left.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Swing top 3, 2.
3, 2, 1.
They want to point. No ball, no ball. Swing after. No ball. Keep swing. Monkey right, take him left.
Swing inside.
Yeah. Sono shift.
Stay low. Clean out the pin.
Lulu as well.
Wait, go chase Sana. Behind, on ping.
Come on. Okay, back up.
I'm walked up in point.
Not right. Taking bubble.
Fake ball, swing after.
Go right.
Alright,
Someone step point. Step point.
Step point. Get flank top. Walking. Keep burning. Get behind him.
All top down. Go in. 3, 2, 1. Swing and go main.
As we say.
Soy top. Go soy. Nice, even.
Push one top. Rush. 1-1.
I can't.
Kill it.
Sauna calling for the Curie TP there. Sauna might just take over this game once again on the Tracer. That's already 3 kills in the fight. Virtus Pro pushing the payload so far without securing kills, but eventually it breaks down as Sauna just goes crazy. And actually, Rajaro swapping over to the ramp, so we will end up seeing that pick.
Not a bad answer to something like the Winston, even though sometimes we see the Mauga to counter it. You see the Ramatra play in a very similar style. But wow, yeah, I mean, Asana already with a pulse bomb here. Let's see if he can actually land this on anybody.
Shockwave closing in on that bomb. A lot of ults from Virtus Pro coming up rather soon, but Chase's Primal Rage, we've already seen what work it could do on that 3rd point in the last round. Had a pulse bomb go off from Sauna. Didn't find all too much by the looks of it. Might have even got Suzu, to be fair. There's the bomb on the point, locking it down. However, this rally is looking quite scary in a small room, but they still have to walk their way all the way through that rush. But it looks a little bit too easy for Virtus Pro. That rally's just so good. If it can survive, if you can just sit there and swing, like the amount of healing, the overhealth, etc., it's just too much, especially for someone like a Winston to burn through and do any meaningful damage.
Especially when you're playing around the cart too. Ents have no choice except to try to come in and contest right around there. So you're getting even better healing and overhealth from just being able to have that rally hit everybody on Ents all grouped up. But it's time for this overclock, and Kai's got the high ground.
They're gonna be. Oh, Kai dropping down to low 2. Surely this is an easily won fight by Ents. They still end up losing Chase here, which kind of sucks. Tagala's shield bash. Kai's at 50 HP. Kevs is going to make sure Sauna doesn't kill his DPS counterpart.
Don't worry, Kai's got it. I mean, that was exactly how you would want to execute that. You've got Kai that's able to drop down and shoot behind Virtus Pro. That shield just not going to save you. But we're seeing a pretty big switch up here. Jaws, it's going to be Rajaro on the Mauga. It's Shockwave going over to the Venture. A powerful comp that we've seen just kind of run the tables here at some of these high-stakes matches in the Esports World Cup qualifiers. But not a composition we've seen Rajaro feel confident in running as too much.
I'm really seen it this whole series at all. There's the burrow from Shockwave, booping people away, and that's Rojaro peeking his little head up too. I mean, the CC coming through from the drill dash is so frustrating to deal with. If you've already used your mobility skills, you are just pushed into a corner, and the rest of the team is going to descend on you. That will be 2.5 minutes now as Virtus Pro make their way through the caves.
Now the fight gets harder. It's going to be ENCE that has this Primal Rage as well as this Pulse Bomb. As long as you can play a little bit tricky around this Venture, then you can limit the amount of impact they can have.
Primal Pulse. Tectonic Shock coming up for Shockwave as well. True to his namesake, it feels like.
Wow.
But Canel's already dead. He's chasing the Soj. Soj stole the Mega Health back. A little bit of AoE burst damage. Oh, missed the drill dash. That was really nice from Master, actually. Booped the Venture up, so the drill dash didn't connect. That was really cool. Not sure if he meant it or he was just booping for some additional damage, but it worked out. It did save Kai. Minute and 45 now.
No, that was calculated for Masa. Come on now, we got to give the man his credit.
To be fair, the one thing Venture does not like is being booped around. Like, to land drill dash, to get the burrow too, it takes a little bit of time to get underground. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Lucio. Wait a second. He's alive. Gala lives those. Chase with the Primal Rage, so low now. But the Tectonic Shock is going to clear the way for Virtus Pro, but unfortunately that bubble absorbed most of that damage as Kai and Chase clean house. Virtus Pro now with only a minute to go is ENCE holding it down on second.
I think it was always going to be difficult there for Shockwave to actually land any of that Tectonic Shock damage. You called out the Winston bubble is a great way to block that, especially when you're going to be playing on that corner, but that bubble is covering all of that area. Virtus Pro still have a lot in the bank to use, though. Sana has this Pulse Bomb. He's been pretty good with those lately, if not to even just kind of force ENCE out into the open.
Kai.
Oh my god.
You see Shockwave there went into the animation of hitting the burrow, but Kai was able to snipe them out before they could do so. Team kill, very quick here. Virtus Pro, 4 ults, 35 seconds to play with.
And they've got to go all the way up to the high ground where that card is rolled to. That's going to be so difficult to contest because you have to maybe throw this Kitsune Rush out there, pepper it in with the cage. You want a clean team fight win.
Burrow.
And look at where ENCE want to push the objective.
So everyone's got booped again. There's the cage, and now the killing can commence. Oh, they're so easy locking down a dive composition with that Malga cage, and with 10 seconds to go, they're going to be out to touch. But the payload has regressed quite considerably, like you mentioned, Rose. And if ENCE are quick, Master could launch back into this fight with a beat.
And then maybe even just follow that up with a Kitsune Rush as well. But Virtus Pro had the same. Might come down to this Tectonic Shock from Shockwave as the next ultimate up to the board.
The rush comes through. Sound barrier from Master. Gala wants to hold on to his until the very last moments. And there it is, the latest sound barrier from Virtus Pro, and they kill Sky. A little Tectonic Shock action might be needed from Virtus Pro, but Gala makes sure it's not overtime for Virtus Pro as they make it to second point.
They buy themselves another chance to try to close out the series and get one of those spots to go to the Esports World Cup. But they've got to finish out the map, and they don't have a lot of time. Only a minute and 20 seconds, and only the Tectonic Shock to work with. Kevster is going to switch things up, go over to the Echo. What better way for this Venture to not be able to land onto a target when you've got yet another hero that has mobility, but in the skybox?
Yeah, it's good against the Malga as well, like we mentioned before, Rose, in the earlier series. Here comes the rush early for ENCE. You've got to get out of there if you're Gala. Tectonic Shock is going to prove quite difficult for ENCE to kind of navigate around, leaving Virtus Pro enough time to back off, but Shockwave is already dead. A 4v5 now, and Chase with the Primal Rage has managed to isolate Rojaro. There's going to be a good trade though, as a Pulse Bomb connects with Sky. The payload is still moving as Rojaro manages to stay alive on the field. Kevster finds 2 in the fight. A team kill comes through from Virtus Pro, but they're still running into ults from ENCE.
ENCE, they have a final contest that can come through here, and it's going to be as a full team of 5. With the Primal Rage 2, they can just boop everybody off. Overtime's going to be commencing very soon. Virtus Pro, they've got this one shot. They've got to win this team fight. They want that Esports World Cup spot.
And this fight will determine it, you imagine. Primal Rage from Chase. They got a dupe. They pretty much got everything. Saving it for this final fight. 5 seconds to go, and someone still needs to touch, but Gala is getting completely decimated by Chase's Primal Rage. The duplicate rotation onto the Ram. A free cage coming through from Kevster. And oh, just like the Troubadours wrote, it's too easy for ENCE.
We start playing the game, it's just the freest game ever.
Yeah.
I was wondering the Oasis.
Yeah, not even close. What's up, guys? We're at the desk. We're listening in on your comms here. And so I don't know if you guys can hear me right now, but we're coming in to see how you guys are feeling. I mean, that was almost a huge upset, but you guys smashed their dreams, brought back the reverse sweep. What's the emotion right now? Is it relief? Are you guys excited? What are you feeling?
So fucking triggering.
Wait, you can't say that. You can't say that.
You'll be all right.
You'll be okay. Don't worry about it.
Protect you. It's all good.
But you guys found the solution. What was it? Where did it come from? Was it a player? Was it the coaching? Who gave you this? Like, what did you guys adjust to come back in the series and win so decisively after map 2?
Yeah, their tank is pretty bad. Their tank is pretty bad. We just abused that factor, to be honest.
Stop trolling. Those are good answers.
Kai,
yeah,
did
we
you
just
feel
came together after map 2.
Yeah. Kai, did you feel like
the game is just easy as fuck?
Yeah, I mean, you had a bit of a tough time, Kai. You were saying every time you tried to overclock, they just used 2 ultimates to like shut you down. Did you feel like targeted that series?
Not really. I mean, it's just free. You just kite away. Like
you win the ultimate economy. So
2 for 1, baby.
Yeah.
It's easy mass.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
fair. Guys, generally looking at the meta right here, you guys were heavily relying on those dive comps. Is that just where your comfort zone lies, or do you feel like Maga is the thing people have to be wary about right now?
I mean, this is just a Mickey Mouse meta, to be honest. Every bad team is just winning on this like meta. Like, just look at Paps and Space Station. Like, they got 3-0'd. Like, Jesus.
So no credit to Peps. I mean, Peps with a 3-0. No credit to them.
Peps
good
is
team.
good. Peps is good. Yeah, I don't know why he's playing with Peps.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're just catching strays, man.
How do you feel about a matchup against them?
Now we're gonna lose, to be honest.
Yeah, you talk smack on them now. They're coming for you.
Yeah, this is gonna age really well. For now, though, we let you celebrate. Thank you guys so much for having a quick chat with us. Thank you so much for all the action that you brought onto the server. It was a very exciting match to watch, and we can't wait to see more from you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
ENCE gets the dub in a reverse sweep, but this was pushed to the wire. As we just tuned into their comms, they called it a free win. Didn't feel so free as a viewer, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I heard some relief there.
Yeah,
I was just like, they were just like, oh, finally we just play our game. And
the post-match pep talk coming in. It's like,
well, I mean, you feel dominant. I mean, you're top 4, right? You got second best team in the West after SSG and Dallas, and now you're just getting taken to map 5, go down 0-2 to Virtus Pro here. Feel like you should win that. You feel like you should be the better team, and it's frustrating when you aren't.
I mean, quite frankly, heading into this, ENCE clearly the favorite to win it, just based on the individuals. We talked about that as we were setting this match up, right? It would have been an upset if they didn't take the dub. They keep themselves alive here in the upper bracket. Now they will be in the upper bracket grand final, which is obviously very exciting. That, however, has to wait until next week, I believe. For now, we will just take a look at the highlights again. It was a 5-mapper, so there's a lot to break down, a lot to discuss, of course.
Shambali was a huge map for ENCE, right? Like, they looked more and more stable, I think, as the reverse sweep progressed, and the dive looked more and more consistent. And I think Kepster's Tracer is a huge part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so hard. Like, I felt like I was celebrating in the green room. I was just like, I called Virtus Pro. I was 21%. I feel like I guess I kind of lost now in the end because ENCE just reverse swept them and showed their dominance in that regard. I lost, even though I predicted ENCE officially. But I do, yeah. I mean, it was a great comeback by ENCE at the end of the day. I mean, they really showcased that they're able to make adjustments on the fly as well to adapt to what Virtus Pro were doing. And in the end, I mean, it was Virtus Pro who find themselves on the back foot. They were just like, are we going to play Mauga? Are we going to play Ramatra? And I'm not against some of those hero swaps, but they definitely felt like they were off their game. You know, Gala was hopping over to the Brig as well in this match. I'm just trying to find some kind of momentum here in Shambali, but ENCE, they just found themselves in control going into the
I want to dive deeper into those swaps, though, because technically on paper, the swaps, just based on the heroes they swapped to, would have been the right swaps, but it's not the right look for this particular team, Jay.
Yeah, you know, I think to be honest, the Brig, people think of as a great hero into dive, but I think is a bit of a bait. I think especially with Kai on the Sojourn, you end up playing so slow and so passive massively with Brig. Even if the dive team uses their cooldowns, you can't go back out on the map and punish them. And so Kai's able to use those slides with much more impunity, be much more aggressive, and find more pickoffs. And in the end, that lack of the ability to turn the fight around is, I mean, this push map was actually quite close. And same for Saravasa. These were quite close, but then switching over to a little bit of a slower style on Saravasa, I think by that point, ENCE smelt blood in the water, played with even more confidence. And despite the fact that it was a relatively close map, I can't help but feel that ENCE did kind of have it in the bag here in the final moment.
It did feel dominant.
Yeah.
You were watching
were
the volley, yeah, and you felt like ENCE were in charge throughout, Shockwave stopping to the venture as well. And, you know, that's part of why I like Virtus Pro, because they have this flexibility, because Shockwave can't play those heroes. It just felt like they were kind of grasping at straws towards the end. And, you know, now they got a chance in the lower bracket to run it back. They haven't qualified yet, of course, so they're vying for one of those spots. They have to win one more series. So it's tough. You were one map away from qualifying from Esports World Cup, and then ENCE with the reverse sweep. That's two reverse sweeps.
They are in the EMEA region, though. So, you know, like there's a higher chance to qualify out of that bracket, considering that SSG as well as ENCE have already punched their ticket to EWC. So, you know, the way they just played.
Twisted Minds now, right?
Yeah, exactly. They should be playing Twisted Minds now, which is going to be a very exciting game. It's going to be explosive. I'm very excited for it. I think we have a bracket update. That's right.
I hope I'm right.
Against ENCE. Next, there was some smack talk there in the comms.
Yeah,
let's see how that one
not
ages.
giving any respect to Gaming Gladiators, and honestly,
they're amping themselves up. I think that's a good strat, though.
It's true, but I think you do need to put some respect on Gaming Gladiators. I think if you just come and you think you're just gonna take it easy and beat this team, I think you're wrong with how they handled Space Station. You know, say what you want about the meta, but Peps look great at it. They have a great understanding. Their team play is very effective. They're aggressive at the same time. It's not easy to do.
Let's take a look at the lower bracket, as ENCE did take the dub against Virtus Pro, and as we just said, that means that we now have to set up a Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they had a rough start into this, not gonna lie, but they turned it up yesterday. Yesterday, they looked keyed in. But is it enough?
Okay, well, that was against Sovereigns.
I was just about to say, but is it enough to go up against Virtus Pro? Because quite frankly, they nearly took down ENCE, which is pretty much considered the second best in the entire region.
Yeah, look, it's a tough challenge. Also, the reminder, of course, that even if you lose that series, the Virtus Pro Twisted Minds, there will be a tiebreaker between the two teams on the other side of the bracket too. So if you happen to lose that series,
as long as Space Station make top 3,
as long as they make top 3. It's a
Which
great
is
point.
like-
So if
which
Quick
is very
Esports just like knock out Space Station, that we don't know what we're in for.
Then
It's going to be a
chaos,
crazy second weekend. But yeah, there's a lot of drama in the lower bracket. We can safely say that.
We're in for the drama. We love that. We're also in for good plays, and we got a few of those to show you right now in our $1 million play. Still love that graphic. Cash money, babe. It's great. Good stuff. Roll the clips. There they are. Naga very much impressed. Aerial superiority on display here on that Pharah.
Yeah, I
Not
love
gonna
this
lie, I like that.
Yeah, also good title.
I mean, great play on the Pharah in general. I think he really managed to get the most value out of the character without dying, which is really Pharah's biggest issue, is just that she's very, very easy to kill, but he's really maximizing that explosive burst potential through combos with the team and without dying.
Bob and Weave, Shockwave. I said this to you as well in the green room. I just love when we see some Ashe being brought out. And I mean, especially if you're playing some of these Sigma compositions, there are ways you can play this hero. We've seen Tree, Vision from Luminosity bring out the hero as well, and Shockwave, a bit of a signature hero for him, really, playing the Ashe.
I don't mind it against these Mauga comps. You know, that Dynamite can just get so much value. Bob can disrupt them. Even though they can burn the Bob down, I mean, it takes a few seconds, and Mauga is all about that explosive damage. So hope to see more Ashe, especially for these Sigma preference teams.
Kai till I die. I mean, why not? Honestly, Kai on that Soj.
What he does best.
Yeah, you keep this guy on a core hit scan. I mean, he is going to deliver time and time again. Just consistent performance. I think his weakness is like, yeah, he's not on that same level when it comes to a flex DPS, but heroes like Sojourn are just great in this spot where it still gives you some of that mobility, flexibility to participate in the dives, and yet he's just going to deliver kill after kill when it comes to those overclocks. There's a reason the other team is popping a few ults when Kai pops overclock.
As much as that flex DPS style looked great, but if you have players like Kai or Lip, you know, like, it doesn't matter. They can still play their Cassidy's like Soj. Like, they make it work because they're just that good.
Yeah, I'm worried though. I do think it's an important topic though, because as the brackets go deeper and as enter in the mix with some of the top teams, like you can't really get away with the Kai Tracer as much. And if they're forced to swap to that, I do feel like you have to see Kai on the hit scan arrows, the hard hit scan arrows.
I feel like they learned their lesson. I think the dive Soj Tracer, it's a fine look. I don't think you necessarily need double flex DPS unless you're in a very, very, very specific scenario. I think Ents can avoid it though. They've avoided it thus far.
Are you guys arguing?
No, I wouldn't say we're arguing.
Okay.
But I appreciate the attempt, Zoe, to...
I'm just starting some drama on the desk for no reason, because we have some time, we have some time. We're heading into a quick break now. When we're coming back, we're going to kick things off with the NA side of things. Of course, TSM will be going up against Toronto Defiant. That ought to be a good one, so we hope to catch you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back to the EWC Qualifiers here live from Burbank. We're ready to set things up, set the stage in fact, for the NA region. What?
Not again.
Was this important?
Yes.
Jack.
My bad.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch FACEIT League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on FACEIT. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions. Competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. FACEIT League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back to the EWC Qualifiers. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're now diving into the NA region. We've got 2 matches for you today. It's going to be very exciting. I especially can't wait to see the first one pop off. But first things first. Today is also an important day because it is Father's Day. So a very happy Father's Day to all those who are out there showing up for their kids. You guys are the real ones. We, of course, also have our a resident Overwatch daddy. I will never say that again. I will never say it.
Clip it and ship it, folks. Clip it and ship it.
Yeah, well, no. Whoops.
Are you gonna own it or not?
Yeah,
me? Abso-effing-lutely, my guy. I'm not the one who said it, so.
Already pinned on X.
The Twitter handle is changed right after this show. For now, though, we're gonna play a little game because dads love games. I thought, in honor of Father's Day, Matt, Johnny, Jake, and I will bust out our best dad jokes, and Mitch, as the resident dad, can judge.
My humor is shit memes from 2014. It's not dad jokes.
Yeah,
There is a Venn diagram overlap there, I'm sure.
It's like this. Like
Just a
ships
line,
in,
just a
ships in the
line to
night.
touch.
You know what I mean? Oh, okay.
Okay, well, we unfortunately have to.
I hate
You're gonna have to suffer.
Well, then you have to pick the least bad.
Okay, yes.
There's an assignment here. You can pick your mission.
Just like your performance views. Who's the least sucky? All right.
It's about the delivery. It's about the delivery.
Okay.
Johnny, let's start with you.
I get to start.
You get to start.
Okay.
Hit us.
Okay, well.
These are right up Johnny's alley, so this might be tough.
Yeah, I made this one myself, Matt.
Oh, no.
Bye.
Oh, well, now we know which one's the worst out of the group.
You're gonna give it to me or what?
Here we go.
Okay.
What does a Mauga make composition? Can I tell my joke? Who are you?
Matt,
Who are you?
Let him do the joke, bro. Go on.
Producers, can you mute this back? Okay. What does a Mauga make composition and Matt's best casting have in common?
They don't exist.
A Blizzard Arena.
Drive.
Come on. Mauga May, Cage Fight, Blizzard. Matt was pretty good at Blizzard Arena.
I mean, I give him points for like trying to make it relevant to the show.
Good. It's good.
Yeah.
I think the content is good. The deliveries. I mean, you are dressed well for the occasion. Looks like you've been a Mott and Bow, my guy. Like you've got the you've got the dad vibes on.
This is home and garden. Come on, this is my WoW jacket. Come on now.
Okay. All right.
You're one pair of New Balances away from being a dad. Like that's what's happening over there.
Also, a child.
You're gonna be
off for New Balance. Wow.
All right. Who's next? That's pretty good.
Don't hate.
Okay, yeah,
I'm going
Jake.
next. I'm locked in. All right, Mitch. What is Diva's favorite way to watch movies?
I hate this already.
He's all over.
Tell me, Jake. Tell me.
Diva D's.
You do know that.
Wow.
Jake, I did better than that.
I'm so upset.
My mind went somewhere else than intended, I think.
Oh yeah. No, sorry.
Those are dad jokes, Zoe.
They might be
That would
made
have been a mom joke, I guess.
Yeah.
That's fine.
No, moms don't make those jokes either.
Keep the solo.
Just put it out there. All right.
I'm struggling.
Who we got?
Okay.
Diva D's. Okay.
I also went for a gaming
Diva
related
D's
one.
nuts. Oh, sorry. sorry. That was a bit delayed. Sorry.
What?
Sorry, please.
Yeah, that's so weird. There was.
Dude, this is not rehearsal.
Anyway, Well, my joke is not going to be as funny as his retort just now, so you gotta just really.
You can't fire me on Father's Day, baby.
Go on.
What do you call a fish that plays Matt? Please, second time. This is a warning from Matt. What do you call a fish that plays video games?
Dare I ask?
Jaws.
No, but that's good. A COD player?
Oh! Oh!
Got him! Got him! I personally.
I'm in physical pain.
I mean,
Can I have a second
You don't want to go with those
I
COD
have a better
players.
one if you want.
I need an Advil.
That's a woofer. Holy! Okay, thank
Bit of a
you,
stretch.
COD player.
You are welcome, I think.
All right,
Matt,
you
what's
had
your-
better. You had better have something better than this.
Yeah. What kind of shoes do frogs wear, Mitch?
Is this even a dad joke?
What?
Open-toed shoes.
Can you cut the connection?
I'm so unhappy. Honestly, I'm so unhappy.
I think it was funny though.
I didn't mind that one. I didn't think it was a good one.
Really liked
Not only have I not slept more than 4 hours a night in the last 3 years, but I've got to listen to this tripe in the morning. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you.
You know,
Thank you.
I got to sleep last night. Yeah. Who's
Okay, the one
winner?
that gave me the most visceral reaction of discomfort and general existential
Wait.
grief. This one over here.
Wait, so I'm
Yeah.
the worst? You were
Yeah.
supposed to pick the best.
Oh, none of
he's
you are
the
winners.
judge. Yeah, but
None
who's
of
the
you
best,
are
though?
winners. That was the worst dad. We can do that, right? We're pivoting. It's Father's Day. We're pivoting.
I mean, I was trying to cross-IP this as well. I made an effort.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you were the
Congrats.
worst.
What am I? Oh, yeah. I've been told by production that the win is either a pat on the head or a attaboy. Can I have both?
Why are
Mother
you
and I
moving
are very
away from
proud
the
of you.
screen?
Thank you.
Did you drink enough water today?
No, I'm not. I'm not the hydration kind.
Okay.
Well,
you know what?
But I didn't get my attaboy. Give me more attaboy.
Attaboy.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that.
Now I'm going to use the water so I didn't drink to drown myself. Good fun, guys. Good fun.
And on that note, we're kicking off our NA region. This was tragic. Hopefully the games are not. All right, let's take a look at the brackets first to see where we currently stand in our NA region. We have some bangers here. Man, Toronto Defiant, TSM, M80, Energy Shock. Is it Christmas?
I mean, this is one hell of a day. These two matches we got upcoming are just out of this world. M80 and Energy Shock, of course, that we got waiting in the wings is going to be a real fun match between, of course, the Power of Friendship, Energy Shock, but also an M80 that's retooled. But even this one coming up first, Toronto Defiant TSM. I mean, it's a rematch from the Stage 1 finals in OWCS. And also, TSM, I mean, they were one map away from being one of the teams that get to beat Toronto Defiant. So I think they got some revenge in their sights.
Yeah, and Citrus Nation as well as Timeless are currently waiting their turn into in the losers bracket. And yeah, no matter who's going to fall down into the losers bracket, I don't think either of those two teams will be too thrilled to face off against them. And in the NA region, less slots available too.
You got to be top 3.
Yeah.
Not going to Riyadh, not going to Esports World Cup.
That's right.
Gotta make it to the lower bracket final at least.
At least, at the very least.
And there's still a lot of competition. No easy road.
Also true, also true. And on this very serious note, let's break down our first match of the day for NA. Toronto Defiant going up against TSM. Starting here with, I don't know which team we have first. I think Toronto Defiant is what we're doing. Hi, how are you doing? Toronto Defiant, that's the team we want to chat about first. Obviously, extremely dominant thus far in this tournament, and they have been in Stage 1, in Stage 2 of the OWCS. They did fall short in Dallas, so I really felt like when they came here, they tried to make a statement.
Yeah, you know that honestly, their first match in the tournament, that was like really impressed me. They weren't playing, you know, a team that really pushed them or tested them, but it was just all business from Toronto Defiant. They weren't having any fun with the matches. I think they really took that loss to heart, honestly, in Dallas. They are not feeling okay about that. You know, even being the best team in NA, it's not enough for this team. They want to beat the world. And so I think, honestly, anything less than an extremely dominant statement victory over North America is going to be basically a failure for Toronto Defiant. And with standards like that, it could be easy for players to get overwhelmed. But, I mean, these are some of the most veteran, experienced players of any team in the world, especially North America. And so, to be honest, as much as TSM is like a feel-good story, and I'm excited for them to hopefully be more competitive, I think Toronto is a terrifying team to face North America. I think they're going to run the table.
Indeed. Well, let's take a look at the other side here. TSM, they relied pretty heavily on Sigma comms thus far in this tournament. How far can they take it against a very flexible Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Sigma, you can make it work regardless of what you're playing against. Toronto Defiant, I'm not quite sure if we're going to see them bring out the Winston composition. You can certainly do so with someone. But yeah, Sigma has been the go-to for TSM and also some Mauga that we've seen here on Oasis, for example, and on a few other maps. And that is what IC allows you. Typically, we have seen more Riker in the lineup, that being the primary tank for TSM so far this year. But now, in this specific meta, we're seeing more IC because he allows you to play the Sigma compositions as well as the Mauga compositions. That's up his wheelhouse. And it has worked out for this team. I do think they look better. Rocket is a star player on this team. We talked a lot about this Tracer early on this year, but also here with the Pharah, Rocket is making plays and being active and turning the tides of some of these matches. So this is a TSM team that is on the rise. Like, they're in good form right now. They're not the same team that lost to Citrus Nation in Stage 2, for example. So this is a TSM team that I really think could challenge teams like Toronto Defiant, for example. And again, I think they got revenge on their mind, so they're very motivated in this one.
Absolutely. Well, can they push them maybe a little bit, but can they take it? I personally do not think so. I did, however, give them one single map in our predictions because, you know, on Control, maybe they can steal one away because Control is not a real map type anyway. So,
what?
You know, in my opinion.
It's worth points. You can win the series.
It is a point. You know, it is a point.
That opinion draws a crowd. So
that's okay.
That's good.
It is a popular
opinion. I'm pandering.
I'm not a fan. I think, you know, as exciting as TSM is, and despite having a lot of players that are going to be really fun to watch, you know, continuing to move forward, I think Toronto Defiant really looks in peak form, and I think they're going to bring heat in this match. I think it's going to be a beat down 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going with Toronto Defiant as well. A bit similar like SSG earlier in the day, where SSG, you know, best team in the West, they are the favorites, of course. Toronto Defiant should be the best team in North America, and that's why you have to predict them in a series like this.
Well, I'm ready for the action. I want to see. I want to see this one going down. I want to see that dominant performance. 7% of our community do, however, have faith in TSM.
Good luck.
Yeah,
good luck to you, 7% out there.
You're not with chat today.
I mean, it's a good meta for upsets, but Toronto's.
You've been the voice for chat lately.
Yeah, there's no saving that
Not for
7%.
this one. Okay, well, that's rough. That's rough. It's going to be a good time regardless. And also, these two gentlemen, you guys are due for a stomp. You've just got all the close matches thus far, so it's going to be a 3-0 for you.
Hey, we casted lots of, you know, Vegas and Paris Eternal games, so
I actually think most of the games we cast, what was the percentage?
I mean,
most of the games that we cast in the Overwatch League were like 3-0s, right? By like a decent margin.
They all just kind of blended together.
Yeah.
They're just one big long game.
Look, I'm hoping for a good game here, but I think like you're making sort of compelling points on the desk. And let's not forget, Toronto stumbled big time in Dallas. They messed up. At losing to the number 2 seed from EMEA, losing their chance to sort of, you know, qualify to Riyadh from there. So here, they can get it done. Here they can land the plane, so to speak, and secure a slot. They're not going to be goofing off.
Yeah, this will be quite interesting, right? With the Defiant coming out playing this Doom composition, right? I know going up against that Mauga that we all love so very much is this could be quite difficult for Toronto to kind of make work, right? We've seen other teams try this. I know Toronto obviously extremely skilled, but very difficult to make
it is challenging. It puts Rupal in the position to play that Ana, which is great. Looking for some big bio-nades like we saw on Midtown, for example, last time we saw Toronto. And Merit's found Rocket already. Going up to Chopper here to do most of the heavy lifting in the DPS regard. And TSM are in a weird spot. They transition now off the high ground, but it's too late to stop the point from being capped. So they don't do anything about Merit. He gets a pick early, he takes the point, and they turn up on him after the point's already been flipped.
Yeah, you see they're just kind of pushing into the spawn for even some more kills. His Rocket switches over the Tracer. We'll see if actually kind of commits to it. We talked a little bit about it. You know, we're not necessarily love the Tracer kind of like with that Mauga, but looks like that's what they're going to go with here for coming out the spawn yet again. So Toronto with a really fast fight. They're going to get high ground. TSM has to kind of chase, right? You know, Toronto drops the low ground, gets control of the point, and once Merit gets that first pick, it all just kind of.
Now we can actually see what the idea is behind this Doom comp. I think Toronto are a team better equipped to show us than most here in North America. So I see, wants to start some cap pressure here if possible, but look at the damage straight away. Now he's going to play from behind the Pergola. Big hitbox on this Mauga as well, so pretty easy to clip him if you swing a little bit as Merit. Power block being used there by someone. It's going to be Kajuna Rush here. CJ going to fire that off, and Icy comes in, but the damage is too much. Merit and Sugar Free finding the pulse bomb on towards Chopper. This isn't going to be close at all. This is bad.
Well, I mean, you knew it wasn't going to be close, right? When Reinforced didn't pick both teams in predictions. You know, he didn't hedge his bets. He was pretty confident on that one. You know, Toronto, I mean, that's just a sick shot by Merit. It looks so casual, right? Just kind of like flicks 360, just takes out Rocket on the flank as this first point may end up not being very close, like you had mentioned. I'd love to see kind of, you know, this kind of war between, you know, a Doomfist kind of composition and the Maga TSM continue throughout the series.
Rocket's been forced off the Pharah purely on virtue of the fact that Merit exists, apparently. Sojourn, too much for them to deal with. Over to the Tracer now, someone mostly ignoring Rocket. Sound Barrier comes out, it's too late to save Chopper's life. Surely that was the plan for Magic 8ball. CJ can wall climb all he likes. It's gonna have to be a swift step to get him out of that kind of trouble. And Merit was waiting for them. Huge. What a rail. Big three-player Bionate here. The Toronto Defiant are putting it all on display for us right now. Someone will drop. It doesn't matter. Too much for Toronto to work with. Magic 8ball, the only one being credited with any impact in that fight. A drawn-out overtime will eventually expire, as do TSM's chances in this round.
Man, that was brutal. Just a brutal round there for TSM, as you kind of feel like you're playing a comp that, you know, has an advantage just about everywhere. You know, according to pretty much, you know, everybody at the moment, right? You know, with that Maga in play, and you just kind of get rolled by Toronto just coming out playing like a Doom dive with you know, a Sojourn and Tracer. So looks like Toronto potentially changing here, you know, for this next round. Sugar Free could pick up like I know probably the Pharah, could be like an Echo, could be you know, even potentially a Genji here, right? So some options for Toronto, and TSM, it seems like they're kind of locked in on this.
Yeah, look, Again, I think they need to roll out with this Pharah composition, and they're probably assuming that there won't be Sojourn on a map that's a little more enclosed like this, so... And they're right. It's going to be Merit on the Cassidy, no less terrifying though, I might add. See here now over the top is Sugar Free on that Pharah, great hero pick for him. Icy just far too low, taking far too much damage, and there's nothing CJ and Magic 8ball can do to keep him up. That is so rough.
Well, I think Vega actually just kind of like booped Magic 8ball like completely out of the way. It was like a three-player boop, you know, onto Chopper, you know, Rocket, and Magic 8ball, and there was no way that they could like kind of disengage at that moment. The Lucy wasn't even, you know, on the platform up the high ground, and then Toronto just able to just kind of like run on through with Cardiac Overdrive, get an easy fight win.
Toronto here looking to illustrate what a tier break looks like in North America. Cardiac Overdrive gets him back to the point. Rocket, this is a little awkward of a spot to play from now. There's not really anywhere to go, but someone is felled by Icy, and the damage from Rocket as they tried to challenge the Pharah inside that left side room. So signs now of life for TSM. Finally, a chance to stabilize.
Yeah, fight on the point ends up, you know, going in their favor. Chopper just kind of pushing up here, seeing if he can maybe get one on the, you know, off the spawn. But TSM's actually in a pretty good spot here, Mitch. You know, Kitsune Rush here coming into this next fight, and then you also have the, you know, Deadeye to work with. If they want to go aggressive here, it's going to be the Rush and a barrage from behind.
Yeah, nicely done here. You see Toronto Defiant try and outmaneuver them here, but they get caught. 3-for-2 trade eventually, but Vega will fall. There's not enough left for the Defiant to work with here. They tried to get away from the rush, but I think Rocket's barrage really caught them off guard from that flanking angle.
Yeah, he came on like the opposite side. Like the rush kind of comes in, and then they try and rush towards the other side, does the Toronto Defiant, like away from that Kitsune rush. And Rocket's right there with that barrage. But now Toronto, I mean, you can go pretty fast, right? You're going to end up with a sound barrier and a rush of your own.
Here's a barrage from Sugar Free. Okay, nice Suzu timing. Nice, yeah, Suzu. Perfect. And the top up after the fact. Sugar Free gets a full channel barrage out. Kitsune rush also applied here by Toronto. Chopper hoping for something, but this team, they've been around a while, not born yesterday, that's for sure. Chopper blown to smithereens. Here is Vega, and someone step up, and the pressure now mounts as Toronto push back.
Yeah, Chopper ends up using like the Deadeye a little bit defensively, but man, that RuPaul Suzu was sick, right? On the Sugar Free. Rarely you see the entire barrage kind of get off. Yeah, a direct hit in the air, you know, just able to keep Sugar Free up through that channel. So
it has the same behavior as an Ana Bionate. So for someone like RuPaul, it just feels the same. It's very, very similar. Yeah. Magic 8ball, oh my goodness, someone explodes there, as to the rest of the Defiant, trying to catch TSM on that right-hand side.
That's tank damage, by the way.
Wow. Absolutely clobbered. 63 and counting now. Toronto have gotten into the lead here in this second round. And they have a cage fight, sound barrier to work with.
So I guess the positive there would be, I know we've seen it a few times this weekend. I know Magic Maple didn't go for a sound barrier there, right? Would have ended up with an Ajax, and then the TSM's in a really difficult spot, right? Where here double support ults, right? You have like Cage Fight Barrage potentially, on the table. They're just gonna have to kind of get through this choke as you see Sugar Free landing these directs, putting down some pretty big damage.
Cage though, Sugar Free from above, but Rocket had the height advantage. Aerial superiority, it's secured for TSM. And they converted it into what looks to be a team fight win. Merit almost gets away with it there, but Rocket finds one last connection. Toronto had 99% though, and TSM, not a moment too soon, get back in the driver's seats.
Yeah, and this next fight will be really difficult for kind of like TSM to weather, right? You end up using all your ultimates, you win that one, great. Coming into the next fight, Kitsune Rush plus a Deadeye, you can kind of like zone players off, the point with that Deadeye, and then you lose Chopper right away. I mean, this is terrible here.
It's a random pick-off, the kind you can't afford against a team of this caliber, Matt. And Toronto are absolutely going to punish it. TSM, well, they weren't really in that fight. Chopper getting snuffed out by Merit there, and now a Deadeye to make sure the map is claimed. Toronto Defiant off to a roaring hot start here, punishing every single mistake, and that's the risk here as TSM. You make one slip up, you're gonna know about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly kind of what I was thinking. It's like, TSM needs to play absolutely perfect against Toronto, and to give, opening for Merit to, just kind of turn the corner, whether it be on like a Sojourn or a Cassidy, just take a player out right away, and then give Toronto a player advantage. Like, that happens, twice in a map, the map's gone, right? I know it's going to go in Toronto's favor. So very difficult here for TSM to mount a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, we sort of start obviously on City Center with that Doomfist composition, which is one we've seen, played into the Malga setups in the past, right? And it's looked difficult. It's looked really tough to sort of meet your win conditions with those kind of setups. But, we see here a lot of it is, predicated on generating picks. Sometimes Doomfist is facilitating those very picks by displacing people, knocking them out into Merit's sight lines. There's a dive there from Icy. He tries to sort of run on in, but there's so many angles that the Defiant are posted up on that they just have him at 10% HP by the time he turns up. And heading into this map, I mean, the map gets ended because Merit finds a pick on Chopper, right? Despite TSM's best efforts, there's one small mistake that proves to be their undoing.
Yeah, right before that happens, they kind of turn the corner and put some damage on the Sugar Free, and maybe they thought there was an opportunity to take the Pharah out, and then he turns the corner, potentially Chopper, and try and finish that kill off, and Merit just kind of two-tabs him, right? So see here, this is from Merit's POV. Yeah, so right around the corner, you see where Icy's looking up. That's where Sugar Free was right there. So maybe just turn around the corner, trying to get that pick. Step out a little bit too far, and Merit.
Sugar Free looked like he was actually at risk of being caught there. He was standing on the ground, I think, as TSM rounded the corner, and he quickly, Rocket boosted up, and the rest of the team came in to respond here. That's obviously what you want to see from a top-level team, one that will cover those small errors from their teammates and turn them into advantages at times. We're going to have some substitutions coming into the next map. Of that, I am quite sure here. I think it's Hollywood coming up. So that's also a map, Matt, where historically, we've seen if there is a skill disparity or just a general level difference between two teams, it looks really exacerbated on a map like that.
Yeah, and Toronto loves these types of picks, right? Where there's, multiple tanks in play, because someone can play absolutely everything, right? You can play the Maga, you can play the Sigma, you can play Doomfist, right? Winston if need be. So there's really not like a weakness here, or even, I mean, obviously they don't have another tank, but there wouldn't even be a thought, right? Of bringing somebody else in. And kind of pigeonholing yourself into a situation where we can only play these two tanks on this map, right? They never have to deal with that for Toronto.
And this is a team that were, look, I think it's safe to say they were probably humiliated, in Dallas, right? They look very, very tight. This was a team that was messing around a bunch in the stage 2 qualifiers. They had role swaps, hero swaps. Now they're with it all on the line. They look like they probably wish they would have looked at LAN, if I'm honest with you.
A bit of me kind of feels bad for Toronto. In the sense that if they win here in NA, right, everybody's going to be like, okay, well, yeah, sure, you're supposed to win in NA. What happens, at a LAN? If they were to drop a game in NA, then it's like, oh my God, they're the worst ever, right? They're in kind of a no-win situation in terms of the kind of community perception will be, not maybe, everybody's super close to it, but just kind of the more, general kind of consensus. It's okay, well, show us that, LAN with the teams from APAC, right? Like just they're expected to beat everybody in NA. It's like a really interesting spot in that, like, yeah, they look awesome, but like probably won't be given the credit that they look awesome until we see it, against like a Falcons.
This is why so many teams have spoken about it. I think Lyre actually talked about this in an interview, why so many teams enjoyed being the underdogs because they didn't have this lose-lose of expectations like applied to them constantly. Toronto were expected to be like, a top team at LAN. Proper even got on an interview and said they were looking like the scariest team. I can't tell if he was being impish or trying to sandbag.
You can't trust anything.
That was so suspect. It didn't pan out that way anyway. Toronto, if you remember, lost to Ents. Knocked out by the number 2 seed from EMEA. But we digress. This is a domestic matchup here, and one with it on the line. That's right. Qualification to the Esports World Cup. It's what's being played for here. And Hollywood is indeed going to be our second map.
Yeah, and we'll take a look here as some of the kind of rosters as we'll go into game. Now, obviously, no subs there for Toronto, potentially for TSM. We'll have a look as I'm curious. I think for TSM, you're going to continue to play that Mauga, right? Toronto shows that they can kind of play just about everything.
And no subs whatsoever. Maybe TSM with the same lineup here. Don't see too many anyway from TSM. I haven't seen Riker in for quite a while, for example. Somebody featured a little bit more earlier on in the year. But we'll be trying to find rolling out. Okay, so they're playing Ana Brig here? No. Okay, maybe at least looking to swap the Brig. Look, sometimes we see teams forgo Lucio on this first point just because they don't feel the speed is as relevant. But Rupert will stay on this Ana. So the upsides are, Matt, that the Pharah kind of has healing on demand a little bit more comfortably, and Sugar Free can probably play a bit more aggressively now.
Yeah, a little bit. I also think, obviously the Bio Grenade really strong against Mauga in general. You have the Cleanse on the other side, but I know we see how Cleanse is used at just giving like invulnerability to people, right? So just not have it for, just kind of force it out.
Right, so a Widowmaker attempt there. Rocket thought he might have had an opening on Sugar Free, but can't hit the shot. So we'll be back to brass tacks here as TSM walk up with that Farah Cassidy composition. Trying to avoid that sugar-free poke damage getting in. And his Bionades are going to be coming in thick and fast. There was one there from Rupert with no connection, but expect the next few to be a little scary for the attackers.
You can also play in a really safe space here if you're Ana as well. Like, there's not like a Winston that's going to kind of dive into the cafe, like put a ton of pressure on you. It's really just kind of like, that far at range, and then, if a fight kind of breaks out, getting forced down.
Rupert here. Bouncing, has to be aware of these rockets. Well, many of them will be headed in his direction. If he goes low enough, there'll be a dive followed up, or someone will try and pressure directly. Here it comes. Merit, Sugar Free, someone all very, very low here. Rupert being pushed to the limit. Again, being tied up by DPS made it hard to heal for that moment, but the cardiac overdrive meant Toronto could weather the storm without their supports in play.
I'd love to see how they kept Merit alive. I don't know if you kind of saw it before we switched on to RuPaul, but Merit was very low, and with Icy took the elevator up and just kind of got lifted above the point there, and somehow they're able to keep Merit alive. They had a cardiac overdrive going over there, but clearly RuPaul was then dealing with TSM in the cafe.
In this economy, my God. Nanobu's giving it over to Sugar Free. They're probably more for the defensive aspect than anything else. They've lost Vega in doing this, but they get Icy. It's a trade you take 9 times out of 10. And yet TSM still signaling they want to play aggressively. Without their Mauga, there's no way.
No, I think they're going to have to back out here, right? Just trying not to get anybody else taken out. And as I say that, Magic 8 Ball gets hit going right back through the choke as he kind of ended up on the opposite side. Nice conk there, knocking Chopper into a really tough position. It's going to be a dead eye.
That is so audacious, man. Again, Chopper goes for it from the high ground. Merit was looking down. Sugar Free also just sending rockets over. 3 for Merit in this fight. Not a care in the world. Make it 4. And a Deadeye.
I mean, this
bit of razzle-dazzle for him, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is getting ugly real quick. Is TSM there? The fight previously, right, where Sugar Free's hiding, they end up using their rush. Chopper just kind of using the Deadeye there, maybe to try and deter players, on Toronto from kind of pushing on in. It doesn't really matter though, as now Toronto, you're gonna have Cage Fight, you're gonna have the Barrage to go with it, you're gonna have potentially a Nano, right? I mean, even crazier, you can kind of throw that bio grenade into the cage fight, right? Hit a bunch of those players. This is going to be a barrage sound barrier combination on both sides.
For Sugarfree as well. That was extremely messy, but after the fact, Sugarfree is still standing or flying, and with that nano boost for extra damage and a later sound barrier for Toronto, that might have been one of TSM's best shots as they try and combine their barrage and beat and come up with nothing.
Well, they have cage fight rush here, right? So that's a pretty good combination that you could, end up using. It's just TSM hasn't even really made it through the choke. Like, it's awesome to, have these kind of ultimates. I mean, right here is pretty much where it's ended every single time. As Icy gets aggressive, goes in. This is going to be
really low. Icy's trying to chase him down. Cage fight to make sure that Cassidy stands and delivers. But it was actually someone that was caught in it. Merritt's going to wait his time here. Wait for that cage to come down. But then Toronto have to try and contest without their Maga for the next few moments. Vega might not be in a position to taxi it back. Now they're giving this up.
No, there's no way. I mean, if you had someone alive, I think you probably can fight it. But losing someone, I mean, you're in a brutal position. So Icy now will switch over to the Sigma here. So Sigma can kind of use the shield, kind of deter some of the damage from that high ground, and also kind of like push up and hold that position potentially a little bit easier than Maga.
Couple headshots here. Laying Icy on the low ground low on that Sigma. My God, Merritt keeping him honest in the nastiest of ways. Someone might be able to drop down here and just cage fight at his leisure, or punish an attempt from the attackers to engage the high ground. Again, this Ana for the Farah, pretty helpful. Means that Sugarfree can ride a tighter margin here in some of these engagements.
Yeah, I mean that, but like it took so long on point A, Mitch, that you're down below 2 minutes. Like the Sigma kind of like want to like pushes up and slowly kind of like takes space, right? You don't really like afford it that much time. I mean, Nano here on the Sugarfree barrage, you get a fight win here. Now we're gonna be below a minute. And you're still like trying to like kind of like move up, kind of play for that high ground. So it's the first point A taking so long makes it very difficult, when you kind of like make this swap here, and this is kind of how you want to play here in the second point.
How's the Sigma really supposed to get going against a Malga comp when you're attacking on Hollywood, Matt? You can't challenge them for the high ground.
Well, I mean, you can use the shield, right, to kind of like move up and forward, right, block some of that damage, get the payload moving, and then maybe like wrap back around and try and take high ground and kind of move the payload, throughout things, but you just don't have that much time. I mean, it'd be great if you had like 3 minutes plus, right? You can spend 45 seconds getting that payload moving. This is going to be a cage fight. This is not going to end well for TSM.
Oh, Rocket had the grandest of aspirations there. Doesn't pay off. Icy still standing there. We're close to a flux. Mera has to respect it. Vega looking to beat a quick retreat as well. Someone has switched over to the Winston now, and Rupal will join up. So it's 2 supports and a DPS remaining. That favors TSM as this Sigma now has been able to take this high ground control, and Mirror was unaware. They were up there, question mark.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. A little uncharacteristic.
So, I mean, this is you're asking how kind of like the Sigma starts to take control, right? It's getting these like high ground positions, right? Just kind of like brute forcing the way in. Is if someone switched off of the Maga there for a bit, I went to the Winston. Now going to go back over to it because you have to just kind of maybe this like one fight here, around the doorway. It's like a pretty decent spot for the Maga to fight from, especially when TSM's going to be forced to fight on the card.
Now the Sigma setup seems more oppressive from this high ground spot. Someone, okay, has some backup. Eventually, Sugarfree's on the scene. Flux, yeah, will take the Malga down, and Sugarfree's seen better days, but the Nano will protect him from instant death. Icy has to drop. There has to be some real competition on the card now, and TSM will set up there. Icy turning this way and that, finding a nice little accretion connection on Sugarfree. That'll do it. TSM still have some map to play.
Yeah, you were wondering, right? Like if Toronto could like live for a little bit longer. Someone actually. I'm almost a little bit surprised that the Nano didn't go all into someone like up in the sky, right? Had the cardiac overdrive going. I know it was hitting with that gravitic flux, but maybe you're able to.
I don't think Rupal could see him, man. I think he was sat on the low ground.
Yeah, potentially.
Otherwise, yeah, pretty imber. But I think also their protocol is to combine the Nano with the barrage here.
The rare occurrence you can't see Maga.
That's true. Normally he's making it look like a bloody solar eclipse out there. All right, here we go. Coming forward again. Icy trying to use the grass to gain some ground. It's going to be Kitsune Rush, but everyone from Toronto backs up on that left-hand side. Rocket here trying to keep someone honest, trying to tear strips off of him, but he's healing through much of the Tracer damage because of the cardiac overdrive. He was able to find 2 kills there somehow. Someone gets it done again. Still, good fight for TSM, especially with Rocket now pretty uncontested on this Tracer. A pick map that many have felt is not strong against the Toronto comp.
Yeah, no, but making it look really good here in combination with that Sigma is you're gonna have to kind of like slow roll this a little bit here for TSM as you have 2 players coming back from spawn as CJ will move to the Baptiste. So really just wanting that immortality field, trying to keep players up, and oh, they lose Magic 8 Ball, and he had sound barrier here. 6 seconds left.
Merritt finds the timing as well. CJ swung into the Deadeye. Chopper's goose is cooked, he knows it. TSM make decent progress through the map in the end. It's just a Tracer threat now that needs to be answered. Sound barrier committed here for Magic Mayball, comes back and at least says he's able to part with it before the end of the round. Rockets to transfixed there by Merritt as he brings his weapon to bear. I see the step up now as CJ from that background just trying to heal them up at Deadeye. Means that Merritt needs to respect it. It's cancelled by Chopper though pretty quickly. Forced off the cart are most of TSM now. The sound barrier for the Defiant will seal the deal. And it's an incomplete map for TSM, albeit a decent run based on how their first point was looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you know, much better than they're kind of showing in map number 1. And then also considering it took them for ages. Right, to kind of you know, get the first checkpoint, right, to kind of move through the second one and then almost complete the map. Pretty decent showing there for TSM. So we'll see now how they're able to hold on defense, also what they decide to do on defense, right? I think you know, their Maga look on the first point like kind of got stalled out for a while, but once they moved to the Sigma, right, it took a little bit to develop. It started to look pretty good.
Now Sigma comp, when they're able to push up to the second building on top of the saloon, looked very powerful, so much so that, yeah, someone runs up there, apparently solo, joined by Sugar Free, who nano barrages, and it's still kind of an even fight here, so you can kind of see the concept that TSM are trying to make happen. It's just a little bit awkward when they have to play on the low ground with the Malga comp looking down at them. At some point, Icy has to brawl against the Malga, which is never what you want to be doing against Sigma. It's uncomfortable, but when needs must, you get your hands dirty.
Yeah, so they're actually going to play the Sigma on defense, right? So the BAP obviously essential here to kind of play around. You know, with that Sigma, it's going to be very difficult for Rocket to kind of like get any type of support. You know, we've talked about this where, you know, if you're playing that, you know, Sigma, you kind of want to BAP. It can be very difficult without the Kariko in place to kind of heal the Pharah really at all. It's going to be kind of Rocket kind of playing a little bit more, you know, on the ground, so to speak, you know, just kind of more around the rest of the team to get a little bit more of that healing quite easily as Toronto, they're just going to play the Maga into this.
Yeah, more than happy with that standard look here. So again, Icy, we're looking for good cooldown rotations from the Sigma to make sure he can back up and not take too much damage, also not get stomped on and then just flattened. Concussive Blast here knocks Toronto forward, but they don't really mind that. Outside of the fact that Sugar Free's a little low, someone also very, very critical health. And now they're split off Toronto. This is awkward. Rocket able to drop in from behind them now. Needs to respect Merritt to some degree. What? Merritt just springs forward and finds 2 quick kills. Okay, forget about it. Just bloody forget about it. It's cooked.
Man, it would be so fun to be able to aim like Merritt. It's just, I mean, that is like a fight where, you know, TSM looks like they have an advantage early on, right? Toronto split. We're watching from Rocket's POV, getting an awesome, like, off angle there with the Pharah. And, you know, Merritt inside of, you know, that cardiac overdrive. So with some help from the Maga, able to just take out 3 players. And then that's the entire fight. So you're kind of playing it right for most part as TSM. You think you give a really good look there and just, you know, Merritt just lands some shots, right? Nothing you could really do about
It's unexpected when our observers, who are very high-level players, are watching Rocket expecting him to, like, dominate, and then Merritt just kills 3 people. Oh, man. Crazy how he turns the game on its head.
This will be interesting, though, like, you know, trying to dislodge the Sigma from the high ground with the Maga, right? I know we've seen teams kind of struggle with this at times. It seems like Toronto, instead of like trying to maybe just take the fight directly, like move the payload, kind of like force, you know, some of this, taking this further back high ground, right? Not the close one. And then maybe you can kind of like open up, you know, a fight up on that bridge.
Okay, all things considered, Toronto doing reasonably well at weathering this poke damage storm. I say that just as someone takes 80% of his health pool in 0.5 seconds flat. Now, how do we set up here? We don't have the option for like a nano barrage. We do, of course, have the ability to combine the beat if you're trying to formulate a plan for the Defiant. Because someone has struggled to really push out and push the card up without taking a faceful and having to run back inside again. Okay, Deadeye here. Icy, unbothered, yeah. He's able to rotate those cooldowns like we discussed earlier on. Kinetic Grasp that would cancel, or at least eat up the shots from the Deadeye. And he's close enough to Merit to basically protect his team with it. So here comes the cart, moving up again. Sugarfree wants to fight. What a shot from Chopper, though. Sugarfree flies past on the low ground and gets his head torn clean off. And that was part of the plan for Toronto. They needed to get the Pharah in position. Now, they themselves are split and someone is run down.
Yeah, as the fight previously, right? Merit's using that Deadeye, trying to go up to the high ground. Someone body blocks the accretion, and that's going to get the Amp Matrix out from the other side, right? So that's why we saw Merit kind of drop, not use that Deadeye and try and get it off. And that time, Sugarfree just trying to cross that gap to see how kind of deadly it is when that high ground control is so favored for TSM. So TSM gets about 2 minutes off the clock already, so pretty good showing here on this second point D.
Merit here just getting tagged up constantly by those hyperspheres. He's getting fluxed, no doubt about it. Oh, Sugarfree was low. Icy gets a freebie. Yeah, the beat comes out, but because Toronto don't expect Sugarfree to just die to that first tick at the flux, they can't save the Pharah. And all they do is stop themselves from feeding more ult charge to TSM, who don't really need it because they have two DPS ults and a beat already.
So do you try and cage fight fast here? If you're someone, he's just been kind of like looking at that elevator for a while. Now still trying to move that payload, right? Get it into a spot where maybe kind of open up some of the high ground here. Is looks like he was going to go up there for a second, potentially got booped off of the elevator.
Oh man,
that is so difficult to
Sugarfree is trying to knock anybody down. Somebody gives him like a low.
They were going to rush on the high ground, and it got booped down to the low ground, and ended up getting cast down below.
Like, that's what Sugarfree is trying to set up a local player advantage on the high ground by knocking someone off, but it just did not work. So now a completely different approach. Switch over to the Tracer here. Rupal on the Ana. Okay, you have my attention now, Toronto.
I was thinking if you ditch the Maga here as well, right? But you have this cage fight, right? So potentially you want to get some value out of it.
I mean, yeah, the issue is not so much that someone is, getting pummeled here. It's just that the squishy DPS are exposing themselves to Chopper and Rocket for a little bit too long.
Well, the Tracer's pretty good here at moving the payload. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, right? Where without that Tracer, it can be difficult to kind of get the payload moving. You see, Sugarfree there, they're just playing off of the health back, trying to get that payload moving, just kind of force some action from TSM. And Rocket actually, Rocket was looking at Sugarfree, and then Merit comes from the side.
And now the space has been created on the high ground. Well, I say that just as very quickly TSM re-establish themselves in this forward position, but they can't contest the cart at the same time, Matt. That's their problem. They don't have a Tracer.
Well, yeah, and you see when the cart starts to move in this direction, it becomes very difficult, right? For TSM, what do you do in terms of decision making? A cage fight locks a bunch of players in. Is someone just going to
finally, I mean, Toronto get what they wanted. They wanted a good cage fight. They needed TSM to drop down. How do you give them a reason? Put a Tracer on the card, push it up, force them to try and contest. Nicely done, Toronto. Elegantly find a solution to that problem that lost them about 3 minutes of time.
Yeah, but they actually are set up in a pretty good spot here, right? Sound barrier, nano boost potentially. Who do you, Tineno, Merit, Tineno, someone? I mean, I think either of them pretty decent targets. And you're gonna have a pulse bomb, so you don't even need a full map completion, right? You see where that gold box of victory is. It's gonna be Merit just opening things up with the Deadeye. Gets taken out.
Standing in front of a Sigma who he knows can throw accretion at him, which is so surprising to me. But the pulse bomb from Sugarfree is perfect. CJ clearly did not have the immortality field to save himself. It's unlikely this results in a map finish here. It's far too far to go, but
no,
decent for Toronto to break around this first corner and get the cup basically to the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I mean, Vega's beat doesn't end up saving RuPaul. RuPaul kind of falls straight away. So really, the only thing available here is going to be that Nana, which is huge here for Toronto.
One more fight here for TSM. They at least have a chance to contest. RuPaul sitting in a very safe position, though no one is going to be able to threaten him. Not a Sigma comp, unless it's Chopper. Rocket poking him down. Nano boost here for Malga. Yes, this is RuPaul really trying to line someone up there as he charges on in. All right, doesn't want to go. Well, sometimes... Okay. Yeah, sometimes...
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, shout out to all the dads there who love C9s. I don't know about you, but that doesn't really do it for me. No. No, I get it. Was
half tucked in shirts do it for you?
Yeah. Honestly, it was funnier than your dad joke, at least. So I'll give it that. This is not what you want to see for Toronto. They bought 3 minutes of time on that second phase of the map. Looked really good with the Sigma comp. That was so oppressive to the Malga setup that wanted to get up in their face, and then, well, it happened awfully quickly.
Well, you mean for TSM, right? It's pretty rough for TSM. No, they kind of actually were putting together a pretty good defense there in that second checkpoint area with the Sigma up on the high ground. Really gave Toronto some trouble. And then to kind of like lose in that fashion, especially when you're getting down near kind of like final fight territory, is a really nice sleep there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for TSM, just getting undone by a tracer switch essentially. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but all of a sudden it went from someone contesting the car and taking like almost all of his health instantly as he tried to move out, to Sugar Free being able to push it up almost to the end of the map, which forces TSM to drop down, which is exactly what Toronto want. Throw the cage down. They just go Malgan, and they're able to push into that last phase of the map there. And like you mentioned, Matt, they're like, okay, well, they're in a really good spot here. They had like beat Nano up, like they had Deadeye, Merit Deadeye's in front of a Sigma, just like asking to get rocked, which was interesting. But they can recover from that and still end up winning. Pure weight of ultimates, and with how I guess far from the end of the map that TSM had ultimately pushed, they were already in a full, desperation stall situation that last fight here.
Let's take a look at this. So Icy just turns to go and deal with the Mauga. Yeah, and it looks like nobody kind of takes the spot. So
look, it's just again one of those communication breakdowns that can really happen when you start to feel like the game is running away from you. It's getting a little bit too fast to keep up with there. But again, we talked about it in the first map. If you give the Toronto Defiant this kind of opportunity, they will take full advantage of it. They really have not looked like they've been messing around, but they have looked pretty fallible here, at least on Hollywood.
But like, what even is TSM supposed to do in that situation, right? I mean, the Mauga just goes sprinting into the back line with a nano boost. Does Icy just like, well, let's just let the supports die and stand there? I mean, he kind of has to go back, and then what? The Cassie or the Pharah are going to step up onto the payload? I mean, both of them going to die, right? I mean, ideally, you would like to see somebody do it just to kind of keep the game going, but still not a ideal situation or one anybody would want to be in there.
And the market generates far too much threat to be ignored. It's not like a wrecking ball that's just kind of like shooting you from behind. He had to bodily turn around and throw up the kinetic grasp because both those chain guns were going for it.
I mean, he already does tons of damage. He's already pretty survivable, and then you give him the nano, and then he's got cardiac overdrive. I mean, you can't just like, oh yeah, the Lucio will just kite him for the Kriegel. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. You need a little bit more than that.
Yeah, we have some substitutions here for the next match. So Sonjin comes in here at DPS. Chopper is going to get subbed out. What do you think about the Ana comp in general? Because it's really just Toronto that we've seen have tried to play it. We talked about how it like maybe plays with that Pharah defensively, as Rupal was on the start of that defensive side. Thoughts?
I mean, I think the Kurigo kind of offers a little bit more. Like, I think the cleanse, whether it be for like the invulnerability or if the other team decides to pull out an honor or something, is just so good. And then I think Kitsune Rush just provides so much more to the overall team than just like the Nano. The Nano just obviously, whether it be really, it's gone down to Sugar Free, I would say, most of the time outside that last fight, but. Yeah, onto the Pharah, like, makes the Pharah really strong, but Pharah already seems to be pretty good in terms of putting down the damage, where I think the Rush ends up giving the Mauga and the Cassidy so much more power.
And you saw just how comfortably that Rupal was able to sit back on that Ana, just take his time and make sure that the Mauga did get that nano in the end. So as the start of the series, like before the series starts, we have our maps picked and banned. This is a Toronto Defiant map pick as we head into Colosseo. So must be feeling pretty good to have a decider here on an arena of your choosing. And we probably don't expect to see any huge changes comp-wise. I think that Toronto are more than happy to continue playing this Mauga setup, especially when there's not a ton of spots like for them to run into the problems that they did with that defensive Sigma that was just giving them hell from the high ground on Hollywood. There are some spots you can play from here, but I wouldn't expect TSM to be able to abuse that to the same level.
No, and I think it's way more on TSM to react. I've never seen that picture there. That's quite interesting. That was like, what, a cat with a glass of wine? I just saw there.
I'm pretty sure I saw Johnny wear a shirt like that once. Yesterday, he had it was a tiger. It was a tiger.
Oh, well, that was
yesterday.
Tiger. I mean, completely different.
Definitely different. Yeah, entirely different genus, of course.
I mean, the only person who treated a cat like a tiger is Mike Tyson when he got it as a pet. I mean, there's a little bit of difference there.
Like, what? Oh,
you don't remember that when he had a pet tiger?
I do.
Anyway.
I mean, they do that in Dubai anyway. It's kind of commonplace, I've been told.
So Sunjun comes in and plays the Sojourns. This is like what we've seen a lot, you know, when we've observed the OWCS. So they're going to try and play, you know, Sojourn's really good here, right? Like long range, you know, just kind of corridor. We see a fight here kind of go for, you know, extended periods of time a lot. So just trying to farm up, you know, a railgun shot, like a little bit of a better effective range than the Cassidy.
This is another Sigma team, though, as we know, TSM have more often been happy to put Icy on this role. Someone says at some point I am going to walk up on you, friend, and you had better be ready. Good poke damage, though. What's that health pool? 725 HP, a lot to work with, you'd think. But it goes in the blink of an eye against this kind of setup from TSM. Especially if Sonjun's going to hit some of these rails, which they have been. And the BAP as well, that extra survivability when push comes to shove will be heavily leaned upon.
It just feels like as soon as a player gets a little bit low, whether, you know, it's a sugar-free directs or, you know, a merit, you know, shot, it's just going to be go time for Toronto, right? You're just going to kind of press the pace forward. You're also building, look how fast they're building towards Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush, right? You've given up 7 meters here, which is absolutely nothing, and you're going to get double support ult to just kind of run them down.
Timing's going to be everything when it comes to that rush. I think they want to use it straight away. How telegraphed is this?
Matrix, which could be difficult.
They definitely make it clear they want to come forward. TSM trying to fold back a little bit now. Rocket with the barrage. Beautiful. That is, oh man, you can't ask for much more than that. Toronto don't use anything, in fairness. They almost like they signal that they want to run up on them, and that triggers a whole chain reaction of events from TSM.
Yeah, they end up using the Amp Matrix there at TSM, so they probably thought that like a rush or, you know, beat was going to come through. The Amp Matrix kind of comes down, and Toronto just ends up taking a load of damage. But you probably feel okay, like you mentioned, for Toronto, where 22 meters is like nothing, right? You know, you don't even kind of make it through that, you know, initial difficult choke, right? So you hold on to both support ults and your Deadeye, and you can actually now kind of push and probably even get even higher percentage.
Vega speeds forward, someone follows up. There's the stomp. Rupar stunned by an accretion briefly in the sound barriers. Ooh, it's a tight one, but Vega makes it work. Merit, okay, nice Suzu timing there, maybe slightly early, but Merit was healthy enough as they gave him invulnerability, so he didn't go below half. It's good enough. Rocket and Sugar-Free both traded now. Bird's wings have been clipped. It's someone knocked back by an accretion inside the cage, but an Icy ain't going anywhere. I like it. Look, oh man, that was actually incredible. He backs up with a kinetic grasp.
Really
There's 2 players sat behind him. He protects them, all with that ability, and it gives a window for TSM to actually fight back. That tank play was unbelievable from Icy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a knockback from Magic Maple, and then also Icy just body blocking with the kinetic grasp, just soaking up all of that damage going down inside of that close room, where that's the fight that TSM, Toronto Defiance is really playing for, right? You know, with the double support ults, you know, getting on in, getting aggressive, and TSM able to come out on top and, you know, even further their lead. So a really good start here on Coliseum.
We talked about how Toronto will exploit those mistakes that TSM have made, Matt. On this map so far, none of them, not a one. TSM have been absolutely rock solid, no pun intended, so far. But again, there's still plenty of time in the round. Mag grenade there, just thrown in. Sugar-Free might be able to interrupt Rocket here, and yeah, Rupar's going to find the kunai hit. So Toronto only have to commit the barrage here to the fight to get back in a position to stack some meterage of their own.
Yeah, TSM ends up using their Amp Matrix there, right? So Amp Matrix Barrage invested there from TSM, like the Barrage from Rocket, you know, throughout the entire series, a little bit more, you know, used on the defensive side of things, right? When they see, you know, the rush coming in from someone, and Sugar-Free there decides to pop it. So now this is going to be difficult, right? Because Toronto, you end up taking the lead. You have a rush here on the high ground as you're going to get aggressive towards the spawn. Sound Barrier, good response here from Magic Mateball, but you're going to have a later Sound Barrier here from Vega, which is huge.
Beat. That is very good. Sonjun here mostly uncontested, but that's because he's kind of playing inside of his own spawn, and as a result doesn't have great sidelines. All the while, the bot has been pushing. Now, under the bridge. TSM looking to spill some blood.
The beat timing there is sick from Vega. I mean, everybody was so low and gets it off right in time.
Freebie from Merit. This position for him, right where he's standing, he's done some dirty things. Right on this spot, this one is no different.
Bruh.
I was thinking another 3K. Not quite like that railgun collat that we saw a couple of years ago, but still, would have been quite something. And all of a sudden, Matt, this game is just taking a turn for the worse for TSM. The complexion of it has completely changed.
you watch them here play hit scanning, you just like, how did they lose? like just unbelievable shots there, you know, just 3 kills, just all headshots, just makes it look so easy. As Sugar Free now trying to find a little bit of an angle here for this barrage potentially.
All right, well, it's a pretty obtuse angle. He just dives in there just to try and find the kill. Toronto looked like they were happy enough here to play aggressively and see if they could push a little further. But 85.2 meters here is very respectable. They had, what, 2, maybe 3 consecutive fight wins there as they pushed right under the TSM spawn. And have given themselves a runway here to secure victory and a Esports World Cup slot.
I mean, they went from 35 meters to 85 essentially in just like one go, right? I know they win a fight, then Merit is just kind of pushed up on the high ground, ends up, you know, dinking 3, and then all of a sudden now you've gained, you know, 40 plus meters, right? So really impressive there from Toronto. And look at this, you can just contest this. Like the TSM's the team that has to be aggressive, and then also playing a comp that it doesn't exactly want to be the team that kind of like pushes the pace.
Sunjun, they needed that overclock to be big to TSM. Winning 2 consecutive team fights was a minimum for them at this stage of the game. Interrupted though halfway through, and it was Sugar Free in the midst of it. Unperturbed by that overclock. Now to switch to Cassidy for Sunjun, but I mean at this range, Sugar Free does not care. Those shots are just tickles.
No, and just kind of like firing down the choke, just pestering, putting down some damage. They don't want to push the bot too far, right? Because someone's still coming off of spawn. They're totally fine taking the fights in this exact area, right? Just kind of poking, prodding, putting down some damage here. They probably have a good idea that they're kind of behind in terms of like support ult economy. So see how they decide to take the next fight.
Sunjun here. Hoping someone overextends into some of these shots. In fact, it is someone who delivers, but I don't know if he's ready for that. Oh, buddy.
I mean,
this time Vega actually has a proactive beat as opposed to a reactive one to turn a fight around.
Yeah.
And TSM didn't have an opportunity to make use of theirs. That was over far too quickly.
Yeah, it allows someone to just kind of charge headfirst straight through the Amp Matrix and not even care, right? I know it's almost impossible. How do you even keep Sunjun alive through that? And the immortality field thrown in, Amp Matrix, it's not even close here. It's going to be someone eats the accretion here. Oh, but nothing.
Yeah, you got a head pat from Icy there. Attaboy. No way to make use of that Deadeye. Again, he's been popping that happily in front of Sigmas. Such is the level of trust in his teammates, I think, that he will do some of the most ridiculous things. As it stands, though, 2.5 minutes to play with, and TSM have a lot of climbing to do.
Hello.
Man, it is someone, though, eats the accretion, right? And then from Merit's POV, there's like the Icy's barrier, kinetic grasp, there's a sound barrier in the mix. The Far's on one side. Very difficult to get anything going with the Deadeye, but you just see how much it kind of like forces out. And here we go, back towards mid-map. This is good, though, for Toronto, right? No Kitsune Rush, you know there's no support ult on the other side. It's going to be a flux here. You're gonna just catch someone, but you're gonna lose a player on the other side.
Very low, but even Vegas still able to stay alive. Just that flux looked like it could almost have insta-killed someone. He was that low. And TSM now, they are, I mean, they're in deep, deep trouble. They're a long way from that sound barrier. They're also going to be in sync, so Magic Mayball needs to think about how he plays around Vega, and they're going to keep going, keep the pressure on. Immortality Field has to be hastily deployed there by CJ to keep Icy standing, and it's not enough. Someone wants to push up here, use the Masonry to obscure his burly bulk and get that healing as he needs it. Nice shot from Sunjun. Sugar Free perhaps bites off a little more than he could chew, but the guy has had a 3-course meal already. He's happy.
No, I mean, you're going to need a miracle here for TSM to kind of battle back into this one, right? They would have to get like 4 or 5 fights in a row. Then you got the time with the butt scratch, right? 1:11. Just not looking good here as Toronto is definitely just taking control of the game. Amp Matrix here drops, but it's going to get nothing.
A lot of damage there. Coming down as the cage fight was deployed. So Toronto can still make use of this, and they do. They abuse the fact that TSM are going to be tethered and can only look on in dismay as this map and match continues to slip through their fingers. One more chance to come in. Even if they do recover, even if they do get the card, it's almost unconscionable that they'd be able to win the map from here. But he got no choice at this level to just go for it. Drupal down first, Rocket on the Tracer, Icy on the Doom, whatever it takes, TSM, try and plug the dam.
Yeah, they gotta all make switches here to come out of the spawn and try and get back towards the bot as fast as possible, as now you're gonna make some changes to potentially something you'd rather play. So Rocket not gonna go back to spawn, switch off that Tracer, although you may would have wanted to. Is Icy gonna go play the Maga here? So last-ditch effort for TSM. You're going to need a miracle.
Sound Barrier comes out to start the fight here, but much more would have dissipated by the time they can even engage, and they're going to be forced back. And again, like I told you, the beats are in sync now. Vega was ready for it. Icy, though, was not. He is nothing but a bloody pancake on the ground as Magic 8ball tries his best. With all the daring do in the world you could muster, it's not enough to put a scratch on this Toronto Defiant squad. They're off to the Esports World Cup.
Yes, I know. TSM, they have to use their sound barrier really early to kind of keep Icy alive. They push on in, and Vega is able to just hold on to it for so long, and you just have that extra advantage. And then just someone getting right into Sunjin's face using the Deadeye. Doesn't get anything. The Malga just causing chaos in the backline of TSM, and that looked easy there.
There is a lot to take away from this game for TSM because they started really well on multiple maps. This one included. They had an early lead, were able to get some really cheap, team fight wins in terms of the ultimates they had to commit. But the moment they lose their footing, it's bam, 3 team fights lost in a row, bam, checkpoint, bam, 80 meters. All of a sudden, they are hanging onto the edge of oblivion. That is wild. And there's a lot to teach from there, I'm sure. We've got our best teachers on display and on site here to give us the lowdown on that match. Toronto off to the Esports World Cup. Shocker.
Yeah, I would say everyone would have expected this match to go pretty much this way. But as you just mentioned, guys, it was TSM also putting up a bit of a fight there. They have the right idea. Obviously, there's a skill gap a little bit between them and Toronto Defiant, but yeah, definitely a lot to take away from. Let's dissect it a little bit, talk about what we just saw from both of those teams. I mean, Toronto Defiant, they kind of started running away with it, and they looked a lot better in that Malga meta than they did in Dallas.
They look stronger, they look retooled, and this is just match Merit doing Merit things. He's eating them up on the hit scan, just crushing Rocket so many times when he's going for these flanks. And, I credit to Rocket. I think he did look like one of the better players on TSM here, but as much as we can say, they did so well, they just got smoked. I mean, the only way in which they did well is that this is the best team in NA, and so you're like, yeah, we lost, but it's okay because they're so they got destroyed. I mean, there was a couple rounds that were close, but I mean, they were never seriously in contention to win a map. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah,
this is a super beatdown.
I agree with Jake, actually. Like, naturally in Overwatch, some of the time you're actually going to win some fights, whether it's because you got some ultimates in your bank and you can win some fights that way. But I feel like Toronto Defiant, they were in control this entire series pretty much, and they just looked like a complete team difference. TSM weren't able to just play up to par with Toronto. And you can see that, this is Toronto Defiant playing with a vengeance, right? Great sleep dart here from RuPaul on Diana, and this was a nice little pick that I'm curious to ask him about later on maybe, but I do think that they just play with so much flair. I mean, they are the better team. They know they're the better team. You can see they're going for these hero plays, whether it's Sugar Free getting nanoed, for example, or it's Merit getting nanoed on the Cassidy. They just put so much resources into their damage players, and someone stepped it up on the Malga. This is Toronto Defiant just in control here in the North American region, and these are teams they should dispose of. They're probably upset they couldn't match the Korean teams or even the EMEA teams in Dallas, of course. But still, I mean, being able to beat a Sigma composition, that's a good sign, though, because they did struggle against ENCE in Dallas, right? So the fact they're able to take TSM out, that's a good sign if you have to face a team like M80, for example, or Energy Shock, for example.
Well, if we're looking at the lower bracket now, though, how do you think TSM is going to fare in there? Because again, you guys were so harsh now on TSM. I want to keep the narrative of our casters here. I do think that it was not because they played bad. Toronto is just many tier levels above them.
Sure, we're just keeping it real, I feel like.
Exactly. Agree.
They're the only team in this bracket who are on that level.
Against anyone else, TSM is scary.
TSM against Timeless or Citrus Nation, it's not going to look like that.
Agree. I think TSM against any other team in the tournament could look like a very serious competitor. I think they could very easily go to the Esports World Cup and qualify. But I just want to be clear, they are not touching Toronto Defiant. When Toronto Defiant is in form, yeah, that is. I feel like that was a really impressive showing from Defiant. As much as TSM, we want to give them credit as a decent, respectable team. Toronto is just. There's levels to this.
Yeah, no, they're in a different bracket, and that's something they have been for a while now, really, since this open Overwatch format has been, making its debut. We actually have RuPaul joining us now for a quick chat, so let's bring him in. RuPaul, great to see you again. Congratulations on the dub, another day in the office, a quick series. How do you feel generally about your performance so far in this tournament?
I think we're doing pretty good. Just as a team, I feel like we're really strong at the Maga comp, which is pretty meta right now. It seems like a lot of the other NA teams have kind of swapped the Sigma, but we're still playing the Maga and having success with it.
Another hero you played was, of course, you flexing over to the Ana, which is an interesting pick. We haven't seen a lot of Ana so far this tournament. And, you know, just trying to figure it out in the green room, of course. You lose the Kitsune Rush, which a lot of players, they value that Kitsune Rush. It's so powerful, right? And instead, you utilize the Nano to instead put it to Sugar Free or even Merit, right? How did you kind of go about playing Ana over Kiriko on some of these maps?
I think we played Ana a lot on maps where we could like be really aggressive, because like if we can be really aggressive with the Ana, it means that they can't get to me. And if they can't get to me on Ana, I'll do so much. Like I'm completely free to do what I want. Whereas like Kiriko is like kind of more safe, but Ana's ult is like super strong as well. We did a lot of Nenofera, and it literally like one taps anybody.
So you value the Sleep Dart and the Bio Grenade a lot in this meta?
Yeah.
All right, well.
I
mean, the Sleep Dart against the Barrage, for example, or like, you know, a couple of shots into Pharah. Yeah, it's fun.
A lot of playmaking. So I'm curious, RuPaul, you guys just qualified to the Esports World Cup. I know that's probably not a surprise for you guys. I think that's probably pretty much par for the course in terms of what you expected here. But how are you thinking about Esports World Cup, about competing on the international stage again? What does that opportunity mean to you, especially after Dallas?
After Dallas, we're like really looking forward to that, because obviously we had a pretty poor showing in Dallas, especially because that's just not the team that we were. Like it felt really bad to lose what we did. So going into that, like this past week and next week as well, we're practicing really hard. Obviously to show we're the best team in NA, which we did before, but we're going to be practicing even harder the next month because we're really excited for the Esports World Cup.
Right, and well, currently you're looking untouchable, which is what we've seen from you pretty much all year long. So it's great to see you all back in form. RuPaul, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
RuPaul from the Toronto Defiant. Always great to hear from him. Also Sugar Free. Hi there, sneaking in the back. Just quick hi, you know, a quick glance in. Let's take a look at the bracket, because Toronto Defiant are sweeping through the upper bracket, and they're currently waiting in the upper bracket final for the next opponent, which could be either M80 or Energy Shock. And you know what? We're finding out which one very soon, because that is our next match coming up here in blip.
Are we going to a break, Zoe?
We are going to a break, and that's where I was going with this one. Yeah, we're going to find out who is going to meet Toronto Defiant in the upper bracket final. After this, don't go anywhere. Yay, I did it.
Heroes, this is your game, your team, and now this is your league. This is your community's future, and this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you.
What's good, friends? Welcome back. FACEIT League Season 2, by the way, open for registration. Have you registered yet, Jack? Jake?
Jack? Oh!
How many Jays?
Happens.
I haven't yet,
Jake?
but I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you?
You've asked me this question probably like 4 times this year. So I'm flipping the table, Zoe. When are you signing up for the FACEIT League Season 2?
Never.
We need you, Zoe. We need you on our team.
Myra Matra kind of cracked. Myra Matra kind of cracked. You guys are not believers.
So why won't you join us?
Because you actually don't play with me.
That is true, because I don't really play either.
Very good. Well, and that's why we're here on the analyst.
Oh, you guys.
Well, it's not about us. It's about our teams. And we got two really good ones waiting.
We're observers.
Yeah, that's right.
Spectators.
We're just observers. We're just watchers. We're just visitors.
Analyzers.
On this planet to watch Energy Shock and M80. And those are the teams we want to dive into right now. Let's start with M80 here. I mean, so far we saw a really nice, slow Sigma comp that seems to play into their wheelhouse. Will it work against Energy Shock?
Yeah, I mean, that is the question for this series, pretty much, right? Because you got Kalush, who's coming into this M80 roster now after kind of retirement thing. And, you know, they haven't had a ton of time to practice, really, these 5 members, right? Because you got Pelican and Happy departing from M80, replacing them with Tree and Spectra. And then you got Kalush, of course, like I mentioned, replacing Hawk in the lineup. And so maybe it just feels better for this team to just play your comfort. And we know Kalush's go-to hero. It has been the Sigma for the longest time. Tree as well, hit scan player that is capable to flex over to other heroes if need be. But that is what Tree does best, right? Spectra, I think, is a bit underappreciated sometimes, the flexibility that Spectra brings to these teams. I think we saw last year in Toronto Defiant some breakout performances from Spectra, so fits in perfectly on this team. So that is why I'm so high on this team, because I do think they have all the tools required to really excel at the highest level. Practice time is going to be the biggest detriment to this team. They haven't had a ton of time to gel, and now immediately you're facing teams like NRG Shock. You're going to play teams like Toronto Defiant maybe later on in this bracket, right? So M80, it's going to be a tough task, but they just have to hope that this composition of them works out, and they're in luck that it's actually somewhat meta right now.
Well, Energy Shock on the other side, they're riding the vibes, man. Like, honestly, this team, we have to bring it back to the power of friendship. We used to allocate that to a completely different team, and I think Energy Shock actually took it over. And it's pretty clear in their comms, in the interviews, and anything we've seen and heard from them, that they're just having a good time with it. They're not taking it too serious. They don't want to like be sweaty gamers. They're just rolling out, enjoy what they're doing, and they are winning.
I mean, I think they're definitely trying. I mean, as much as they like each other, they're also pushing each other to succeed, to be better, and to reach their potential. I think PGE has been a star, Infected as well. Just looks insanely comfortable on anything. For me, I think what makes this match particularly interesting is that Energy Shock yesterday were really focusing on the Sigma comp. They want the Sigma comp. That looked like their best strategy. And so I expect that we'll see a Sigma mirror here, actually, between M80 and Energy Shock. And so I think it will be a lot of pressure on individual performances due to the nature of a Sigma comp. A lot of individual focus on the hit scan duel, the flanker duel, who can come out ahead. But also the ult usage is just critical in this comp. If you throw away a couple ultimates and you miss your chance to break an important setup, you could just get destroyed from there on out by a well set up defense. And I think Energy Shock, with their practice time advantage, that's going to be what they need to rely on, is having just cleaner setups, better team play. Because when it comes to individuals, I think you're right, Johnny. M80 is very scary and a threatening team.
Yeah, and I think based on that and their veteran experience in this mirror, I would give M80 the upper hand. Energy Shock, they are explosive, they're young, they very much want this victory, and they've been edging it out time and time again. But I just feel M80, they got the calm of veteran players, and that's how they're going to edge it out today.
You know, I went with Energy Shock. I think this is going to be potentially an upset. I think like pound for pound, these teams are pretty evenly matched. Maybe M80 give them time and they might have a potentially higher ceiling, right, with some of those veteran players. But I think in this match today, I think the prep time advantage is going to really matter.
Yeah.
I think the investment of resources into just planning out every stage of the comp, really critical, especially in the Sigma mirror, that every single part of your plan is just dialed in perfect, because you step one toe out of position, you just get sniped down. So I think that's going to help.
Reference there?
It is now.
It is now. I got you, Jake.
Thank you.
I got M80 in this one. I firmly, claim that I am a believer in Tree, for example, and I'm excited to see how Tree fares against someone like PG. I think it's going to be a really good
classic flip-flopping from Johnny.
Oh, I was wrong? Well, I picked M80, and I stand with that. I always intended to pick M80. I will say, though, for this series, it's going to be interesting if we see more Sigma compositions. Keeping my eyes on the flex supports on both sides of this. If we're going to see some Baptiste being played, preferably over the Kiriko, for example, I think players like Ultraviolet and Cal could have a lot of impact in this series, so looking out for them.
Let's take a look at what our audience thinks in this one with our community poll. Ooh, okay, pretty even. Energy shock.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
I really do think it is. I think you can make the case
this is a very 50-50 match.
Yeah.
I mean, I did pred NRG, but I pred 3-2. I think no matter what, whoever takes this match, I expect this to be down to the wire, down to these really small moments that are going to decide the whole game. I like the highlight on the flex supports too. I think, and that's absolutely right. BAP is just a critical hero in this comp, and no margin for error, right? You step out of position, you're gone. You're the most supported hero. You die first. GG.
You're gone.
You said that so happily.
Boom.
Why not? Why not? Boom, you're gone. We're also gone now because we're handing it over to our casters. Matt, Mitch, seems like the community is pretty split on this one. How do you feel?
Pretty reasonable about those predictions, especially because we have a Sigma mirror, which, like you guys were saying, can be really dictated by like those individuals on the flex support and the DPS side. I think we're in for a really volatile matchup, honestly.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting. I think we probably do get a Sigma mirror, but I would also like to see NRG Shulk just challenge M80. Hey, this is a team that has a lot of changes. It's clear they want to play a certain style of play. Maybe you can, amp up the pace, right? Play some Maga, maybe if it's not even the exact thing that you want to do. Because we really didn't see M80 get tested the other day. They were able to just kind of cruise through playing.
Yeah, they did drop a map, though, I guess, to Shikigami there. So, we did see him at least, put under some level of duress, but in general...
It never felt like they were going to lose the series, though. They dropped the map. It never felt like they were going to lose.
No moment where we were probably in doubt that they had what it took to advance. Here, though, that question becomes a lot more pertinent, and the answer a lot more murky, because NRG, of course, they graduated as students of the game. Now they're looking for their doctorate in domination. A win here locks them for the Esports World Cup. That's obviously on the line for both of these sides here. M80 might be the most changed roster since their inception. I mean, they had a roster, they got rid of that whole one, and they got a new one, and they changed that one. So a lot of mix-ups for this team, all, of course, with the intent of carving out a spot in Riyadh for themselves. And Tree has looked fantastic coming into this lineup. We saw a lot of Ash play from him, actually, really looking to punish and outrange teams that weren't willing to go for a longer range hit scanner, just relying on the Cassidy.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Ash with the Sigma from M80. That was kind of their specialty per se the other day. Interesting enough, though, we talk about the Sigma versus Sigma head-to-head, seeing them you just kind of one-trick the Sigma on the side of M80, it does open up a world in which you play a lot of other different things, right? So it'll be actually Infected coming out on the Winston to kick things off, and they'll be playing a Widowmaker.
Okay,
as well.
We have seen this flexibility from NRG Shock before. In fact, it's been happy to play Winston, Ball, obviously a lot of Sigma. Should be fun.
Well, it's one of the things I think everybody likes about Infected as a player, right? Can play all the different tanks. Can kind of play a little bit of everything, right? So coming in, playing the Winston, not totally out of the
That's why the crowd loved him as well. Taking on, so many of those EMEA teams in Dallas and just playing whatever comp, mixing it up if they possibly could. Not sticking to the doctrine of Malga, as it were. Great pressure from Scissors on towards Tree already, and that bubble was just what Infected needed to prolong his lifespan a little bit longer. Only the Brigitte found so far from M80. They do have the point early, though, so we are seeing that contested now. Kaluge will be hard to shift.
Yeah, actually, it's Infected who puts a ton of damage down on the entire team of M80, right? And puts a decent amount of damage on the Tree. It is M80 who gets the point first here. Is they're actually able to kind of battle back? Look at this Tree off a spawn. Connects with 3. Well, it started off pretty good there for Shock, because they forced Tree out of position. They're able to get that kill. Scissors picks up another one. And then coming off the spawn, M80 just...
Well, Kalush was in a 1v2 and still killed Cal. So it took them way too long, the Winston and the Ana map, to kill the Sigma.
Yeah, and you have a switch here now off of the Widowmaker onto the Ashe. So Widowmaker obviously very feast or famine around the headshots. You're going to get a little bit more consistency out of the Ashe while still keeping the long-range capability.
PGE daring tree to match this, I'm sure. Here's the Matrix, and Infected plunges straight through it, forces the Immortality field out of the Baptiste and says, okay, job done. I'm going to go coast to coast here to get myself a health pack. It was being threatened by Spectra.
And he's just getting
you can hear the shots. I think he realized Spectra was too close to him to stop and just get a mini. He would probably die to a full clip from the Tracer. 71 and counting here.
Man, it's a really good start for M80, right? A little bit surprising in the sense that, you know, I think probably thought this was going to be very close back and forth. As now this is huge. That's set up by a big bio from Cal, connects with both supports and the Nano onto Infected. So finally they should be able to make a play.
This is the opening that they were looking for, but you can just see how robust the composition from M80 has been. Kalush is a grizzled veteran. He even got a Father's Day congratulation at the start of the round by Infected. So thoughtful. And again, really going to take a little bit more than that to rattle Kalush, who's played at the highest level for quite some time.
So they'll have a Flux with sound barrier here. Nothing really new available here for Energy Shock outside of this pulse bomb from Scissors. So see Spectra kind of taking a long route. Spots, I believe he spots Infected all the way up there, right? So going to give that call out to the rest of the
pretty common spot for the Winston to perch there. Infected would love just to have his jump cooldown available when he hits the ground. Energy Shock warding M80 away from the point there. Whip shot even thrown. What a pulse. PGE down. Spectra gets involved now. Sound barrier, Immortality field, kitchen sink, everything for M80 deployed at the start of this fight. It's made it awful hard for Infected to gain any purchase. And Scissors has really been just shooting shields. Flux there. Probably a little superfluous, but it accounts for Cal, and that's enough for M80.
Yeah, the rally kept Shock in it for a brief period of time, but just way too much, especially after that nice pulse bomb from Spectra opens things up. We'll see. They can get back, get a touch. Nope, the Wrecking Ball swap does not pay off. So it's M80 taking that first round.
It was a great start for them too, right? They capped that point first, and it looked as if NRG Shock would be in a position to do so, but the fights are getting dragged out too long. That Winston comp needs to win pretty quickly. I guess in the same vein as like you want your Malga comps to, very rapidly manufacture a player advantage and then exploit it. See, the Winston seeks to do the same, but against a Sigma, with the Tracer as well, not always an easy feat to accomplish.
So this is what I was a little talking about a little bit pregame, right? Like, you know that they're going to play the Sigma on the other side. Like, even if you don't feel the best about your Malga comp, you know that, like, just by the eye test of watching so many games over the last month or so, that this has an advantage. So just try and play it yourself. So it'll be Scissors on the Venture, and it'll be PGE picking up the Genji here. Let's see if M80 can actually.
They're playing the Pharah here, Spectra. Okay, this is super interesting. Very good against NRG Shock's DPS duo, and they don't have a BAP either. So Spectra might just get to do whatever the heck he wants here.
And they're playing the Sojourn to kind of dash out of the way from the Venture Genji Malga as Kalush takes a ton of damage there, soaks it up with the kinetic grab.
Can Infected get away? Absolutely not. Tree, make sure of that. It's a railgun on the back of the retreating Malga. Takes the tank out of the picture. Eventually Ultraviolet does fall. Scissors was eventually able to get into the backline here and cause some real trouble, but Spectra gobbles up Rack Attack and leaves M80 still at a player advantage. No cap yet. But that'll come in the next few moments now as Kalush ain't moving from that point.
Yeah, like you mentioned, no real answer for the Pharah as Infected gets onto the point, but everybody else is just kind of falling directly behind him. So he'll probably, look like he was going to try and figure out a way to end his own life, just trying to jumping off the edge. PGE also as well. They're not in a great position to just jump off the side. So Energy Shock, they give up on that straight away. So we'll see them go back and now mirror this competition.
To be fair, I think we've seen this in the past from Energy Shock. They've tried a half-hearted Malga attempt and very quickly switched off of it to something that suits them a little more.
And you also have M80 making a little bit of a change here, right? Playing the Karika. Now they're playing the Baptiste a little bit.
Maybe more for Spectra, at the very least. Again, they're fairly close quarters, so the BAP can keep the Pharah standing to some degree, but better safe than sorry, I say. 41% accounting. This is already getting a little bit dangerous now for NRG Shock. Risk of losing the map. Quashed at least in this fight. Getting rid of Liar. to begin proceedings was important, and Infected feels much more comfortable with those oversized Sigma shoulder pads, sans shoes. And the tree here will just stall for a moment. That'll be that. A little bit of extra percentage for M80. But they've seen NRG Shock now switch into a Sigma composition, and they're reminded of just how their opponents got this far.
Yeah, but still, pretty good start here for M80 yet again, right? You also feel like, you know, if you are M80, you know, maybe coming into this series a little bit like, well, you know, maybe they play some Maga, maybe they do a little bit of this. You kind of withstand it there at the first, you know, moment you see it, and you feel pretty good about the Sigma head-to-head. That's kind of exactly what you want. Is Kitsune Rush used here? Spectre also switches over to the Echo.
Infected, the only one caught in the flux there. No, actually a player behind him. It might have been the Baptiste here. Cal a little bit low, but the sound barrier from Rack Attack has done well to keep NRG Shock looking shapely. And Scissors here has got a pretty nice little advantage, especially as M80 fall back towards the corners and these edges. Now the sound barrier, though, comes later from M80. They can use it aggressively, as opposed to their opponents who had to use it on the back foot. Spectre, though, would love to get a little bit closer there. Too dangerous. Tree, instead, takes up the mantle. This Overclock doing a good job of threshing through their opponents. And M80 in a position to flip now, but haven't necessarily won the fight. NRG Shock very quickly coming out to contest here. And Scissors has a barrage to play with. Laya runs headfirst into it. The Immortality field for Scissors would have been there in time, and Kalush just got caught by the last rocket there. That's value.
Yeah, I don't think there was like a Suzu up to potentially keep him alive, and then obviously you're not running the BAP anymore, so you don't have that Immortality field. There's huge kills there with the barrage that comes through from Scissors, and it was really nice there from NRG Shock, right? They're able to kind of like height that sound barrier and the aggression that comes through from M80, and then come back in without giving up the point.
Flux up here for Infected. I mean, NRG Shock have probably the two best ultimates when your opponents are trying to force their way through a choke here. Overclock up for PGE would be the second. Spectre, yeah, has a ceiling that he has to contend with now. Flux, it looks as if Infected says, if I can get a Sigma, I'm happy. Spectre got caught in that somehow. That's a 2 for 1. We take those. And NRG Shock in very good shape here, and there's no chance M80, at least in this fight, can have any sort of a look in. We're going to be even here on Busan after this week expires. And NRG Shock switch to the Sigma. Make it competitive.
Yeah, as soon as they get control of the point there, NRG Shock, and make that switch over to the Sigma to kind of mirror, they just kind of roll on through them. I think another big difference, though, is, you know, the Baptiste versus the Kariko there, right? You know, not having that Immortality field, you know, in certain situations. Could be pretty difficult, you know, playing the Sigma-based composition into the other team that has it. So UV decided to play the Kariko here. Now going to potentially go over and play that BAP, where both teams hovering over a Soldier 76 pick, which we saw Soldier the other day. Yesterday, I believe, we saw the 76, and it was pretty... I think it was lackluster. I was going to say it was pretty good, but if I remember correctly, it was Sugar Free who went on a flank on Coliseo and then ended up Helix rocketing himself and killing himself. So we'll see, though, if Tree can make better use of it here, going on a little bit of a flank.
I like the idea, though, of setting up, like, kill situations for your Tracer to move in and capitalize on. You know, Soldier maybe is going to be, you know, solo killing people that easily, but when Spectre can follow up on the damage Tree does, then all of a sudden you're cooking with gas. NRG Shock, though, fancy a double hit scan setup here. Soldier 76 and Sojourn. Tree's already playing extremely wide angle, but he's run into his doppelganger as both teams are on the legs.
Yeah, he's just kind of like looking straight across the point here, just trying to find anybody to kind of put some damage down into. As Infected and Co, they just push up. They just kind of like bully them off of the point there, you know, with that double hit scan, right? Just putting down a little bit more damage at range, where you're really relying on Spectre to find, you know, a pick in the backline, or, you know, put some pressure on the backline playing the Tracer.
Well, it's a little odd. I think it was Infected that found a kill on Ultraviolet. It looks like the backline must have been playing pretty close to where that Sigma was, maybe set up by PGE. Either way, that felt like a bit of a freebie for NRG Shock as they were looking to set up and maybe wait for their Soldier to open an opportunity for them. They'll be pleased about this one now, starting our third round of Busan at an advantage.
Yeah, so it looks like they're trying to wrap all the way around, and that's terrible news there for M80 as PGE finds a railgun shot there on the Spectre as UV gets quite low, taking a connection from the railgun as well. As M80 just can't really kind of like track anybody down, right? You see they're kind of like speeding around the map trying to track somebody down to collapse on. They're not able to do so just yet.
PGE doing a pretty good job at such a range, keeping that rail ready when needed. And M80 now looking at this clock tick up and think, how do we get in? We're playing such a spread apart composition that operates around the pivot of the Sigma. Kalush so low though already, and this overclock could be a huge problem. PGE doesn't miss. Ultraviolet flattened there. Meets his match against Spectra, but the damage, yeah, it's already been done. A token resistance being offered by M80 in this round, and that's being nice about it. We're at 76% and counting. M80 need to find an answer. This bleed is getting out of control.
Well, and where we are in terms of ultimates, right? This may only be like a one really good attempt here for M80. You're going to have an Amp Matrix with the attack visor here, like on the side. Is Spectre back to the Tracer here as PG goes over to the Widow.
Again, at this point in the game, M80 might not have the bandwidth to go after an individual like PGE. This might have been a very clever switch. Spectral, though, could be a problem. Amp Matrix throwing up there. It's all attack visor here for Tree. It's 2. And you could have asked for 2 better targets to find. It's the supports for NRG Shock brought down right at the start of the fight, meaning that no further investment really was required by M80. Finally, they have a chance to play the game.
Yeah, and Cal ends up using the Amp Matrix there, maybe just kind of give like PG a window of opportunity, find a pick there on the side and then also deter like players from pushing in. Does not end up working out that way. So just with that attack visor, M80 ends up taking the point back, which is quite huge. They end up holding on to both their support ults here. So clearly not out of it, right? This last point, right? M80 got a little bit of a lead and then NRG Shock ran the table. Definitely possible.
Quick flux, Tree those legs able to get him out of it. Lion not nearly as lucky, but is able to get the sound beat off in time, but not to save Spectra. Kalush here rounds the corner, trying to stop Infected, trying to peel them off the rest of their team. But M80 are in trouble now again. Kalush, no, he's not escaping from this one. Scissors finds a little flank, little waggle hands. It's not enough, just prolongs what seems to be the inevitable as NRG Shock claim Busan. Our predictions were back and forth, honestly. I think 2 of our desks did have NRG Shock winning this out.
Johnny picked both.
Yeah, so the prompter, I agree. Johnny said NRG Shock. The graphic made him look like a flip-flopper, which is really funny.
I think he picked M80, but then I think he wants M80.
Oh, okay. That's really funny. Because he has the reputation of being a flip-flopper, and then it's just too good. Either way, it's NRG Shock bounce back in a huge way after playing this Winston comp on downtown, Matt, that didn't really have the hard-hitting power they needed to claim victory over Kalush's Sigma setup.
Yeah, I also think this is just a big match for NRG Shock in like the grand scheme of things, right? Like, obviously it doesn't have impact, in kind of where they would rank like globally, right? But like NA, if you believe like in this team's potential, they should be able to beat a team like M80, right? You shouldn't just like write this matchup completely off. I mean, I know, because otherwise you're in that bracket of teams that we think is like 3 through like 5, right? Who can kind of all like trade wins with each other, may even go down 2 through 5. So we'll take a look at some of the highlights here as NRG Shock just trying to make a little bit of a statement win here as they get off to a pretty good start. The comeback here in the second point was huge. I mean, this is the barrage that ends up kind of clipping Kalush there through the wall. I mean, that's a huge kill, right? If he backs out here, you kind of have Susie, you have Spectra still here, right? UV maybe are able to kind of like push back out onto the point, keep it contested.
Yeah, we saw, that switch over to the Sigma comp was the turning point for NRG Shock here. As Infected looked really at home, as he has in this setup, over the course of the last couple of days here. Great bounce back, and historically, I don't think NRG Shock have really had M80's number, but things have changed, especially for M80, and Johnny was pretty hasty to say that right at the start of the death segment. This is a team that is going to take some time, and they did drop that map to Shikigami, who, by the way, look like a really good Malga team anyway. But they're definitely not stabilized. They've definitely not fully settled in here. Unfortunately, they don't have much time. They don't. They lose here today. They can come back next week and fight through that lower bracket. But all you got to do, win one game, win one best of 5, and you're headed to the Esports World Cup. You don't have to worry about it.
Do you think we see M80 play anything else? Like we didn't the other day, right? We didn't see them play any type of, whether it be Maga, even like, trying to play like a Winston or anything along those lines, right? Like, do you think we see them deviate off of the Sigma at all? Do you think we just kind of see them just commit?
They can. It depends on what map we get. We're likely to get Hollywood and not Aquavolta in our next map here. So that's the kind of map where Kalush was actually one of the first players to play the Diva. which was a little while back, and it was obviously a little bit better back then. Here, like the way that like she interacts with armor is not great, so a little bit difficult for her to deal with some of these tanks, and like the head-to-head doesn't feel like she has huge impact. But if you remember, like Kaluj was subbed out of that 2022 Grand Final because of like a issue with hero pool, that Mikey was just better positioned on the ball, and like I think the Winston, because they're playing so much of the Winston, Kiriko, you know, the Reaper comps here. So Kaluj has a hero pool to work with, but I don't think you're going to see him try and show as much range as Infected, for example. You don't really have another option, obviously, a tank. Like Kaluj will be in here, but you know what it's like, right? When you join a team, you probably just try and nail down one comp first. One comp that you think is going to be universally good. So I don't really know like how much extra this MAD team could be expected to have up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you kind of have like a patch coming the week after, right? Like let's just get something down that we know we're not going to get blown out with. We can probably win, you know, a round or two, and then figure it out, you know, once things kind of change and potentially even stabilize a little bit. So. Hollywood will be the map. It's the Energy Shocks map pick. So I think, look, they looked pretty good on the Sigma there. I think they can kind of definitely run with this throughout the rest of the series and match it.
Hollywood, always a very telling map. But earlier today, we saw, again, a Malga comp played into the Sigma setup. So we got to examine the differences between those comps and discuss it. Here we know neither of these teams really like to play that style. They are definitely Sigma teams here, which, like we mentioned at the top of the show, means that the focus shifts a little bit away from how the tank lines interact and what the individuals can get done at flex support, which is Cal v Ultraviolet, a sick NA matchup, and then, of course, our DPS. Spectre really impressed me at the start of Busan map. The Tracer play was really, really good, but yeah, wasn't quite there when they needed it. Let's hear what MAD are cooking in the kitchen as they're about to head out on offense.
Maybe second point, throw hard. Maybe go Tracer second point if we have trouble. Yeah, Sigma?
Maybe set Echo second point.
Alright, yeah. Okay, I'm playing with you. Playing with you. Yeah.
They're cast.
I'm a little late. Cast? You want to go Pharaoh? Oh, I'm in. Never mind. Okay. Just 3-2-1 in the corners and hard shoot their Sigma. And when they back up point, just try and take some space.
Yeah. 3-2-1 through this corner shield, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay.
I'm hindered. No E.
We can 3-2-1 next corner too.
Yeah, 3-2-1 next corner.
Fair one.
Taking a lot of damage.
Healing.
We're all low here.
Yeah. You guys ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Speeding. Yeah, we got that call. Just secure. I need heal. Hey, they have window first. There.
86 window.
Yeah.
Hey, look at Wait. Heal. You guys go me and Trigo right window, okay?
Okay. You guys ready?
3, 2, 1, walk main.
It's a big window there on the side there. Just drop down for Tree. Just trying to get an angle there. Just kind of like forces Energy Shock all the way back to the corner, and now they come out with their own animation.
I love the calling here, but you can tell that MAD are a little bit early on in their team phase, Matt, because at the start of the round, it's more of a discussion about what to play, less of like it's set in stone. They've done this 100,000 times. But again, these little engagements, right? These little pokes, they're counting down into them, swinging around corners and trying to get Kaluj with a rock on Infected, pushing past that shield. Infected from the high ground comes in with an accretion. PGE forces everybody to scatter with this Deadeye now. Fight is well and truly still underway here. We just saw Spectre just glide across that opening. PGE unable to stick that mag grenade. Sound barrier instantly from Rack Attack as Kaluj goes for the Flux. And there's a Deadeye from Tree. Scissors is already down, so that fire threat has been neutralized, and Spectre wins out against the Cassidy with a brazen barrage at close quarters. This will be M80 moving up to the point and taking it.
I was going to say, yeah, using that many ultimates, you had to win there if you're M80 because you're already below 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, the Sigma comps just kind of chasing each other around, just kind of exchanging ability usage from the Sigmas back and forth and just kind of waiting for something to develop. So look at this. They want to maybe try to push up, deny some of this high ground access straight away. Some nice shots there by Tree on a scissor.
I think they wanted to prevent Energy Shock from getting that defensive position, right? Catch them as they made their way up there. And your window to do that is only pretty small. They maybe just miss it. I think if there's a kill on Scissors, maybe they play it a little differently, Matt. But no, they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Boots on the ground for the M80 squad as they move up with the card.
Yeah, that's going to give high ground control here to the Shock as Amp Matrix here, pretty good position to kind of use it, deter from the low ground. As PGE gets knocked down, is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna be able to make it out. It looks like nobody there available to chase.
Kalushlo's moving up here. Better than Malga at pushing up the cart, just because of those defensive cooldowns that don't require him to do damage.
He's so weak.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to get an angle here on.
I mean, that much is he has in common with the Malga pushing up the cart. Matt, M80 eventually just have to go up this ladder, right? They have to go up the platform.
Yeah. I mean, they do, and then they just get knocked off. And this is going to be a flux that happens. Sound barrier here.
Good damage on Cal.
It'll be an Amp Matrix from both sides, but I know for M80, you're not going to really be able to use it, right? You just get all knocked down to the low ground, and I know now for Energy Shock, right? You hold on to this beat. You be pretty free in how you decide
to use it.
They
have a staging ground, though, here. Look, in fact, it actually just dropped down there. Whether that was intentional or not, there's now a way in for M80. Tree was hoping for a Deadeye there, almost found PGE who's low and probably shouldn't be hanging around. Well, they just got punished for it. Desperate to cling to the high ground are NRG Shock, but they are being forced to pay dearly. More expensive than a timeshare in the Caymans, I'd say. There's M80 now. Yeah, after that barrage exchange and Ultraviolet cleaning up the Pharah, they will be pushing up further.
Let's keep it going.
Yeah, like you mentioned, losing Infected off of the high ground there. I know earlier on, it's very difficult to then kind of hold that spot consistently with the Sigma, as it'll be Scissors now over to the Tracer here. Doesn't want to play the Pharah here. Potentially comes out on the Tracer, can get that touch, and then also, provide some, damage to the backline as PG taking some rockets to the face here, coming out the spawn.
That's the kind of heal pressure that Spectra will be looking to generate here. Keep Ultraviolet busy. Okay, mag grenades exchanged here. God, they're so sticky. That's just great. Oh, buddy, PG's in trouble. There's no escape from that point now because the attackers have this high ground. It's oppressive to play against. We mentioned that earlier today. Rack attack. Yeah, not a chance of getting out of that one here. M80 are able to trip NRG Shock up with their own shoelaces on a couple of occasions. An effective single kill is the only bit of joy they're going to have in this fight. M80 get that second checkpoint and the extension of the 3 minutes.
And Shock never get a good opportunity to use their beat in the whole second half of, really that point B take like I was talking about, where they end up having that beat. They can use it a little bit, more offensively or however they would like to use it a little bit more freely, because Lyra just used his. You don't actually end up getting a use of it, right? So, really, M80, Lyra, he's going to get a second beat here, and while Rack's been holding on to this one.
M-Matrix, but Infector's able to back around the corner with the kinetic grasp quickly enough. That's going to be pushed through by M80, so no chance to use it here. And they've extended into Cow sidelines, apparently. Tree able to deal with Scissors, but that was the flanking thread. Flux should catch two. Beat instantly, though, from Rack Attack. Protect them from this. Well, back to a bit more of a neutral standing as Kalush wants to come forward here. What an aggressive M-Matrix to play through for PGE. He's wrapped around now, trying to garner Tree's attention. I think he's got it, safe to say. That M-Matrix, though, on the Immortality field makes it impossible for him to secure a kill. And Impulse is rolled away from by Tree.
Yeah, and it's an aggressive sound barrier there from Lyra, right? The sound barrier comes in from the Shock to protect from the Gravitic Flux, and then they turn right around the corner, and maybe with a sound barrier of their own, they push right on in. This will be both Deadeyes used here. Getting very close to a map
So
completion.
straightforward for Kalush, though, Matt. He just times the grasp. He knows when their Deadeye's going to get popped, and he knows he's the only target in the sights for PGE, who's just been felled moments ago. Infected able to throw up the grasp, now going to buy a bit more time. Kalush is copying some damage from these off angles, which is awkward, but he has a grasp of his own, and eventually Infected must capitulate. Spectra, risky business playing Pharah in this part of the map, and Cal, it's easy work for them to bring the Pharah down, but the cart gets over. Even the Venture Stall attempt from PGE will be insufficient.
Yeah, pretty good offense there from M80. I think where NRG Shock really kind of let it go was in that second part of the map, right? Not being able to kind of hold that high ground for a very long time. And then not being able to get used to that sound barrier there in the second part of the map, right? Puts them a little bit farther behind there, as I know M80 able to complete the map. So we'll see now how the Shock kind of approach this offense, right? Do you want to kind of keep playing the Sigma? Going up against M80, because M80 feels like they're pretty confident in it right now. I mean, they've looked really strong.
Yeah, no reason not to feel good about it, if I'm honest with you. I think that NRG Shock, M80 tried to mess them up just on this part of the map, right? Just as this second phase defense started, they tried to get up on the platform, and it did take them a few attempts. I don't think there's like a... No one's written a book on how to sort of take control of Hollywood second as an attacker there. And there was like one fight where they They go up, they get concussive blasted back. I think there's like a roll forward by Tree, gets caught in a flux. It requires a beat. Like, it's very complex to really get rolling in that part of the map. And even the best teams can stumble, and they do it too many times, give enough of an advantage, and they start to find time running out on them pretty quickly, as M80 did. But that second checkpoint extension, Matt, helped him to be able to blow through and finish the map off.
Yeah, nothing surprising here for either team thus far, in terms of comps, right? So it'll be Shock now on offense, trying to make their Sigma combo work. Is they got to kind of like move up to that first corner. They can get the kind of abilities out potentially from the opposing Sigma, maybe the Baptiste, and then try and round it.
Scissors, again, would love to control this high ground. Spectre used a barrage at point blank on a Cassidy to make sure he wouldn't be unseated by there, much to the chagrin of PGE. So Shock is set up, milling around a little bit here as they need to wait for some of these key cooldowns to come back up, and there'll be an old 1-2-3 on this corner, and they'll be headed for it. Okay, concussive blast here, just tickles Liar. That was the only player affected by that one. Scissors in a good spot now. He wants M80 to step forward. All that the Shock do, really, to expose them to this Farah, but M80 weren't born yesterday. They stick to the back of the map, and PGE needs to take a sidebar to get health gear again.
Yeah, as Spectre's doing a nice job putting down some damage, though, building up towards that barrage. His Ant Matrix from Cal around the corner. It's going to be an immortality field, but you lose infected. That's kind of brutal.
Cap has begun, though. PGE able to stick his toes on the point.
Yeah, they get the one tick and then they back out. I mean, there's no way you can kind of just stand there and fight that without
I mean, that tank, that soul tank, so instrumental. I think maybe one time out of 20 we've seen a team try and fight 4v4 without their tank. Trading a tank for support like this never feels good, especially if they get picked off for free. So once again, the Shock have to group up. Liar getting close to that sound barrier. Cal a long way away from another Ant Matrix to make use of. This is about to be a messy one.
Oh, well, Ant Matrix dropped there as Tree and Ultraviolet take out their kind of counterparts instantly, it feels like, as everybody else kind of funnels in there. For NRG Shock, as Tree has had a fantastic map, on the Cassidy. I mean, just absolutely dominate on that hero.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. Like, we talk about how people focus fire a lot in Overwatch, but clearly Tree and Ultraviolet were looking at two different people with that Ant Matrix. So they've done well there to very quickly throw some burst damage NRG Shock's way, something they couldn't really deal with. All right, Deadeye. PGE gets a bit of a hype boost here. Is not able to make use of it, though. M80 for a time. Turtle up in the back of the point, and here they come. Both immortality fields are down. Infected does not want to give up the corner because of this flux, I'd say. 2 or 3 players caught inside of that one, but the follow-up potential is basically non-existent for NRG Shock, because Infected was the most far forward player on their team.
Yeah, and he takes the biggest brunt of that Deadeye, right? He gets extremely low. They're going to heal him up, and that's going to allow them to get that Ant Matrix here as they come around the corner. PG with 1. As, it's going to be the barrage there from Spectre. Doesn't really connect with anything.
Nice direct here from Scissors. Yeah, 2 made it very easy for Rack Attack to come in and clean off that kill. M80 responded well. They were under a lot of pressure. I think it was Tree that had to fold back and get an immortality field. They were able to trade a kill in the meantime, but finally NRG Shock prevailed here. Down to about, 56 seconds. They'll have control of the cart. And look how quickly they're pushing forward here. I don't know if they know just how many M80 players are up here, and they've been able to take control of this first part of the high ground for free, Matt.
Yeah, this is massive, right? If NRG Shock can kind of control this, right? It was kind of what ended up ruining a little bit of their defense, right? Where, Infected fell, and then they weren't able to kind of recapture that high ground. So he was up there originally. Not able to hold it for long here is now M80 is pushed up here and taking this position.
I guess it's voluntarily given up by NRG Shock there. Infected just drops down and says, well, it's nice to be here, but we actually need the card to be up a little bit further before we start thinking of trying to control these buildings. So, fair enough. Plays away from it now as an Air Matrix comes up again. Last time M80 found 2 kills instantly as this came down. This time, though, crickets. Just crickets.
Yeah, it looks like either they get knocked down and they decide to use the Ant Matrix, or drop down and try and kind of catch them, but still holding on to this high ground, 30 or so seconds off the clock. I think if you are NRG Shock, you got to get the payload moving, right? You got to get into a position that's going to kind of force, M80 to back up or respect the payload moving.
They're going for it. No concussive blast to knock them down just yet. Immortality field abandoned by M80 as they have got to give this ground, and Spectra couldn't get away from the Deadeye. I don't see Liar surviving this, but M80 at least can clap back inside the saloon. It's a 2-for-3 trade, though, and they're in no position to stand. Not after that one. NRG Shock here again, and down below 2 minutes, Matt.
It was a Deadeye there from PGE, but then also kind of like Scissors using the rocket barrage, like almost back towards him, deterring kind of Kalush, making it very difficult for him to even live on through that. So really interesting setup there for NRG Shock. M80 holds on to just about everything here, though. They know, a minute and 30 is not a lot of time here to get this second checkpoint. You get this high ground yet again. You have a lot of ultimates. There's an opportunity to get a hold.
Okay, flux time. From both sides, apparently. Cal, Immortality Field deployed, and just to the left here to make sure PGE could get it too. Great presence of mind, not just to use that for oneself in those situations, but still, the follow-up damage was readily available for M80. Now down to a minute. Cart is very close, admittedly. NRG Shock, though, nowhere near it right now.
As they have to back up, so this is going to take 30 or so seconds off the clock, and this is actually really good for M80. You exchanged fluxes, you exchanged beats, but you have an advantage in terms of an amp matrix, and you have high ground control, right? Under a minute. This is a fantastic spot to be in.
What's Infected up to? He's peeled away from the rest of his team. I guess they're trying to cross here. It's definitely given M80 pause for thought as, Infected emerges from the saloon here, but hit by a mag grenade and chased down by the accretion. That's devastating for NRG. That's another lost fight, and they have one more chance here to get this second checkpoint.
Yeah, these players, though, have to kind of, I was going to say, make it out with their life. You lose Cal here, so this is going to have Infected switching over to the ball here just to get a touch.
Infected's ball, though, kind of nutty. I just don't know if it's the answer in general.
Yeah, you don't know this is the answer right here, though.
Here we come. 10 seconds. All right, spot that high ground. Infected knows that most of them are up there. He's hoping for a back cap, but Spectre is wise to it. He's been lingering close to the card. Infected a Rack Attack. They voluntarily split their team, NRG Shock. Rack Attack lucky to be alive after that. He was facing down 3. Pile Driver catches out Tree. Wait a minute. Scissors here might come from the balcony. Is he being detected? No. Barrage instantly now. Force some Sigma cooldowns to take Kalush down to 1. We'll take those. Spectra trying to trade back. Going to be healed by some of those mid-air grenades from behind, but doesn't find anything off the barrage itself. And PGE just chooses his spot to drop down on top of the Baptiste. The Wrecking Ball switch. You'll have to see it.
Yeah, the ball was kind of nutty there, right? As that's an amp matrix dropped in the high ground there for Tree set up, and Infected knocks him to the low ground. Even Tree connects with like a hinder. Infected actually kind of knocks Tree right into Scissors, and Scissors with the directs finishes him off. So Tree now goes over to the Ash, and then Infected now will play the Maga here to try and cap this point.
I think that M80 were actually discussing playing Hog here at some point. We listened to him at the start of the round. I'm not really sure if that was troll or not, but yeah, no Sigma here for Infected. Doesn't really want a fence in the mirror. So again, NRG Shock dabble in the Malga comp, but it didn't look great last time, Matt.
Yeah, double support ults here for NRG Shock, though, right? You're getting so much of this payload progress. You just need to make sure you keep Infected alive here, and then maybe you can kind of round this corner, use both of these ults, and you've lost Rack. That's brutal.
I don't know how Tree saw that shot, but they did, and that was an insta headshot now. NRG Shock have to think about this. There's no harm in switching off the Malga if they have to. He hasn't built any ultimate, really, and you've still got 2 support ultimates to have a good go of it with. The Winton is the consensus here for NRG Shock with one last opportunity. They want a map completion. That's the best they can get.
Probably doesn't feel awesome to have to play the Winston here, right? But maybe their best opportunity is gets the high ground. He'll jump down, get a touch there with Rack Attack as well.
He uses a dive to jump away. Rack is close. Got to be careful. You see Kalush pushing up, trying to make it harder to stall this out in overtime. Flux here. Oh, he spotted PGE. Well, oh no, he didn't get the sound barrier either. It's okay. He wasn't low enough when he started coming down for it to be an insta-kill.
Oh, they kill Liar while Liar is beat.
No chance to get rid of it. At least it wasn't an Ajax. He'll be able to come out and make use of that, but who will benefit from it? Who will be standing for M80 by the time he returns to the fight? Here's Spectre's barrage, good for 2. Bob, though, knocked off the card, and NRG Shock, always the cheeky ones. They get the map done.
Yeah, and, for M80, you never get used to that sound barrier, right? If you could have used it to kind of keep Kalush up, then you get the Bob, and it's a pretty decent barrage there from Spectre at the end. And maybe you can make something happen, but I know that kill onto Liar is massive.
Not having that beat for that last fight, M80 got to be fuming. Could have won the map there and then. Now, there's no guarantee that they can do that here. Obviously, they will get another crack at it as we head into extra innings. They'll be the attacking team in that instance. But a minute and 12 on Hollywood in a Sigma Malcolm,
not a lot of time.
It's really so little to work with. Yeah, I'd be very mad.
I mean, so they're discussing now the Lucios if their team Jazzy. I guess this is the Jazzy skin meta, right?
So yes, the Lucio Jazzy skin, when you use a crossfade, it plays like a little, I don't know, a line, and like there's a lot of trumpets, so like it can be pretty disconcerting when you are constantly crossfading. It's like
why you're not happy with it?
Yeah, no, it's a lot, and it definitely feels louder relative to the rest of the game. So I get it.
Same with Rack. He is also not team. We gotta get a poll in the chat. Who's team Jazzy Lucio? Who's team not?
Yeah, I guess Funny Astro was saying that he loved it, but I think he's, I don't know.
He's got to be.
He's the kind of guy that puts ketchup in his coffee, though. So take it too seriously.
I saw a thing about a guy who puts mayo in his coffee.
Oh, that is so brutal.
Anyway, it is M80 pushing up onto the point.
Oh, Rack. Lucky to get away there. Spectra at those rockets. Beelining for his position.
Already like 45 seconds off the clock.
Hey, 1 tick, 40 seconds. This is doable. It's a good start. Look how low Infected is. But they can't find him. They can't follow up on the Sigma, apparently. PG is also struggling. M80 coming in with a fury of 1,000 suns. And Rack Attack is burnt to a crisp. Immortality Field's thrown up for everybody, but M80, they get the job done. They're going to take Hollywood away. A blistering fast attack in extra innings to secure the map and to even up the series.
Yeah, they just kind of bully them into the back corner there in OT, right? I know the Pharah putting down tons of damage on Infected. He has to kind of step up. PGE trying to, I mean, if he can't like build towards those rails, there's really not much he can do, but he's taking loads of damage as Spectre up in the sky on the Pharah, making a big impact.
Someone that actually even in his previous teams at the height of his career, we'll say Spectre didn't always get maybe as much credit as was due because he played Tracer all the time, and it just seemed like such a commonplace thing to see Tracer players have these huge moments. But now able to show up on the Pharah and a couple of these other picks here, instrumental in terms of that sort of poke damage at the start of the fight, which is exactly what a Sigma comp wants to capitalize on. Nicely done for M80. They did the hard work. They probably felt like they slipped a little bit there at the end of their defensive round, but coming away with a map win and not a draw as it could have been, it's got to feel good. Now they're in this series.
Well, I mean, I think also like it's kind of like the opposite side up for both teams, right? If you're M80, you probably feel like you potentially even gave away map number 1 a little bit, right? And you can be up 2-0. And if you're NRG Shock, like you kind of have to be, pretty fortunate you got that map number 1, right? And, find yourself down, 0-2 potentially here would be quite brutal. As we move into push, look, the Sigma comp, especially, now starting to look like, M80 really kind of hitting their stride, getting things to work out. I think they did a great job of, pushing towards that high ground, getting control, and putting Tree in positions like this to succeed.
Yeah, it's funny. After coming out of Busan, we really felt that, like, okay, as soon as NRG Shock had switched to the Sigma composition, they looked to be vastly better. I mean, that last round, albeit, I guess, like, Sanctuary's a bit odd just because of the really long sight lines and the soldier play that we sometimes get. We definitely felt like, though, NRG Shock were the strongest Sigma team. Coming to this map, no way. Not even... It didn't even look close, especially that sort of first attack there for M80, or that last one, right, where they secure the map in overtime. They look like they're much more comfortable in that one. And like we've talked about Tree, he's someone that we really see this squad of M80 want to leverage as much as humanly possible. The Cassidy play has been stunning. There was a fight where they threw an Ant Matrix down straight away. Ultraviolet and Tree both find kills instantly. That's perfect. To win a fight with just that Ant Matrix being thrown out, which in so many other engagements is like kited away from or pushed through or generally just ignored, that's really big. Being able to have above rate impact at the use of one ultimate, again, roughly translating one ultimate to 2 kills is bloody good. Sometimes just getting a pick with it is excellent here. So M80 doing a lot with very little, or at least doing more with what is available to them than their opponents are in a mirror. I think that's really crucial.
Yeah, it really is. And then, both these teams obviously competing for a spot at Esports World Cup. It'd be awesome to see, I mean, really kind of both of them there, right? I'd love to see the NRG Shock get another chance at LAN, right? International competition. They kind of know what it is now, right? They got a little bit of a taste of it. Now see it on an even bigger scale, right? With more teams. And then for M80, I'd love to see Tree get the opportunity, right? This player has been kind of like chomping at the bit for a very long time. I'd also, quite frankly, love to see Tree against Merit, right? In like a next round. Like, that would be pretty awesome to see. So, you know, I obviously hope both these teams, you know, do quite well. I know we're all tied up here at 1 apiece. I think for me, though, like, it's, you know, M80, right? If you can get this series win here, I mean, it's huge. It is such a sigh of relief, right? Not having to go with a new team into next weekend. You know,
the timing could have been better, right? Could have been a little better.
Yeah, probably a little.
To make those huge roster adjustments again, replacing 3 out of your 5 players. First of all, they've done pretty well navigating the free agent market if they could get these kind of players on their roster at short notice.
Yeah, you could end up with 3 worse players for sure. I mean,
again, look, hard to replace Pelican, Happy, and Hawk. We know that. And maybe though, they don't need a 1-for-1, you know, replacement for all of those individuals. They just need a team unit that gels well and has a high ceiling. So far, well, we don't really know what that ceiling is. They're looking good here. And obviously only dropping that sort of 1 map to Shikigami, who I think just really were able to play a Malga comp. The Venture play was, I think from Dooms, right, was really, really good. Easy to take a team by surprise when you've got an individual that just has an outsized impact like that. But M80 outside of that, looking for smoother sailing here, and a qualification will be huge. Then we will look at their matchup against Toronto. It will really just be like a way to try and take the temperature of our top NA teams with the World Cup approaching rapidly.
Well, I also think it's quite, like, if you're going to beat M80, if you're the Shock, like, this is the moment, right? Like, you know, throwing together a new roster, right? You know, meta that kind of suits you pretty well, in the sense that they're not going to play the Maga, right? Like, this is kind of a golden opportunity, you would think, right? No, we talk about how, you know, Toronto and M80 have been kind of like the top 2 of, you know, NA pretty much throughout the years so far. Definitely Toronto, and I think, you know, M80 probably as well. Like, if there was ever a time to unseat M80 or, you know, put some doubt in people's minds, like, you know, winning, you know, a series like this, right, would definitely, you know, be the first step. I mean, losing here just kind of, you know, cements that, you know, any kind of combination of these players on M80 is going to be able to get it done.
I think also your qualification match being up against a team that doesn't want to play the Malga composition feels pretty good for both these squads, honestly. As there's no guarantee that Sigma setup really works. And I think hearing from Rupal earlier today, he said, yeah, we've noticed a few teams are actually trying to go away from Malga and play Sigma. We don't think that makes sense. We don't agree. We just think that's fundamentally weaker. So Toronto are a scary team in that sense. They sort of offer that very, very strong comp. And these teams are going to be thinking internationally as we approach the World Cup, but there's a big patch coming up. What we're seeing right now is likely not to be remotely relevant when we get to that point in the year. So now you find your best comp, whether it's Sigma or Malga or otherwise, and you get as far as you can with the time that you have available before this patch hits.
Yes, we'll see both teams probably play the Sig yet again here. I think it'll be interesting whether we see the Sojourn or the Cassidy. Scissors moving away potentially from the Pharah. I feel like the Pharah is so impactful. I don't know if we've seen, you know, we've seen like Tracer like do some nice things in like cleanup and fights and whatnot, but like I don't know if we've seen like Tracer have such a huge impact that you would kind of consider replacing.
Might have been looking to counterpick a Spectre Echo. That's a little marginal, but it is possible. Either way, Spectre, yeah, we'll have to, you know, play out in some of these wider side lanes against Sojourn, who again telegraphs her threat a little bit better now, because at least she actually glows when she has a charged rail, because when she didn't, it was very hard to know when you just instantly die. So it's going to be a stand-up battle for the high ground around the statue here. Probably Wayne Gretzky or someone, I don't know. I don't know who that would be in Overwatch terms.
You just threw out just like you're like, okay, who is a Canadian who's played hockey?
Yeah, aren't they mega famous?
And that was about it. Can you name another one?
No, God no. Aren't they mega famous though?
Wayne Gretzky, yeah, pretty well-known hockey player.
It's like saying Tom Brady for football.
Now, I don't know if Canada just has statues of Wayne Gretzky everywhere. Like he's what was it, like the leader in the Hunger Games, right? Where they just had statues everywhere. I'm not exactly sure. We've been to Canada as well. So I think when I was there, I can't recall any Wayne Gretzky. Can't recall any Wayne Gretzky.
I'm just saying, would it
maybe
hurt?
Go by the Rogers Center? There's one there.
Would it hurt the aesthetics of the city? Probably not. Throw one or two in. I'm fine with it.
I don't even know if Wayne Gretzky played for a Canadian team.
That's so bad. Oh, buddy, Tree pounds rack attack there from that too, but Cal's able to trade that one out really quickly. And that's an air matrix committed for NRG, but they're able to shut down a Sojourner. It was looking to be a big problem in the fight for them. Spectre here mostly playing in the skybox away from the questing rails of PGE, who now is finding himself on a losing side.
I had to look it up though. You're at least right that he's Canadian. Nice. For a second there, I thought potentially
that would have been really
Canadian,
unfortunate. I would have been so upset.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, it wouldn't have been. I know, wouldn't have been one for the real there.
Well, it depends who you ask, I suppose. Here we go. So M80 found the lead there after that previous fight. Yeah, they lost Tree early, but they were able to turn it around quite well against that Amp Matrix thrown up.
They may get checkpoint out of this as well. I mean, you're obviously pushing into like this high ground, which is quite brutal, but you have 4 ultimates to work with. You can kind of back out a little bit. This is going to be PGE with the overclock here, and you're going to have Rack use the sound barrier straight away. You're going to have a later sound barrier here for M80 and the rocket barrage. It's huge. You don't even need to use the overclock. Really nice fight take there from M80.
That barrage is from a really safe spot. We've seen Faris try and flank, come in from above, get nano, get sound barrier, whatever it takes. Spectre actually was playing well and truly on his side of the map there, and got 2 free barrage kills from like medium range with that ability. So not easy to do. Nice conservative approach, and like you said, Matt, they have secured a checkpoint, and that flux is, well, it might get them at least into a forward position. That's a scary matrix though. Very quickly that Sigma shield evaporated. Tree mostly unbothered here, as NRG Shock have had to disengage once more, and Spectre has found the enemy Sojourn.
Yeah, and you still have this overclock to use, right? You don't even really need to use it at this moment, right? It's a really nice Amp Matrix and Immortality field combination. I know that ends up keeping everybody alive there for M80, as now they want to get aggressive. Look at this, they have Rack and Infected over here.
Okay, Tree. Haven't found much of this so far, but Infected going down is a good sign. Ultraviolet, despite that Immortality field protecting him from the Pulse Bomb, still got brought down by Cal. Shock are back here, but again, we've seen this before. Down by about 60 meters now, checkpoint included, of course. And they had to spend a lot of their ultimates just to, I mean, really get the bot back to the middle of the map.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like, you know, like we were talking about earlier before we were debating whether Wayne Gretzky was Canadian or not, that the Pharah just makes a way bigger impact than the Tracer, right?
Oh, yeah.
Scissors there gets hit with a direct, has to recall right away, right? Where just the amount of damage, I think it just makes, like, in this kind of scenario, it makes PGEs, like, way tougher, right? You know, the fact that, like, he's kind of getting pelted, the rockets at range, you know, for Tree, right? You know, you can put some shots into the Tracer, you have, you know, support there with the Baptiste. It's a little bit easier to kind of fend off, but when we look from PGE's perspective, he's got to worry about somebody up in the sky, he's got to worry about returning rails from the opposite side. Very difficult to deal with.
NRG Shock is slowed down here as M80 walk down the stairwell. They kind of flip the map on them a little bit. Air Matrix for Cal through the tube. Not a all-purpose Air Matrix, I'd say. You can sort of pick through it from there up on that high ground, but Tree's getting a lot of value out of this. Huge damage on Infected, who won't be able to hold up now with Collusion he's faced, and the bot's headed backs, folks. That's right, M80 now want to add to that 76-meter total.
Yeah, and I mean, the further back it goes the other way, right? You know, Scissors gets pushed all the way back. It doesn't want to chase. This is just even way worse for the Shock, right? I mean, a huge lead, half of the clock already drawn out here. You know, pretty even across the board here in terms of ultimates. Maybe that barrage, you know, you're able to get like a kill or two with it. Spectre's been pretty good with them thus far.
Okay, Infected wants to throw a pretty early flux here. Good catch, but Sound Barrier will be used. He's going to have to be happy enough with forcing that Lucio ultimate out. Now, well, they're going to have to use their own. Yep, Rack pops the beat instantly. Infected says, right, I've got the grasp here. I'm not going to take any damage in these next few moments. Barrage, Spectre, another good one. That's a twofer. Yep, getting rid of Infected and PGE. Oh man, this bot is going to keep on moving. That pulse for Scissors might be life-saving here for NRG Shock, but can't get more than that. Trader will need to chill and heal.
But even if you don't get a ton of progress here, right? Just any more meterage, right? It's more meterage, and then it's also loads of time off the clock, right? You know, the bot's gonna have to travel even further back and forth as now Scissors is kind of conceded. Now we'll play the Pharah, so we'll get a mirror matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, the latter, Matt, maybe even more important. Less the progress they make, but the time they bleed off the clock with like a long fight and then them pushing further into enemy territory. Also on that hill, 1 meter's worth like 3. just because of the spawn advantage, and you're playing from the low ground in general. So, and maybe you'll get that free progress where they can take it. Now, shot come back in. You expect to see them really start to fight hard for this positioning, but they don't really have a lot to lean on. Air Matrix is there, at least. The tree falling. PGE generating a lot of threat from there at the very least, and M80 with only 4 to work with will give some ground, but Scissors might have overstepped here, eventually switching to the Pharah. So much of that conversation we had, Matt, was about how maybe it was a better option than the Tracer, but he moves up too far and gets snapped up.
Yeah, but this is like, if you're M80, this is totally fine. Like, these are the fights you're okay taking. Like, think about how much time this fight kicked off. You know, well, what they got the progress a little bit more right before, got it under 4 minutes, and then now this fight just happens mid-map. You're at 2:30 on the clock. Good. You don't even, you don't even win it. I mean, yeah, Kaluj is just sick on the Sigma.
He said at one point that he was the best Sigma in the world. Do you remember that? Yep,
yeah, I mean, he looks like it a lot of the time. I mean, he's fantastic on the hero.
He just dominated Infected. He was like 10 HP, throws the grass, throws a shield, interrupts the grass with Infected with a rock, gets healed up, comes back, kills Infected. I mean, and all that without any flashy ultimates or anything, really, just mastery of the hero. Coming back from retirement, Kaluj looks like he is only improved.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Sigma all the time, I don't think he would even retire, probably.
Yeah, it's true.
Dodges accretion there. Be a flux here from Kaluj. It's going to be returned with a sound barrier. It doesn't get infected. Yeah, it doesn't hit infected, the sound barrier there. It doesn't get the benefits of it. And then the rocket barrage over the top. Then
this angle is so This is careful. Playing with fire there. Splashed back on by some of those rockets, but PGE's overclock's going to get them out of here. But how many more ultimates are you going to have to use for NRG Shock? You have left yourself only with the Flux, at least saving Grace being that M80 spent heavily in that fight. But again, it's the time that they bled off the clock in that long engagement.
Yeah, I mean, these last 2 fights, right? It's been about like almost half of the game off the clock. Taking a fight, 2 fights over their own like butt scratch like location pretty much, and then like middle map, right? And you see Spectra just get a little bit of a touch. It's gonna slow the bot just a little bit here. Is M80 are gonna have an opportunity to build towards Tree's overclock. For Shock, you have this Flux, no sound barrier on the other side, right? So it could be a little bit of a window of opportunity to get maybe at least start things off.
Pretty rare chance here for Infected. Can he make the most of it? Oh, I don't know. Ultraviolet and Tree both caught in that. I think the accretion came too slow, so there was a big damage onto the backline there. But that is not a long shot. I mean, he threw that Flux basically across the map, and no one else could really follow up on it. So now here we go. Tree, that is Sans overclock, by the way. Infected does a really good job of following up on that accretion, though, to secure the kill on the Sojourn. And I think the Shock can actually make something happen here, Matt. This might be an opportunity to get back into the game. 20 seconds left, though, so they're going to have to be untouched, unblemished in this run. And they are going to have a butt scratch that's going to lose them some time.
Well, and Infect is going to have to switch to come back onto the ball, right? You're going to have a spawn advantage here for M80 as you see PG, because they want to push this butt, but not exactly that fast, right? They want to allow both supports in the tank to get back to the
action. Wrap around we go. Last time Infected switched to the ball, things went pretty well for NRG Shock. Tracer for Spectra. Going to be a slight nuisance for Infected. Nothing more, most likely, till Pulse available. Here's a slam. Doesn't hit Tree, though. Who, again, mostly tried to ignore the ball, and he finds PGE straight away. Getting rid of the immortality field after the fact, and now a sound barrier won't do much more than insulate NRG Shock against the next couple of seconds of damage. After that, they're going to be out in the cold and on their own. Cal found Spectra, though. That Tracer pretty quiet in this last fight. Kaluj would love to have pushed up a little bit more on the rack attack, but eventually will be forced back off the corner. Scissors can't barrage here. It's too dangerous. That shield gets repositioned in his face, and he's dead. And he'll eventually fall anywhere to the hyperspheres. I don't know what the plan was supposed to be for Scissors there, but it looks like NRG Shock have run out of options. They switch to the Wrecking Ball for mobility to get back into the fight. They look decent. Finding a pick to start with. PGE's got to go so mad here, and he can't get through the immortality field. Eventually, that's enough to stop him and the rest of NRG Shock as M80 find a second map win here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty commanding win there for M80. Like that one, gets a little bit interesting there towards the end, but otherwise, not all that close, right? It's like 90-something meters to like 17 for most of the game, right? So M80 really dominating there. Really nice Pharah play from Spectra, coming up with some big kills, with the barrage, right? So like 1-2 kills, but you're getting rid of the tank rather quickly. You're getting rid of another player, and maybe the tank pretty fast. So some nice plays there from M80 overall. That's a pretty dominant win there.
And again, this is a continued example of maybe that Sigma comp, the Sigma mirror favoring M80 just a little bit more. But there's a lot of smaller elements that are at work around the Sigmas, and to dig into some of those, and I'm sure much more, we're going to head over to the desk to break down the action thus far. Folks, thoughts, feelings, emotions?
Lots of
anecdotes?
All of the above, actually. So let's break it down. Let's dissect. Let's have a chat, guys. Johnny, Jake, let's talk about the Sigma mirror in general here first, because yeah, okay, the last map looked a bit one-sided for M80 there as they really ramped it up. But overall, the series has been a pretty closely matched Sigma mirror.
Sure. Well, M80 took an early lead, but for the rest of the game, I do feel like it was back and forth. A couple of interesting picks there, whether you prefer the Tracer or the Pharah on New Queen Street. Typically I'd say Tracer is a pretty good pick on that map, but I did prefer the Pharah. But really, I mean, it's been a Sigma mirror through and through this entire match, and it's been incredibly evenly matched. We've seen them go back and forth, and a lot of the time, it's one team popping down an amplification matrix, the other team disengaging, and then coming back with their own. It's been Sigmas utilizing the gravitic flux, and then sound barrier in play, and then you see the other team come back and do the same kind of thing, right? So a lot of trades, and it comes down to the very small things. Can your hit scan players get an extra pick, Jake? I mean, that is pivotal in the series.
To me, honestly, I think the DPS are really the deciding factor at the moment, just with how close, as you said, everything else is going. Both teams providing a stable platform from which the Sojourns can fire, and I mean, they've been doing just that. I think both Tree and PGE have been lighting it up, both finding the opportunities with rails and their overclocks, clutching fights out for the respective squads. So I think still lots of pressure on the DPS, especially the hit scan. They really just have to be perfect performers, can't really make any mistakes. But I think there's also a lot of pivotal role here for the Pharahs. Interesting to see the Tracer coming out, but I think the Pharah, super important. Easy to die, but sometimes, right, you can find those pickoffs, shut down the enemy Sojourn, or find a spam kill. And although it feels lucky, it's not really luck, right? The consistency with which you can find those opportunities speaks to your experience and your competency on a hero like Pharah in a comp that doesn't give you too much resource, right? That doesn't really enable you to succeed. They just expect a lot from a little, and it takes a great player to deliver that.
Let's actually roll it back and look at map number 1 and 2. The highlights of those, as we already said, it was evenly matched in both of those maps. And Johnny, as our resident tank, it was the Sigma mirror you had your eyes on pretty much throughout the series thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Matt highlighted this as well. It's great to see Kalush come back here and really play a great Sigma. And this is what you wanted to see, right? I think they happily take this Sigma mirror because it's something they're really comfortable in. I think you saw, though, that as you went to, for example, around like Sanctuary, for example, NRG, they were just way more comfortable rotating around the map, getting into superior flank positions. And that is something that maybe M80 aren't as well practiced on, like how Tree is going to rotate around the map to create better angles for yourself. I felt like NRG Shock was in control in that regard. They put their hit scan players in a pretty good position. So it comes down to a lot on these maps, for example. It's, how does your Sigma play the high ground? How can you protect the high ground? And I think it will come down to Infected in the end as well to step it up for NRG. You saw there, for example, on New Queen Street, we saw that Infected, he had a couple of good plays, but also a few fluxes maybe where you couldn't really capitalize on. So it's going back and forth. I don't think there's a specific player that like stands out above anyone else, and I don't think there's a player in the lobby right now that is making huge critical mistakes either and really setting their team back. So it's really been back and forth so far.
Yeah, Tree finding just a little bit more in terms of the eliminations, the fewer deaths, but in the end, damage is very, very even. PGE even finding a little bit more of a contribution there. So
it's like one rail.
Yeah, right. Like the hit scan mirror really is closely matched, and it just comes down to who's able to get the edge in these longer team fights. I think the Sigma is critical, but honestly, Infected has looked pretty good to me as well. It's just really tough in the mirror. You're playing against such an effective threat in the other team that the enemy Sigma could always cancel your flux, so you don't really have the luxury to put it exactly where you want it. But that's just speaks to Kaluj, his experience, his veterancy, that he can come back in after not been grinding the game for a little bit. And he hasn't lost a step. He still looks great on the hero, still looks super in his comfort zone, and I think M80 is wise to play to that strength, especially as a newer team, a new reformation of a team. Just stick to your strengths, stick to your guns. The question is, can they do that continuing on to a map like New Junk City, where the Sigma worked before for M80, but will NRG elect for the mirror or force a different look? I think they have a lot of options here.
Indeed. Well, this is match point for M80. Can they get it done on New Junk City? We're about to find out. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Matt and Mitch.
New Junk City for their tickets to the Esports World Cup. That's what M80 have on their mind right now. NRG Shock had some moments in their first map of the series and ultimately took it away as a result. But since then, in the Sigma mirror, they've been coming off second best more often than not. That has to change right here.
I was going to say as well, this is one of the rare occurrences where we may get like a Sigma mirror potentially on Flashpoint, right? Sigma is not the preferred tank on this game mode, just kind of how slow he can be. So NRG Shock looks like they're going to adapt to that, right? They're going to potentially play this Mauga comp, which is pretty effective. Where M80, they don't care. They're just going to play Sigma. Just play Sigma everywhere.
We've seen both looks on this map, in fairness. Not many teams, though, that have shown a preference for Sigma will stick to it here. So some real gumption, some real adherence for M80 to their principles, and maybe just the one comp they really feel like they have nailed down. And you can't blame them, because so far it's been incredible over the course of the series. It isn't enough, though, to get them to the World Cup. Well, strap yourselves in, folks. There's only one way to answer that question. Good early damage here. Scissors forced back a little bit. Not ready to submerge just yet until that Sigma Shield comes out, and in we go. On for young and old. Scissors emerges here. Stop comes in, and Laya has nowhere to go. The Mauga comp swarms over this Sigma setup.
Yeah, and the Ashe can't really get away as easily as like a Sojourn, for instance. So Kaluge here gets staggered out as see all that kind of push coming in, and Tree, just tries to coach kind of away, but he takes a ton of damage. Same with Liar. And then it just kind of all falls apart there for M80. So good start there for the Shock. And this is a comp that has definitely worked against Sigma comps in the past to a very high degree of success. So Shock coming out adapting.
Yeah, it's very good. It has the dive element, that extra dive element with the Genji venture, right? That is probably pretty hard for the Ashe to deal with specifically. Scissors, up we come. Spectre probably feeling a little uncomfortable in that room. Yeah, comp back here just to get a little bit of space. They still want to keep the pressure on, though. They've got an accretion on a Scissors.
Accretion.
Yeah, well, Rock beats Scissors every time.
I mean, that's what you're going to have to do, right? You're going to have to kind of withstand that first push, right? The burrow plus the slam. Kaluge is able to kind of put up a shield, kinetic grasp, live through a bunch of that. And then they back up and they need to just kind of find a pick after that. And they kind of isolate out Scissors. It's a nice accretion, as I think he's actually going for a burrow. It's like kind of happens at the same time. And they get that kill. That's huge there for M80. Now let's see if Shock can kind of execute again here to try and break this up.
Tree wants to play forward here. 86% for NRG Shock, so not the end of the world. Having lost that previous fight. They've got a good-looking Mauga setup here that can really punish, especially if there are no support ultimates available for M80. And would you look at that? Ultraviolet still 10% away from that rush, so they don't want to give them the chance to build it up. Okay, Infected went to the point here. Spectre now drops onto it, contests up close and personal, and it's going to be a trade here. Probably pretty happy with that of Yufara.
It's a worthy trade.
Absolutely. Yeah. NRG Shock haven't quite flipped the point yet, and there it is. Tree gets exploded upon by Scissors. Finding it a little bit more than he expected when he dropped his metal detector onto the ground. Flux is pretty unconvincing there.
Doesn't get anything.
Not a darn thing. This Sigma comp is languishing, and here's the blade for PGE to seal the deal.
Yeah, the Flux doesn't connect with much of anything there. Maybe if you're able to keep Tree alive, you have the Kitsune rush, you're getting closer to a beat, you're able to kind of make something happen there. But now at M80, they'll make a change. So no Karika, they're going to play the Baptiste. So using that Immortality build drain, kind of live even further through some of that dot.
All right, a free catch there on the Genji. Good sign for M80. They'll be able to get to the point before it unlocks and look to exacerbate the player advantage they've created. Almost very dangerous there for Tree. Ultraviolet had the Immortality field, though, in time. It's going to be Scissors to fall first here. Things going from bad to worse for NRG after losing PGE at the start of the fight. This will be an M80 flashpoint, at least to start.
Yeah, and you see there the difference that Immortality field can play, right? The burrow right on top of Tree, infected with a slam, but the Immortality field keeps Tree alive. You're able to kind of heal him up. Everybody in too deep, and they're not able to get out.
NRG are cooking. Good start on this map, but there's much more to be done to force them at 5.
Just on me, just on me.
Wait, Fair's on the right, Fair's on the right. Might as well Cliff Raj.
Alright.
Yeah, they're gonna
left of it.
barrage.
You guys go right. You guys go right. Can somebody go right, guys?
I can't go right. I'm burning.
Okay, I'm coming from left. I'm gonna pin it.
You can go through this.
I'm going in. 3, 2, 1. I'm going behind. I can look for it. 3, 2, 1. Shouting. I'm caging. Cage blue. Break lamp.
Stack together. If they
help me. Far.
Go back. I'm tapping point. Okay, yeah, go. Oh, nice.
Top one.
Stagger back. Leave him.
We need cap though.
He's one.
It's okay.
Yeah, obviously, NRG Shock getting a bit ahead of themselves there and not quite capping as early as they would have liked, but...
we forgot the cap.
Yeah, those comms were great to listen to because they had to actually pivot their target selection midway through the fight when they couldn't get Kaluj instantly, but the pick on Laya was perfect with the cage.
Yeah, I mean, I know you kind of see like what Infected really brings to the team there. I love when we do those listen-ins, to be able to kind of hear exactly how you're calming, and the tank there setting everything up with Cal doing a lot of calming too.
All right, on the point, NRG Shock fought hard for it, but they've lost PGE already. That's not really fair when you have an amp matrix to work with. With Tree's pinpoint accuracy, that's always going to be an explosive result. Flux here for Kaluj. Not really needed, but hey, looks cool. Feel powerful, float up in the air, feel like an Avenger. Tree just kills everybody.
Victory pose.
Oh, buddy. Tree just kills everybody.
I mean, he doesn't need the amp matrix. That's just adding insult to injury there. I mean, just letting him just kind of fire on through, able to just, I mean, target PGE like mid-air, just kind of like jumping around a corner and just, I mean, finish him off. Pretty sick stuff from Tree. Is I know we've had a lot of players in the past, right, who I know we've like had a lot of hype and expectations, and maybe they don't exactly got to live up to the mark. Don't think that's happening with Trees. He's been phenomenal so far from what we've seen.
Was that an overextension from Laya? It's unclear. Scissors was able to finish them though. PGE, discretion being the better part of Valor, especially if you're a Genji player. But don't get too hung up on things like Pride. Leave that for Hanzo mains. High ground position here for Tree. Mind you, no one's capped the point yet. Tree, you're doing a good job there of just getting that coach gun in, making sure no one's really going to be able to walk up on him.
A lot of taking damage going down.
Might be a quick cap here though. This is contesting. Yes, the old contest while untargetable thing. Thought we got rid of that with Sombra, but there we go. Sound barrier in there, getting thrown down by Laya. PGE all of a sudden realized he was in the wrong part of town when that ability came down. Air Matrix is an option here for Ultraviolet. Not necessary. He'll use it anyway. We're all about that. A cap for NRG Shock here. Okay. Tree doesn't really feel like there's anything to be moving up with right now. With Malga still alive for NRG Shock, and maybe have to wait on this and couldn't use that Matrix.
No, I mean, it was a really nice play from Liar to just kind of get there, protect Ultraviolet, from that blade that came through PGE, switching over to the Sojourn now. And then they actually use a sound barrier, but not able, Kaluj really just doing all he can to just kind of live on the point, not able to do so, and then NRG Shock ended up taking.
Tonic Shock available for Scissors. Okay, I would at least get rid of the immortality field there, but the barrage from Spectral was a bit of an issue. Allows Infected to get taken down, who just had Cage Fight come online. NRG Shock are really hoping to get a comfortable Flashpoint win here, but Kaluj is going to drop down and flip this one awful quick.
And I really like how we've seen, M80 use their rocket barrages, right? Spectre taking some really odd angles, but honestly, even if you trade the Pharah for the Maga, that's an awesome trait, right? For M80, like, especially if you kind of have the rest of the team alive, right? You feel like if, even without the Pharah, if you can deal with the Maga, like, just by using that barrage, getting the Maga out of the way fast, it's a huge win, as looks like Infected jumped down here, maybe just trying to bait players down and just come into the cage fight.
Exactly. We've seen this on so many maps. Hollywood, for example, when you're attacking with Malga. Here's the cage. Infected's low. Cardiac overdrive. How do you get healed from this with the grasp in your face? That is a beautiful flux. Oh, buddy, that's crippling for NRG Shock. And this is going to put M80 in the lead on this Flashpoint. What an ultimate from Kaluj.
Yeah, it's a really nice flux there from Kaluj, but then also Tree sends the Bob into the cage fight, right? So that's putting down tons of damage as well. And it allows them to use the kinetic grasp while still being a threat to Infected, as Infected wants to get here and get a touch. Goes over to the ball.
Swings through. There will be a touch, but the rest of NRG Shock are being kept at the door for the most part. You saw desperately. I think Rack Attack tries to help Infected out, keep him alive with the sound barrier.
Oh, they really want
M80 is a later one, though. Of course they do. They need this, man. It's not an option. M80 getting another flashpoint here after starting so far behind will be devastating for them. We have a trade. Spectre for Scissors here. Tree still at large, and PGE hoping to match the impact of the other hit scan. And what better way to do it than to take them out yourself? Beautiful railgun headshot for NRG Shock. Ultraviolet able to bring Tree down, but there's nothing really else to work with. Just two supports up now. The stall is pointless outside of trying to buy time for your teammates to get back, but you need to keep each other alive, and that's just not possible. Ultraviolet with a freebie, not bad. Has to give the point up and can still get killed here. Oh, that's ugly.
Trying to, is he gonna, oh, I thought he was gonna try and go for the health pack, maybe just try to bait it and then gonna work his way back up to the top. But yeah,
you gotta give it up.
Just kept it going for so long that I don't even think you're gonna be able to fight it, where, you know, maybe you die a little bit early, you have like a chance altogether. But the switch over to the Wrecking Ball again for Infected and Shock pays off.
All right, he sticks on it for the time being. Minefield available. I haven't said that phrase in a while. We'll see what M80 have to say about it now. So we're heading over to Junkyard. Little high ground platforms here for your Cassidys, of course, and your Sojourns, as PGE did a great job in that last fight, neutralizing Tree. Okay, Spectre kept alive there as Kalush comes to the rescue during barrage. And Infected taken down by the accretion. Against a lot of CC, Wrecking Ball doesn't feel great. We might see a switch off of that here as Ultraviolet takes Scissors to task.
The supports for M80 have made some sick plays throughout the day, right? You know, right there, you know, the Burrow's coming in, trying to make a play for Tree. Liar is there yet again. UV as well, as, you know, Tree does switch over to the Cassidy from that last point, right? Was playing the Ashe, now wants to play the Cassidy. You know, maybe even for the Hinder there for the ball, but it'll be Infected back over to Maga here. So now another Maga versus Sigma matchup.
Crazy that Liar used to be an underdog that never expected to win. It's hard to think back, not even that far, to that era.
Yeah, it's like it feels like a decade ago, but it's like 7 months.
And the better M80 do, the longer ago it seems, I'll be honest. Cal here with a Kitsune Rush to send Infected on a collision course with whatever extremity of M80 is poking out at that time. Maga looking to tear limbs from limbs. Here's the charge. Over the top goes Spectre Flux. It's going to be Infected inside of that. Rack Attack instantly responds with a sound barrier there on the low ground. And yep, Kalush is overextended. He's backing away sheepishly behind that grasp, which was very robust. A lot of overshield here, but Kalush needs healing now. Tree those down well. Got rid of Scissors. Kalush still alive, by the way, which should be illegal at this point. I can't believe they've kept the Sigma up. That is astonishing. M80, 96% and counting. This flashpoint's looking good for him, and PGE has to try. He has to go for it. But he comes out with nothing. And we're going to be even on flashpoints here. One decider that will judge the winner of the map.
Yeah, Kalush does a tremendous job of like cycling his cooldowns, but then also Tree, like when he's very low, Tree uses the Deadeye. They don't want to push around the corner. That allows UV to kind of heal him back up. UV also ends up getting an Amp Matrix there. They drop it. Tree starts, you know, picking off players, and then Kalush able to keep that, you know, point in M80's favor the entire time. Just sick plays from those 3 players on M80 as they give themselves an opportunity with just one more flashpoint to take the series.
Bomb flats. That's where it all ends here. Take the series, take the ticket to the Esports World Cup. There's never been more on the line for M80 in a game of Overwatch than in this fight right now. Scissors hovers with the barrage, not taking an aggressive position right now. But with Kalush being low, you might look to try and step up and take advantage. Spectre from above, instantly spotted out by PGE. NRG Shock well and truly ready, and getting to take 2 support ultimates into the next fight.
Yeah, as Shock puts themselves in a pretty good spot there. Cage fight, Rocket Barrage extremely strong. They tried to get the Immortality Field in there to kind of keep Kalush up, but just a lot of damage. I mean, even with the Immortality Field, Kinetic Grasp, nothing they could really do. Even, you know, Spectre trying to throw his Rocket Barrage is potentially a little bit of as a deterrent. This will be a huge fight for M80. If you lose it, at least try and get like some of these support ults out.
The barrage coming in. Not the ultimate, just the rockets from Spectre. A bit of an issue. Tree stomped on here. Infected! Oh, man. There was no way they were going to be able to peel the Malga off the Cassidy there. That immobility for Tree ends up being his undoing. We're at 70, well, we're at a good number, 72% here for NRG Shock. We're going to take the map and force them out 5. M80 have one last chance to end it here.
Yes, Tree goes over to Tracer as I know the Malga stump comes in as he's trying to use the Deadeye. The Immortality Field's there, but just no way you can kind of just play and hold from that position as Tree will get on, get a touch here, send us into OT. Do have double support ult here.
Kalush has to ignore Infected. He's taken too much damage already. Spectre goes down there. Conk answers Tree, and there'll be a sound barrier just for 3 players on the side of M80. Not nearly enough at this stage. Flux used by Kalush, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, if anything. As M80 are going to fall to pieces here on Bomb Flats, and they're going to give up map number 4, giving NRG Shock a chance to fight for their way to the Esports World Cup.
Oh yeah, it'll be one map to kind of decide it all there for these two teams. Is obviously, I think the biggest thing was Shock coming in with a big ultimate advantage into that last flashpoint, and then also I think when you've seen Scissors play the Pharah, right? I think sometimes they've gone with like the Tracer throughout the series or some different stuff. The Pharah seems even if it may not be exactly what kind of like Scissors wants to play or feels most comfortable playing, I think it does make a big impact.
Crucially, NRG Shock finds success with the Malga comp, right? Something that they've tried for a fight or two at points across the series and yesterday, and they've honestly wanted to go back to the Sigma almost every single time. They stick to their guns this time. It looked really good early in this Flashpoint map, Matt, and at the end it was enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the highlights, and I agree with you. Like being able to make this Malga comp work is pretty huge. Especially, I think on just Flashpoint, it just plays better. We've seen a lot of teams play move off of the Sigma on Flashpoint. Doesn't exactly kind of like tend itself for the game mode to play really well. I will say the Sigma comp works really well on Escort, right? I know coming up next for this 5th and final game, so I fully expect us to go back to like Sigma v Sigmas.
And then again our eyes will turn to the Tree versus PGE matchup, for example. We've seen so many different picks on those Escort maps here. We've seen teams try to play Sombra, Widowmaker even, depending on the map. If we get Junkertown, which I expect we will, because I think we saw the graphic earlier on here.
Yeah, I think it is
right, so that is the kind of map that does allow for you to try and play. We've seen Double Sniper even on that map. We've seen teams try and play Hanzo even. So a lot of variation even around the core of that Sigma composition here. And M80 has been better in the Sigma mirror for almost this entire series. NRG almost sensed this and decided not to mirror them on New Junk City. It pays off for them. But they don't have a choice going into the last map of the series. M80 might just have what they came for either way if things go the way they did in the first few maps.
Yeah, and M80 also has a slight advantage of watching NRG Shock play this map the other day, right? I know they end up kind of going to that 5th game. They end up playing the Widowmaker really far back. I mean, nothing too surprising, right? But at least there's going to be maybe a game plan here for M80. Have a good idea of kind of what they're going to see on the other side. I think what we saw the other day was like PG playing the Widow. We saw Seeker trying to match that. I fully expect Tree to try and pick that up.
Can Infected play a Wrecking Ball here on Junkertown, especially first?
On what? D?
No, on offense, for example. I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah. I mean, potentially, right? I just think the Sigma is like way safer. I mean, sure, I think they've actually like a few times throughout the series, right, needed Infected's Wrecking Ball where they're coming back into fights to make like a huge difference, right? But I think just kind of coming off the rip, picking it. The one thing is like they wouldn't really like there's not gonna be like a Cassie on the other side for like a hinder, right? The sight lines are too long, but so maybe you feel like you can make a play for the Widowmaker potentially, but I mean it's possible. I think it's a little bit risky. They didn't do it the other day, so
that is fair. I mean, yeah, this is not the first time that NRG Shock have managed to force a 5-map series. And now, though, it's all on the line. That's right, they're playing for all the marbles here. Both teams have a second chance to fight for a spot in the World Cup, but it gets treacherous. It gets awful sticky if they're to fall down to this lower bracket.
Who wants to do that?
You would love nothing more than to take victory here in our semis and be done. Be essentially sorted. Yeah, you play grand final, you play a little lower bracket action, that's fine. You know what I mean? Get your feet wet, tried a couple comps, but you'll know that you've qualified. From this point onward, it would just be a matter of fighting for seeding. That's going to be a good position to be in. You're feeling good about that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be it's going to be a brutal week for whoever loses this, right? I mean, you're literally a map away. You end up losing here in a fifth map. A patch comes in, you got to come play for your life the following weekend. It's not the kind of pressure you kind of want looming over you throughout the entire week, right? I mean, quite brutal for whoever falls here. These are the types of series where like you'd rather get like blown, like it feels better to get blown out and just like not be like, we weren't close, like let's just come back, go again, than to get this close and then have to kind of deal with everything coming up this week.
Yeah, again, you don't have much time to adapt. And again, it can feel like a little bit of a dice roll. Have you landed on the right solution, the right answer straight away? No? Well, then you better be pretty darn good at adapting. That's the landscape that beckons to either of these teams were they to take an L in this Junkertown map. Yeah, so I think we've kind of nailed the stakes pretty well. Again, it's the most important game that either of these two teams have ever played. And for such a game to go to a map 5, makes for great TV, but definitely not going to be great for the nerves. A cure for hypotension, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, the both teams. And then you're also kind of thinking, well, at least for M80, right? There's not really kind of like, much decision in terms of like what you're going to play, right? Pretty straightforward. But maybe for Shock, like you're thinking about doing some different stuff. Is there some interesting things you can put in, right? Like how you were talking about. I think they're going to play pretty much what they played the other day, which is exactly what they're hovering right now. So it'll be the Shock on defense here, kicking things off. M80, see obviously a lot of time for them to make some changes.
Oh, what I wouldn't do for a 5v5 pirate ship approach here for M80. Unlikely though, as it is surely going to be. We have Brig most likely for both these sides.
The pirate ship's a few years retired.
This doesn't work without a second shield,
he has,
right? Shame that.
Well, he's just got wheels mode all the time now, right? He's not just kind of stationary. Yeah, he doesn't have to sit there anymore.
True. So true and real.
I know you haven't played in a while, but...
I literally messaged you in game last night. What's wrong?
Yeah, it's true. I actually did message me in game. Yeah, not like Johnny's waiting for the Cata Classic FACEIT.
Widow here for a PGE. And of course, it will be... Okay, Hanzo. Hanzo for Tree.
So, I mean, Hanzo obviously provides like some, pretty nice long-range damage, but also I feel like it's really good at putting pressure, onto Infected. Potentially a little bit safer as well against like the Tracer, right? The Tracer kind of gets in your way. Storm arrows, it doesn't take much. Just connect like, one or two. The Tracer's gone rather fast. So, it's a lot more pressure here onto Infected. That'll be the player to watch.
They've made it to this first trunk, right? Now...
This is where everybody makes it. And then we get stuck.
It gets serious. So how can you safely peek around these corners and find eliminations? The Tracer's pretty important here. This is gives Tree a reminder as to his presence. Tree's still looking like at long range against PGE. It's really interesting pick to take here, but I guess against the Tracer might feel like it gives you a little bit more. What was it, deflect? Look, don't worry about it. Point is, Spectre's able to get in and amongst it. Tree finds a Storm Arrow and kills there in M80. Well, they passed the first real test on this map.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really liked the position that Spectre took there. So he's not like, making a crazy play per se, but he kind of gets all the way to, this part of the map, like go over towards that high ground that we see, Tree standing on now. And it just puts so much pressure onto PGE on the Widow, right? He's got players in front of him. He's got a Genji he knows like lurking on the side. It takes some of the healing resources, right? When is the Genji coming? When is he going to come? Like, what's going on? And then Tree with so much damage with Storm Arrows, can kind of work through the front with the rest of the team and just take out the front line. So, Spectre, really, the position there from the Genji kind of opens things up there for M80.
Scissors matching it here. No more Tracer. Very, very low in that head-to-head against Spectre. Both of them opting to peel away from the fight. As M80 are looking for an angle. They are jockeying for an opening here that NRG Shock have not really presented to them thus far, as they've refused to concede this high ground. And Scissors was able to stop Spectre from wrapping.
Well, it looks like that M80 wants to get kind of control of this high ground, potentially. It looked like they're trying to get Kaluge positioned up here, right? They're going to try and get all their players up on the high ground. They're going to open things up with a round.
Matrix as well to play with. Inside the Flux is Tree. Immortality Field obviously placed down preemptively And it's going to be PGE finding something here. Pretty quiet on that first point as they were mostly pushed out. Here's a Dragon Strike, though. That's a nasty angle to find. Rack attack low. Now going to pop the rally himself. Blade here for Spectre. He's dealt with the Brig. That's a rally off the field. It was in progress, and Spectre just looks up to his right and sees Scissors sail in his direction. Easier than taking candy from a baby. Cal Immortality Field to play with here. Kalush will still be able to deal with it with the help of Lions Whip Shot, and there it is. Tree logs PGE. Or as close to a logging as you can do with Hanzo as he is now. That shield pressure a problem for Infected, who would love to have kept it up, but Lyre cares not about them. He pushes straight through and flails his way to victory.
Yeah, and Kalush with that flux, right? He catches Infected, but he can get right up to the high ground and puts so much pressure onto Cal as they drop the Immortality Field. Accretion does miss. Scissors getting close to a Blade, trying to make it interesting.
Doesn't get out alive, though. Storm Arrow makes sure of that, and Rack Attack isn't on the card to really contest it here. M80, 4 minutes 30 to play with now. Last phase of the map coming up.
As for a team that is, more recently formed, really playing quite well. I think it's really important that you kind of keep the support line intact, at least, right? UV and Lyre seem like they have great synergy with each other, right? And then Kalush, look, if he can play Sigma, we know how good he is on the hero, right? Spectre and Tree can play just about anything in terms of damage dealers, but to gel this quick, pretty impressive here from M80 as they're looking to set a really good time.
Rally from Rack Attack, Spectre dashes through, instantly Infected. He's forced to give up the high ground. Accretion doesn't interrupt the grasp, and an Immortality Field gives Shock a little bit of breathing room here, but M80 are back in the fight before they know it. PGE takes an arrow there for Tree, who's brazenly standing out in the open here because he sees how low Infected is. No time for Infected to build to that flux here at this rate. As Kalush struggling against Cal, gets an Immortality kill for his trouble though, and will able to maintain pretty far forward staging ground as the car moves in to the space he made.
Oh, and they lose Cal here off the rip, getting close to an Ant Matrix. This is quite the kind of crumble here from NRG Shock as this Blade from Scissors, right? It feels like it has to be massive.
Ant Matrix for Ultraviolet, speaking of those. Okay, Immortality Field will deal with this for Kalush. What? Ultraviolet couldn't use it? I guess they weren't expecting to lose that fight. Letting it go, but then you commit an Ant Matrix to it?
Do you expect to lose it? Yeah, you invest in Ant Matrix, do you really expect to lose?
So interesting. I don't know what the plan was there, but they've gone for it. Ant Matrix throwing out Tree, able to make use of it. PG and Scissors both down as the Blade looking awful blunt right there. And not of the James variety either. Okay, rally bash. Spectre stunned briefly. Big old shield will protect Infected, but they need to get out and fighting. They need to get to the card. Rack is lower now. Here comes a Blade from Spectre. Infected too low to deal any damage. And will be Cal eventually taken away as well. PG will still briefly with a Tracer, but this time make is whopping. It is massive, gargantuan, titanic. So much to work with for M80 with 2:25 on the clock.
It's about as bad as defense could have gotten there for NRG Shock, as that one fight was quite odd, right? Where they kind of just gave up.
What is he, 24? Come on, guys. This is savage, man.
Kalush missed he missed a flux or two. It's all right, He's getting back in the swing of things.
That's it. Don't let him talk you out like that, Kalush.
Yeah.
You got it, bro.
Stand up for the old gamers.
He's like, he's a baby. This is ridiculous. Oh man. Okay. All right, White Chio always wanting to chirp up a little bit there. Fair enough. Either way, morale has to be high on the side of M80.
Reflexes too slow.
Listen, you get the circle and you put it where they are, and then you click. Against his height.
And then you fly around a little bit. Don't get hit.
To be fair, why is Kalush getting insulted about reflexes when UV was looking at him and just didn't drone him? Like he was in the flux, he just does not throw the immortality thing.
He just kind of.
Is that some sort of new age hazing? Like what am I watching? Crazy stuff there. I mean, again, not an issue for M80. Immediately after, in fact, they take a fight with an Ant Matrix and end up winning it, so it doesn't actually matter, which is, probably doesn't help Kalush's case. But hey, I digress. NRG Shock now have a chance to see if they can match 2:25. Pretty impressive time bank for M80.
I feel like you're going to need this Widow to really start paying off, right? I think Spectre did a really nice job on offense, just putting pressure onto PGE. and not exactly kind of like resulting in kills, but just making it very difficult for him to just do much of anything. We'll see. It's going to be a little bit harder for Spectre on the defensive side of things to do so, right? I know, kind of trying to find these angles, but you know, once the they should just start the map here. They should just move the spawn all the way up. Just start the map here at this
pleasantries exchanging zone of Junkertown.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the opening of Colosseo, right? It's like we just have a ceremonial push and then we just kind of wait.
Still, though, it is a push to the tune of 50 seconds. That's not negligible. Still see PGE just trending leftward here as the cards continues to move up. M80 refused to give away the high ground that these stairs offer, but Tree needs to be a little careful. That's an okay regenerative burst unit there used on the Hanzo. It's a bit cooldown to be popped here.
A nice angle for PGE as well.
I mean, eventually, Spectre has to come calling, right? PGE has a feeling about that and actually plays more defensively, but that dive on Infected is good. The Immortality field spins slow. We've had some dodgy ones so far this map. It's hard. Very volatile gameplay. Spectre here.
I was going to say, is this going to be able to make it out? I mean, it does get a support, but yeah, the Immortality field was a bit late, right? Now you get Cal staggered out, so a lot of time off the clock. You do have the Infrasight coming on, right? So maybe that kind of forces them into some odd position here. This next fight's going to be absolutely massive, though, Mitch. Below 2 minutes on the clock, support ults galore on both sides of things. This Infrasight's going to buy, you know, some space and time, right, to the tune of about 30 seconds. You know, the next fight or so kicks off at, you know, what, minute 30? Like, you're in a spot where you're below a minute with nothing to use for energy shock. This is like a do or die.
3-player flux there. Rack Attack going to the rally to try and fix the damage that had been done. No kills as a result of it. 3 players stunned up by that one. Was that an accretion or maybe a bash from Rack? Either way, PGE gets locked, but Cal's good for 2 through the air matrix. And no way Lyre was getting away from that. Tried to slip inside that building, but 1 HP was easy to follow up on. Great matrix play from Cal.
Yeah, massive. It was a fight that they absolutely needed to win with that much investment from the Shock. So now they have just a little bit under 4 minutes here to get this second checkpoint, where I know M80 does have a pretty nice time bank, but this isn't out of the realm of possibility for the Shock to even it up, and that's huge. It's actually a shot there, I believe, from Tree that connects onto BGE, then Kalush finishes him off.
Okay, Scissors just pops up into that one. Storm Arrows here for Tree. Showing us more than just straight up hit scan prowess. Tree seems to have it all. Whereas NRG Shock in that fight get nada. Zilch, 0.
PG gets down to 10 HP there. So Tree, I mean, just gets to the high ground right after that first pick, just starts making plays. This is a very difficult spot to kind of get through, right? With high ground control here for M80. Shock in a very difficult spot.
Oh, this flank from Infected's dirty. Nice accretion hit. Scissors could have done so much more with the blade, but the accretion response was good from Kalush. They've only lost Ultraviolet until now. Now they have no supports to work with. And again, NRG Shock with a little bit of a outside of the box approach. Are able to flank their Sigma around, find a big accretion, and break through M80 once more.
Yeah, they get up to the high ground on that little bit of a flank, and Tree actually kind of drops down towards the offensive side, tries to shoot the Dragon back up through where they're pushing, does some damage, but doesn't finish anybody off. They're really relying on Spectre's Blade here to get a second point hold.
Okay, not a terrible spot to play from here, but a gap that Scissors can cross into. It's Spectre's Dragon Blade. That is probably first up on the menu. Again, if we can pressure Infected down with it, that will be good. First, though, have to not get fluxed. So many choices, Infected, I know. Kalush gets an Immortality field. This time, UV doesn't miss that one. Tree Force right on back by Infected, though, and here comes a blade from Spectre, a little belated, I've got to be honest with you. An Immortality field right on time, conversely, for NRG Shock. The Sigma Mirror now looks like it's favoring them, at least in the last couple of moments, but they've got to be quick about the rest of this fight. And what? It was that from Lyre. Oh my goodness. Swinging that flail. Nutty stuff. Cal gonna fall here. Lyre with yet another one. Rainbow Spring is on the scene. Scissors, by no means a shoe-in to win this fight. This is really bad for Genji. Lyre is gonna do it.
This is terrible for Genji.
Boy! Unreal, Lyre.
Well, It's a rally from Rack Attack that gets cut down by the blade, and then Liar decides to pop his rally UV there with an immortality field, kind of keeps him up, and just does a tremendous job there, even with the Ant Matrix towards the end, enough to pick up a kill. This Infected goes over to the ball. It was probably just to try and get back and get that touch, maybe thinking they could get it over the line with the way things were going, but sick plays from the supports of M80 yet again.
Kalush with the flux. I do not perceive it. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist.
It was close. It was close.
I don't see it. Okay. Spectre down. PGE with that overclock here. Able to transition into an aggressive stance. They're now M80 without any ultimates to use in that fight. They didn't bring any in, to be fair. No ultimates were used whatsoever.
He got the slide out of the Sojourn. That's
exactly. Big cooldown burn.
We'll trade. Take that trade any day. Flux for the dash is.
Yeah, if anything,
Spectre
it's Collusion's teammates' fault for not following up on him burning the slide from the Sojourn.
That's a good point. I think they should start taking some responsibility here.
All right, Infected is the pendulum.
He's lurking.
As the clock ticks, he's just looking like a part of the map now.
Do they know? Now they know.
Looking like Shelob just hanging out there looking for its next meal. 138, so whichever way you slice it, NRG Shock are going to be behind in Time Bank. And speaking of slicing, Scissors has grand plans for M80 of the Michelin star variety. In we go. Here's a minefield. Scissors, hey, he got rid of an inanimate object to start with. That's pretty good. Tree, though, wards him away with a warning shot. Infected, though, here with a follow-up damage. That's a rally. Yeah.
They're not going to get Tree. That's a sick rally again there.
Why is that guy? He is him.
I mean, dude, the supports of M80 have been sick today. I mean, making some crazy plays. I mean, right there, able to keep, basically the entire team alive. Ant Matrix had to be used there on the high ground, but then Liar yet again with another good rally. And here's the Shock's opportunity, right? Their supports, right? Now have both of their ultimates. Like, they gotta make these worthwhile.
Dragon Strike for Tree. That's all it really is to write home about for M80. Spectre's on the Tracer now, by the way.
You can shoot this dragon like through the Ant Matrix if they decide. They actually trying to use it on the high ground, split some players off.
Lion going to go down low to the shield bash inside rally. Look how low they are. A good pulse could be a game changer here, but the shield is flipped around by Rack Attack. Nicely done. That fight doesn't look close, but it could have gone either way if a couple of abilities had hit. The Dragon Strike forced them onto the low ground, but that's NRG Shock. Using the rally before the final fight, they're going to have to lean on Cal again with the Ant Matrix. Last time they used that ult, though, they found 2 or 3.
Yeah, and they've also been kind of trolling Kalush a little bit, with his fluxes throughout this, and he may have a chance to kind of make some of those misses don't even matter, right? With one to kind of seal the deal in their spot at EWC.
Kalush ready to go. Moving out into the open as Tree just tries to control this flank angle. All right, here's Daddy. Flux gets thrown out. PGE very low. It's Infected, obviously taking the brunt of that. Tree needs to do more with this Widow. So far, a little quiet. In overtime now as NRG Shock surge ahead. It's going to be PGE, the tip of the spear. Kalush getting swarmed over. Tree trying to go for a flank here, but it's just nothing to do. This Widow, very, very quiet, and NRG Shock are going to get that little extension as we're going to head into extra innings at the 225 disparity.
Yeah, it's still very good, though, for M80, right? They dwindle the clock down, no time left, right? So just a minute for the Shock. Think about how long it takes for these fights to develop here, on this first point area. You kind of get to that bridge, and then everybody stands around. So, a minute is going to go by real fast here. And then for M80, 325, right? If you're M80, just try and hey, let's get a first point hold, right? Even if they make it around that first corner, you still feel like that with the way that you're playing around this Hanzo, you're still in a very good spot.
M80 have shown us something a little different. I don't know how many teams have gone for the Shimada brothers rerun, but it's worked out for them at multiple times. And in fact, the first kill on that attacking side was just a Spectre dive onto Infected once the poke damage really started to become more than he could bear. He's able to dive in and go for the burst damage, which also means that, Cal, they have to be on a hair trigger when it comes to these immortality fields. A second too late, and Agenji would already have dashed in and ruined his tank.
Absolutely. What's your thought here, for NRG Shock, right? Playing the Sojourn here off the rip. The Sojourn Genji looks like they're hovering here. the Widowmakers, it takes a while for anything to potentially develop, and also sometimes just nothing even happens, right? So I feel like, you know, having a little bit more of the consistency with the Sojourn, a little bit more lethality, consistent lettality.
It's all about the slide against the front smash.
I'd say, yeah, there
purely strategic decision. anything to give Kalush's teammates more ammunition.
Is this how it feels when you ask me a question and I just say something really sarcastic
yeah,
back?
considering that's exactly what I've done. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. PG down early though.
Interesting.
An inauspicious start for NRG Shock here, of course, are on the lower end of time banks here, so have to attack first. And it's actually M80 that take a really far forward fight. They don't let the card just move up through the choke.
Yeah, they stagger Cal out here, so without that immortality field, probably gonna have to push up, just get a touch here. So now Infected back to the trusted Wrecking Ball. Cal gonna go over to the Ana here. So this would be a bad spot, you know, not even making it to that bridge we kind of talk about where all these fights kind of kick off. It looks like they'll be able to get a little bit of progress as M80 will back up just a little bit as Liar gets hit with that bio.
Yeah, no follow-up on Liar though. That was speculative at best from Cal. There is a flank here. PG is wrapping around. Tree's aware of it, so they're going to have to push forward here. Immortality field used. Look how low they are. They're so low. Cal, that Sleep Dart going to be stymied by the Sigma Shield, and the Dragon Strike is mostly disregarded by Infected, but PG, you can't get away. Now Infected going to bear the full brunt of Hanzo mode. Jacko did it. And M80 managed to hold off here. And RG Shock don't quite get that first checkpoint.
Oh man, I mean, how many? What's the price on the royalties that you got to pay to use Hanzo?
I should have checked that beforehand, actually. Oh, I got my lawyer to sort it out. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, it's all right. Griffin can skip out.
I'll just sell one of those Bugattis that I've apparently got for it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the I'm rich license plate to just say I'm extremely well off.
Liar. NRG finds himself in a pickle here. Do you spawn hole with Rush and get only one fight, or play the Sigma comp? Man, this guy, get him.
Find out next time on EWC. I love the match chat. That's great.
Play seriously challenge, literally impossible. Oh my god.
So,
Sneak Hack has to make the game-winning decision. Who's Sneak Hack? Is that Rakuten? Who are we talking about?
Yeah, I guess.
Jesus. Kalush is too old.
Kalush is just, he's running out of battery power. He's too old to deal with. This as the Shock playing very sneaky. M80, no idea this is going to potentially be what happens here. It's a Reinhardt May close
They have no idea. Even,
a Junkertown
They
special.
could never have seen this coming. Even though Infected was standing in the doorway. So.
Yep, you know they've seen season 1 of Owl if we get this type of setup here.
In theory. Well, yeah, any game against MG was probably, this was on the table. In theory, you get 2 fights here as defenders. There's Shusha, especially. Yeah, love me some Shusha. Shout out. All right, Kalush tries to push out. They do get out. I really thought that NRG Shock would maybe just throw themselves at this, but they are trying to back away behind the Rhine shield.
Well, I mean, they're not going to throw themselves directly out to the Pharah. I mean, look at this. Like, the Hanzo and the Pharah have, like, so much verticality here. They can, like, take the spots directly above. Like, there's no one to really kind of, like, chase down here, per se, which is what you would want to do with the Rhine. I guess the best part here for NRG Shock is, like, they're burning some clock here, right? But now that you lose Infected, you expect this to kind of all come unraveling.
All right, well, spawn camp now broken. And it's time for NRG Shock to put it together. They've got one last chance.
You're going to get another fight here.
They will. Spectre could be a bit annoying here. Infector's already positioned pretty far forward. Oh, yeah, you'll get there, but it won't be pretty. You've gone a Cassidy Tracer. Ryan, what year is it? What year is it? Okay, here we go. They will have a chance to touch the card. They better make sure they actually touch it. Infected's going to be right there. Air Matrix here for Callum, and Awkward ain't going to make use of it. Oh, the Humanity Dragon Strike! Oh, sound barrier has to be used, but they walk straight into the flux. By the time they touch down, the sound barrier is gone. Infected the first casualty. Now the barrage to the Spectra secures 2. That is going to do it. M80 has secured themselves a spot in the Esports World Cup. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, this is Jake. Hey, he hit the 3-man flux when it mattered.
Come on, why do you have to DM him like that? I mean, we're right here, bro.
Hey, heroes.
Come on, man.
My heroes in the voice comms. Hey, heroes, how you feeling right now? Is everybody feeling good?
That's the reaction we want.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Good effort.
Wow.
Good effort.
Good job, guys.
I'm MVP. Colin, nice job on Father's Day.
Me MVP.
Nice job.
Took care of the kids.
Father Gator and Kaluge coming in.
Shout out Keith.
All right, you guys, you are qualified, though, with this win to the Esports World Cup. It might have been expected for you guys, but how does it feel to actually secure that qualification and be going on to potentially the biggest tournament of the year?
Feels like a free vacation.
Awesome.
Free vacation. All right.
Free vacation, you know, just another day for the M80 guys. Jake once again preying on our downfall. Wrong again.
That's
Wrong again.
okay.
Yeah, it was not
We're
even close.
spying on the Preds. Okay, I see how it is.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
It wasn't close. We should have won the cost. All good though.
All right,
Yeah.
scrims are canceled next week. I guess we'll go from one block a day to nothing. We'll go from that.
Oh, wow. You guys are...
Wow.
Scrims are canceled. We're fucking done. Hey, guys, I'll see you in Saudi. Hey, don't fucking mess with me for 10 days. Leave me the fuck alone.
Gator Coach of the Year. That's a great insight from Coach of the Year, Gator.
Shout out to NRG, TSM, and the other whoever else is out there. And enjoy being stressed as fuck this next week for that one spot.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, should we ask one serious question or?
Yeah, I want to ask a serious question actually. So moving forward, of course, whilst you have qualified for EWC, there's still something to win in this very tournament as well. So let's hear it from you guys. Upper bracket final against Toronto Defiant, who have been one of the few teams which still heavily relies on that Mauga composition. How confident are you going up against them, as you mainly have been playing Sigma?
I think that's for Colin to answer. What do you think, bud?
That is for Colin. That's the whole team. That's Colin UV right there. Answer that.
I showed up. I scrimmed 3 blocks before playing. I haven't played the game in over like 3 weeks.
Solid.
So, you know, I showed up, dominated. I don't care if I win or lose. I'm going to Saudi, baby. Vacation locked in. Doesn't matter anymore.
All right, that was the one serious question out of the way.
I tried.
How do you do it, Kalush? What drove you this series? How were you able to maintain the energy? Did you get time for a nap somewhere? How did you pull through?
Yeah, I take power naps in between maps, so I just put my head on the desk, you know.
How old are you even, Kalush? You're like a baby.
I'm 24.
Wow. You're an infant.
The ripe old age
You're actually
is
an infant.
24.
Okay, but I'm old for esports.
This guy is so old.
Thanks.
This guy is so old.
We're sending him to the retirement home real soon.
Rough idea. I'm 36, so I'm just gonna glance over.
Who do you guys think of player of the match?
Yeah, team vote, player of the match.
Team
We don't
vote.
care what you think, but we're curious.
Team vote. I'm gonna have to give it to Liar.
Liar.
Well, you're wrong. It's Tree.
We gave it to a Hitscan player again. Sorry,
I'm
guys.
surprised.
It's a massive surprise. We gave it to the Hitscan player. No one saw it coming.
Maybe next time, sports.
I actually had the best comms ever.
Well, they didn't hear him.
It's true.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do more listen-ins next time, so maybe we can give it to the back line. But yeah, Tree once more popping off, of course. Anything you want to say to your fans before we let you guys go?
He's better.
He's better. All right.
All right. That's
Well,
where you hear it.
if you guys are not practicing, I mean, open invite to the desk, I guess. I haven't asked production, but feel free to if you're not going to take it to practice anyway. So here we go.
All right.
There we go. Sounds good. Well, guys, thank you so much.
I didn't sound interested.
No, they didn't. They did not. And that's okay. Congratulations on the victory. We're going to see you again next week. It's going to be bans when you go up against Toronto Defiant. We wish you best of luck in that game. And once more, congrats.
Thank you.
Nothing but love to the M80
Hey,
guys.
Jake.
They're pulling ahead. Jake was wrong. We're all right. And it was it's a good match. Good match. I do want to take a look at those game highlights, though, because this was actually a really, really interesting series. It was a very exciting series to watch. We're seeing that Sigma mirror being played very, very closely on more than just one occasion on these maps. So let's break it down a little bit. How did M80 edge it out in the very end there?
I think this Hanzo pick's actually great on Junkertown, right? We talk about how Hanzo doesn't one-hit anymore, but you do one-hit Widow, you do one-hit Tracer, right? 2 very popular picks in the poke mirror on Junkertown, and so I think Hanzo actually really does have a place. You know, not quite as easy to find individual kills as it is for Widowmaker, but so much more shield pressure. And time again, we saw these aggressive pushes from Kaluj, Liar, and Tree, just kind of snowballing over the front line of NRG Shock. And although PG found some picks, it felt like if he doesn't find the pick, if they just last long enough, they're gonna win the fight with this Hanzo's pressure. And the Dragon Strikes from Tree were really on point, getting a ton of value off the ultimate.
That's right. Forget about the power of friendship that Shock are going. It's the power of family. The Shimano brothers are back.
Oh,
when
wow.
was the last
I had legitimately forgotten until
that they're even related. Well,
yeah, because like,
it's fun to see them come out. It's a classic.
When was
comp.
the last time though? Like
lore buff. This is an ancient comp, actually.
It is ancient.
Back when we barely had any heroes in the game.
Roll lock meta.
We had so few heroes. We were grasping for straws. Like, this sounds reasonable. Let's make this a damage.
They're related. How bad can it be?
Yeah, but I mean, it was an incredible back and forth series, and really both teams pushing it to the absolute limit on the Sigma compositions. You kind of have to go Ryan with like 3 minutes 30 seconds, because the odds you're gonna hold that long in overtime, it's just. So I don't blame them for going Reinhardt, by the way. If anyone out there watching just like, why did it go Ryan? It's like, well, I mean, come on.
It does have a good matchup against Sigma. I think they're playing to win.
Also, I feel like you're the last person on the desk to blame anyone for going Reinhardt. Just.
Oh well, I did flame them yesterday for that, but. Yeah.
I was also impressed by the ball. I like the energy Shock. It felt like every time they go for the ball, usually that's desperation, and yet they made it work. They were like constantly.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a good ball player,
yeah, there's like a whiff of Chengdu hunters in there every time I see that happening. Let's talk about some details here, though, because on Junkertown, quite frankly, M80 showed some Sigma masterclass.
They did, and I found this one clip that I think we could really highlight about how they played it effectively within one team fight. So in this team fight, you can see the energy Shock they pushed up. Tree finds himself on Hanzo on one extreme of this fight, but he's going to launch away from this position. He's vulnerable, so he goes back towards the middle, and PGE finds himself on the other side of the fight, on this wide angle, gets poked down, and ultimately is forced to grapple hook away. So the angle is taken away from Energy Shock. That allows Spectra and Liar to help Kalush on the front line here with the Sigma matchup. And so they find a way to really play these angles. They find a way to push PGE back to sort of like push him away from that wide angle to get those opening picks. And then they utilize their Brig and Genji really well in the Sigma matchup to find an advantage there in the front lines instead. So that's what I like as well. You mentioned you like the Hanzo pick. There's something we've seen Tree play a lot in ranked, for example. It's a hero. He's one of his go-to heroes. And he does a good job of playing the wide angles, putting pressure onto the tank as well. But also the way they shut down PGE on that Widow flank, that's a very lethal position for a Widow to be in. But they managed it pretty well, and they won the Sigma matchup.
They did. They punched in free vacations, and congrats again to M80. Let's take a look at where they are at in our bracket, though, because they're finding themselves in the upper bracket final against Toronto Defiant. It's going to be a clash of styles, a clash of compositions. I'm very excited for this one, as there's a lot of big names on the server for that one. Now, if we're moving on to our lower bracket, though, this is where it gets spicy. TSM against Timeless, Energy Shock against Citrus Nation. I am hoping for some closer matches right there.
Yeah, I mean, so to be clear, if you want to qualify for the Esports World Cup, these 4 teams will have to win 2 series, because you need to reach the lower final, because that's
one of these 4 can survive.
One of these 4 teams can make it.
Not making it.
This is a gladiator pit. Like, this is rough.
And they're all pretty evenly matched, Like, I could see any of these teams beating each other.
Yeah, I'd probably favor TSM and NRG to move on. But I think Citrus, they've upset a lot of teams. They've talked about that. People didn't put respect on the name, and they brought the upset. So I think very, very possible Citrus could bring something surprising next weekend. It's going to be an exciting lower bracket to watch.
Yeah, they got to pop off, though. We got to see some big plays from those teams. We've certainly seen a lot of big plays today, and that's why it's now time for our $1 million plays.
So big, Zoe. So big. We're making a last-second change. No. I'm just gonna a little editorial adjustment.
A little editorial. $1 billion. Wow.
Wow. That is a lot of dollars. $1 billion.
That is a lot of dollars. That is more than $1 million.
Let's see if it's worth it.
I like your commitments. Merit go round.
Oh my God. Well, that might have been worth it. Merit just straight hitting heads.
This is why I talk about.
He was snapping necks. Yeah, he was snapping necks.
This guy is different.
It looks robotic.
Actually, built different. You, as a Merit fan and friend, Jake, how happy does that make you?
I mean, I'm just excited to see him pop off. It's cool to see him get his accolades. I want to see him, winning a championship. I think he deserves it. I think he's on that level, and I think they really do want to go to Riyadh, and not just Like M80 as a team, they're stoked to go to Riyadh. They're happy to qualify. I think Toronto qualifying is a foregone conclusion, and they want to just absolutely win it all in Riyadh.
I don't get the lower third here, or upper third, or whatever.
Scissors beats rock.
Sorry?
Oh,
Rock, paper,
because
scissors?
Sigma, I never. Yeah, but I
Scissors and
didn't
he killed the
understand the rock. But then I saw that he killed the Sigma. I got it now. I understood.
Okay, all right.
Please don't explain it to
It's been a long weekend.
It's been a long day. And I got there eventually. Let's take a look.
Hanzo mode. He's going Hanzo mode.
Actually went for
Watch
Hanzo
out,
mode.
watch out.
He's going Hanzo mode.
Tree and
this
that
was a
Luca
Hanzo
guy
mode. That was a
built the
Hanzo.
same
I mean,
way.
that was an accretion, but it was right in front of him. But still.
Ooh, these kills, this was crazy impact. This was a moment where I thought Energy would just snowball, but those 2 picks on the
I
opener.
love the
it's
sound
wild.
effects, Johnny. Love the sound
You don't get the
effects.
reference, but it's okay, Zoe.
Inside jokes, all right?
Oh, you don't actually get it either, Jake. It's all good. Someone out there on Twitter, they get it.
It was bam. No?
No.
I thought this was a different meme. I'm old.
Don't worry
For
about
those who
it.
got that
I'll
one.
tell you after the show. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Johnny.
For sports fans, want more sports references? Follow Johnny on Twitter.
Any more of those? Well, I don't have sport references for you, but I have updates on how we're looking for EWC because we have more teams, of course, as of today who qualified. They got their slot. We have from NA, of course, Toronto Defiant and M80 coming through. It's very, very exciting. EMEA, of course. We also have GG Peps who will be joining the ranks. And earlier today, we did talk about the OCE qualification from TGS. The Greatest Showman.
I'm happy to see Punk again. I'm not gonna lie, I miss Punk.
Who isn't? Kaffa Punk.
Yeah.
Man, that's a team that could be pretty serious, even in Riyadh with Top Dragon and Opener. I mean, that is actually more competitive than I would have expected, frankly, coming out of OCE, a region that hasn't seen so much competition this year. They fielded a very strong team.
They did indeed. Well, we do have, of course, more games to come next week as we're wrapping up our first week of EWC qualifiers. So let's take a look at the schedule for next Friday. That's right, we're starting in the lower brackets. VP going up against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, everything on the line. They do want to play in front of that home crowd, but can they get past VP? Well, have been looking extremely strong. Looking at all these matches, which one of those stands out to you? Which one are you most excited for?
Honestly, I think NRG Shock versus Citrus is going to be a banger. I think NRG has looked really solid, but Citrus has upset. That's been their calling card as a team. I think is winning upsets against teams with more resources, more preparation. Don't put any respect on that. They just come to play and they play well. And so I think that'll be exciting to see if NRG can finally be the one to shut them down.
Yeah.
Yep. Just that. Well, Johnny, since I have you here, final thoughts, any PSAs, anything you need the people to know who want to tune in for next week?
I'm excited about the new season of Overwatch coming out.
Oh yeah, we'll be on a new patch, I believe.
Yeah,
depending what comes down the line.
I live under a rock.
We could see
I know rocks.
a complete new meta, a shakeup.
Yeah.
Could be a minor change. Who knows? Who knows?
A lot of mystery.
Actually, okay.
We don't know what's going to happen.
Wow. Well, I do know kind of what's happening. Let's take a look at the brackets.
More brackets?
Yeah, more brackets.
South America, right?
We love brackets.
Oh.
Because we have S8 brackets as well. That's right, because next week, as we've been only looking at EMEA and NA this week, next week we're also going to rope in the SA region and follow those along to see who's going to qualify. This is what the bracket looks like right now. Are you familiar with any of these teams?
I'm giving a shout out to OC for coaching.
Okay.
Coaching Warpigs.
Love that.
Yeah.
Warpigs, great name. Love the logo.
Real insightfulness delivered
That's all
on the
I have.
broadcast.
Sorry, I have a week time now, a whole week to prep for those teams. I've not been following this, but this is what's so exciting
Who
about
can
the
blame
FACEIT
you? You're a
League.
hard worker.
Thank you, I'm hustling. But yeah, no, this is what makes the FACEIT League so exciting. You have all those different regions and then they clash in those qualifiers to get to the Esports World Cup, and that's what it's all about, to be faced with new teams, new players, very exciting, good stuff. More of that next week. Thank you all so much for watching the last 3 days. We will be back again next Friday, so make sure to tune in once more. Once more also, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. See you next week. Bye.
Exodio comes up big with a kill onto Psycho, and Hardy on the point. Luckily, full HP is going to be able to push this bot now, but he's still standing in front of Exodio and a rushing Yoham. It is a 2v1 on the point. I mean, the overtime is all but complete.
Do something!
He's been pretty good with those lately, if not to even just kind of force ends out to the open.
Kai.
Oh my god.
You see Shockwave there went into the animation of hitting the burrow, but Kai was able to snipe them out. 5 seconds to go and someone still needs to touch, but Gala is getting completely decimated by Chase's Primal Rage. The duplication onto the Ram, a free cage coming through from Kevster, and oh, just like the Troubadours wrote, it's too easy for Ents.
Everybody was so low and gets it off right in time.
Freebie from Merit. This position for him, right where he's standing, he's done some dirty things. From this spot, this one is no different. I was thinking another 3K. Humanity, Dragon Strike! Oh, sound barrier has to be used, but they walk straight into the flux. By the time they touch down, the sound barrier is gone. Infected the first casualty, now the barrage from Spectra secures 2. That is going to do it. M80 have secured themselves a spot in the Esports World Cup.